So we're going to be talking about the Letby updates for the Letby case. It's pretty wild. Also just some other UK stuff, and I don't know, we're just going to be shooting the shit, really, talking about some random crap, avoiding the US news because it's depressing, and then finishing that video where two absolute bozos, one of them with a rat tail, debunks my evolutionary video. But first, we're going to be having a little bit of a jam, as usual. Don't know what this is going to turn out like, but yeah. Let's go, shall we? All right. What's the problem? It might settle down in a minute. Let me know if it consists. Was it just the video? If it'll fucking load.
need to find some lo-fi music.
Right, I need to find... What I'm going to do this time is open up Epidemic Sound for the lo-fi bit, because... You know why? Because this never used to happen, but now on YouTube, whenever I just do like, you know, the generic lo-fi music, it claims it. So I'm going to try playing some of Epidemic Sound and see if it blocks that. It's all trial and error, baby. Lo-fi house. They have lo-fi house. What does that sound like? Oh, hello. And like, I pay for Epidemic Sound. I pay for this music. So if it fucking gets me for this. Right, how do we turn it down though? Oh! Right, there we go. Oh, that's nice and cheery. Okay, I'm gonna move this camera down. Stay. All right. Love that vest. I'm not wearing a vest. Do you mean my jacket? This is nice. This is nice music. So hopefully it won't claim this. Yeah. Fucking Kanye West. Am I right? Never liked the guy. Never liked the guy. What's the first beer we've got tonight? I've already started. I've already done the first pour of it. Groot Pierre Trippel. Beer 52 arrived, so we've got some beer 52s. Oh, it's 7.5%. We're starting out with a 7.5% tonight. Going in hard. Haven't even lubed up. Haven't even lubed myself into it. Ideal serving temperature around 7 degrees. Alright then. It's definitely more than that in here. Coriander seeds. It's got a very interesting taste, this. It goes out of the light when I put it too close to the camera. You can see it there. It's got a Viking on it. You know, one of the original incels, the Vikings. Yeah, Kanye. The thing is, like, this is subjective, right? But I've never really liked his music. But I know that a lot of people do, so whatever. That bit is subjective. But I always thought he was a narcissistic prick from day one. And like years ago, when I was working behind a bar, we went on a staff outing, right? And we were given free tickets to a Kanye and Jay-Z gig. They were touring together. And everybody else, all of my colleagues were like, yeah, oh my God, this is the best day ever. And I was just sort of like, yay. And I went because I wanted to like hang out with my friends. And the best part of the whole thing was the train journey there and back, where we were just getting pissed on the train. That was the best part of it. When we were actually there, it was unironically the shittest gig I've ever been to. It was so bad. Like, literally. So he was with Jay-Z, and Jay-Z, like, he clearly had a new, oh, Brooklyn's joining us. He clearly had a new clothing line going on at the time or something. And he had a cap on with like the logo of the clothing line. And like you could see him on the big screens. He just kept on like pointing at the cap. And I was like, I'm in a concert where the people who have paid to come here have paid extortionate amounts of money to be here, and you are continuing to advertise to them your shitty clothing line. Like, why do people like accept this? This is just like normal. This is great. This is just what they do. Like, how is this art? Like, how is this? Anyway. And yeah, and a whole section of the gig was basically Kanye West a cappella, but like with auto-tune. So like loads of it was just like Kanye West, like, oh, but lower pitch, I guess. It's like, oh yeah, like you couldn't even hear what he was saying. It was just like, and like 5 minutes of the gig was literally that. And I was like, this sounds shit. This is just like, I can smell his nut. Like, we were in the back row because obviously our boss had got hold of some tickets that they were giving away because it hadn't sold out. So we were like on the back rows that nobody wanted to buy. And I could fucking smell the narcissism from the very back rows in that arena. It was just, it was everything that I hated. But yeah, anyway, that's just me. That's just my personal opinion. That's the best Kanye impersonation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Brooklyn is on my lap, but obviously he's remaining just out of frame. He likes to play hard to get. Come in. There we go. Here we go. Hello, Brooklyn. Hello. He's very lethargic because he's just woken up. Your boss just wanted to torture you all. Everybody else bloody loved it. Apart from me. Oh yeah, narcissism. Not narcissism, narcissism. That's what it's turned into. But yeah, it's getting even more worrying now, what he's been up to. I know we're not talking about US news today, okay, but I may talk a little bit about the Grammys. It's not technically US politics. But like, why do the Grammys, like, apparently they didn't invite him, but even so, even so, he got nominated for an award. Why even nominate him? Why not just fucking ignore the guy? Why can't we just fucking ignore him? That's what I don't understand. I don't fucking care how objectively good you think his music is. Just fucking ignore him. Don't listen to it. Don't listen to it in the first place. I don't. I find it easy enough to not listen to it. It's easy enough to avoid if you want to. If nobody wants his music anymore, why is he getting nominated for flipping Grammys? So yeah, apparently he showed up to the red carpet even though they didn't technically invite him, but he was nominated, but they didn't invite him. And then he obviously made a big show, which was basically, look how much I can manipulate a woman just because I'm a billionaire. Look how much I can take it out on my ex-wife by bringing a woman to the Grammys who looks just like her and making her stand naked in front of everyone. Just because I can. And yeah, I don't know how much autonomy she really has in the situation. Nobody does, but the way that he was directing her how to stand, the way that she doesn't even really look that into it, maybe even that's on purpose, who knows? But it's not right either way. Nothing about Kanye West is right. You just feel sorry for FT Signifier and all the editing work he has to do. I mean, he's welcome to ignore Kanye all he wants to as well. We can all ignore him. Is her face capable of showing emotion? Who knows? Anyway, let's stop talking about him. What else has been going on this week? In other Grammy news, Chappelle Roan had a good moment, didn't she? Oh, funky tune. Who are we stopping talking about? Kanye West. We're stopping talking about him. I just want to dance to this now. The tune is giving Daft Punk, is it? I might have to save this one. It's Seaside Route 765 by Runin. Ooh, I might heart that one. Right. I'm gonna. We'll watch the Chappelle. Oh. Just to talk about something nice that happened at the Grammys instead. Are they gonna like fucking nuke me? I've seen other YouTubers look at clips of this and they haven't got taken down. Oh well, fuck it. I'm just honestly, I don't fucking care anymore. I just want to do what I want to do on stream. I just want to do what I want to do. Oh, the music's gonna get Okay, yeah, clap, 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 yay. Sound effects out, don't I? My sound effects, my sound effects. Oh. Oh, there we go.
Bruh.
There we go. Lady Gaga did not start the crazy outfit trend. Like, do you know what Madonna's been doing since the 80s? She's definitely learning how to like publicly make political statements without huge backlash, because I think she did kind of fuck it up the first time she tried it. When she was like, guys, I cannot endorse Kamala, which is fine, but I think she should have sort of said, but I am voting for her as well. I think she should have like included that as a little like, by the way, I am, but not that I like it. She should have kind of included that, I think, to begin with, and like people kind of assumed that she was refusing to vote at all because she was like, I won't endorse her. And she kind of messed up, I think, there a little bit by not making that very clear, but yeah. Bless her, you know. She's young and not been famous for very long. Right.
I got...
Right, yeah, I saw Enron came back, but it wasn't really Enron, right? It was some guys pretending to be Enron, and they bought the Enron logo and the Enron site domain, and they like remade the website, and they filled it full of like corporate slop basically to make it look like the actual Enron were back. And the guys behind it were planning on doing a crypto pump and dump. That's all I know about this story so far.
Got scammed by Enron. That's right. I'm not afraid to admit it. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, make a YouTube video.
Is it the same as the birds aren't real guys?
Guys, these people told me they weren't going to launch a meme coin. They swore up and down. Oh!
Just saw you put out a video on our efforts. Wanted to clarify, we are not doing a coin, and all coins on the market are unaffiliated with us. We will be making steps in the energy sector soon. We are quite excited about. I like feel like even if that were true, it can't be like if they were an actual corporate company that was setting up like that, they wouldn't be DMing Coffeezilla. Like, I know Coffeezilla's a big deal, but like they wouldn't be DMing Coffeezilla like, hey dude, we're big fans. That's not what the fucking corporate fat cat white dudes in America like do. They don't know who Coffeezilla is.
Oh, Coffeezilla, we're such big fans. That's what they told me. Just saw you put out a video. Remember, we did a little void on them. They said, we're not doing a coin. All coins on the market are unaffiliated with us. We will be making steps in the energy sector soon. We are quite excited about. Well, what's the next step? Enron coin. Look, I'm going to spare you the cringy launch video. It's exactly like the other announcement they did, just full of buzzwords. You guys know that this is supposed to be performance art by the same guys who were behind the Birds Aren't Real project. The distinction is that was a project mocking conspiracy like theorists and trying to make like a semi-plausible thing that you can't disprove, like birds aren't real, haha, very funny.
The United States government killed all real birds and replaced them with drones that spy on us.
The same guy...
I never knew that they did a TED Talk.
Connor Gatos...
Or was it a TEDx talk? It was a TEDx talk.
Them with drones that spy on us.
The same guy, Connor Gatos, decided to come out with Enron coin.
Hi, I'm Connor, and 4 years ago, I purchased Enron for $275.
Where I guess he's parodying scammers, but in the process is also scamming. This goes back to what we've long talked about, which is that you can't ironically scam people. it just is scamming. It's the same exact thing.
Yep.
We saw this with the Boogie 2988 meme coin, where
We've got to the point where like everything's so meta at this point, where it's like everyone knows that no one believes that the actual Enron is coming back. The whole point is that everybody's talking about, oh, well, it's clearly not the real Enron that's coming back. But all that matters is people are talking about it. And then off the back of that, because there's a general attention around the subject, then all of the degenerate crypto gamblers are going to get in on the pump and dump that inevitably happens around it because there's attention around it. Like, that is how fucking meta the crypto economy is now. It's such a joke. It knows it's a joke, and it's still going anywhere, but it's still going anyway, but it's basically like a gambling empire that doesn't have to like abide by any rules or regulations.
he's like, hey, I'm ironically copying Andrew Tate. I'm ironically doing the same thing. He did daddy token, scammed people. I'm doing fatty token. What's the joke? Like, what's the funny thing? Insiders will still grift. Insiders will still scam people. Where's the joke? You got us. So, obviously, look, I want to talk about this, but let's just hit the highlights right now. The top snipers.
I mean, yeah, like we are running out of people to be genuinely sympathetic for at this point when it comes to crypto scams. We're running out of people to be genuinely sympathetic for, but you've got to understand that, like, you know, how much sympathy do you have for people who are addicted to gambling? Yeah, some of it's like personal willpower, but a hell of a lot of it is like a genuine like thing that happens in the brain that like makes some people more susceptible to gambling addictions than others, and companies come along and exploit that mechanism that goes on in some people's brains way more than others. And it's like, well, that's happening with crypto. Like, some people are they just get in, they lose some money, and then they're like, oh fuck, I have to make all of that money back. And then they go around looking for whatever coin is next that has a lot of hype around it, a lot of attention, and they're like, well, I have to get in on this. And it's like, well, you know, obviously there's going to be different amounts of sympathy that you're going to give to all of the different people, but like, my whole point is that that was always going to happen with crypto anyway. When you make a system where the only benefit of it is to like not be legal, gets around any checks and balances that policies have put in to protect people against things like that, that's obviously going to end up happening. That was always my point. That was my point when I made my crypto video over 2 years ago now. It's like, that's always going to fucking happen because there is a reason why regulations get put in place in the first place. There is a reason. And libertarians and people who are libertarian minded they seem to forget about that sometimes, and they think that there's just too much bureaucracy and it was just put in place because, I don't know, because people like putting rules in place for no reason. There's always a reason why it was put there. And yeah, sometimes it goes too far. But most of the time there was a reason why that was put there anyway in the first place.
Of this coin have already made $5 million and $4 million respectively on this coin. The coin's down something like 80% from launch. It's a complete disaster, and of course, I could have told you this was going to happen. Anyone could have told you this was going to happen. Meanwhile, the Enron team is sort of in panic mode because they put out their thing. They saved 90% of the tokens for themselves and put 10% in the liquidity pool. That's worse than even Trump coin. A 7-day locked liquidity, which they've had to walk back because they're getting mocked by everyone. Like, everyone sees through this whole, like, oh, it's a joke, guys. It's a joke. Like, make snipers $8 million as a joke, as a meme. Here they have put up, oh, we had feedback about a 7-day lockup. We hear you. We've updated it to 6 months, followed by a 12-month linear vest. That represents our long-term commitment. And then here's the thing they all say. Unfortunately, snipers got in early, but fortunately, they're gone now forever.
Yeah.
Says who? I love that. That's what the Hawk people did too. They're like, hey, snipers got us. We could have predicted they were going to get us and take people's money, but they got us. Now they're gone forever. No, they're not. There's still a lot of unsold tokens. So anyway, it's just ridiculous, but I wanted to talk about this whole ironic thing. Like, oh, we're just, hey dude, it's a joke. I'm scamming you as a joke. Don't you think that's funny? Don't you think that's really great? A great meme? So yeah, I thought it was really cringe, kind of disappointing to see the guy behind kind of a legitimately funny project do what is not actually that funny.
That's disappointing.
You know, I already
actually
tried to warn these guys.
That's disappointing because I don't think birds aren't real ever actually genuinely. Oh, Brooklyn, did you hear that? I told you when he sits on my lap, he starts like snoring and making old man noises, and it sounds like I'm farting, and I'm not. He just goes. But when I do it, you get triggered, do you? Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, it's disappointing that the birds aren't real guys did this, because birds aren't real was like a legitimate, I guess, commentary on conspiracy theorists and how you can make anything sound like it's plausible. And it wasn't really hurting anyone. There was no like real victim. It was just like a load of people who were like in on the joke. Whereas this is like, it's just a crypto pump and dump, and you just basically scammed a load of degenerate crypto bros who have crypto stuck in the system and can't get out of this, I guess, cycle of betting their crypto on different pump and dumps.
And, you know, I already tried to warn these guys. And they lied to me, which, you know, I'm just going to say, finding out Enron lied to you is like finding out Santa Claus isn't real. If you can't trust Enron, who can you trust? Now, I did confront Connor on this. This is the Enron CEO. I said, what are you doing? Ironic scamming is still scamming. He says, first, thanks for the support. Saw you wearing a hoodie in your last video. How dare you, sir? You tricked me into this. You tricked me by saying you were launching a meme coin. Secondly, I bought the trademark in 2021 and spent the last few years fighting and clawing to resurrect the brand in a way that supports our long-term vision. After a period of deliberation and realizing the window to execute was narrowing, I decided that taking on partners was the long-term play.
Bottle up your moon farts and sell them for 1,000 moon coins. That reminds me, actually, last stream, somebody donated 10,000 bits to me, right? And I didn't even realize this until after the stream. How much money 10,000 bits is. I didn't realize. So when they were donating it to me, they did that 3 times. They did it 3 times while they were donating it to me. They were also writing like little messages to me. And like the 3rd time I did it, I was like, mate, fuck off. And I didn't realize how much that was until after the stream. And I was like, oh shit, I like basically told that guy to fuck off. He was actually donating loads of money. Yeah, it's like $100. I had, because it was in bits. That doesn't translate to my brain, especially not when I'm trying to talk about something else. So I was like, oh my god! Like after stream, I was like, that was like $100 each time, and I told the guy to fuck off. So if you're watching, mate, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. But to be fair, like, I was trying to tell a story at the time, and he was telling me that I looked like a trailer park version of Georgia Toffolo, which is why I told him to fuck off, right? And he was distracting me. They were distracting me. I don't know why I assume it's a man. They were distracting me while I was trying to tell a story about something, and I needed to concentrate, and they kept on donating 10,000 bits and telling me I looked like I think it was something like a trailer park version of Georgia Toffolo. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. So maybe they deserved it. I don't know. But I'm sorry, but also you deserved it.
Did those partners force you to launch a meme coin? I don't understand this. These aren't insiders. These are partners that believe in the long-term vision. Again, is this the performance art project part? I don't get it. Is he serious? Does he actually think resurrecting Enron is a viable strategy? I don't know what this guy's on about. I envision a world where Enron is powering hundreds and thousands of homes across the country, and with our rep filing in Texas being approved, we are closer than ever. I said, I can't tell if you're running a bit or not. Birds of real ain't stuff. It's funny because it's harmless. Making snipers $8.9 million at token launch and reserving 90% of a token for yourself isn't harmless. Money comes from somewhere. And then, like, why'd you lie about the launch? He says, we made the decision in the last few weeks that this path would enable us to achieve the long-term vision. Just hoping the long-term vision can be seen through all the noise. This is much bigger than a coin. Bro, noise? You created the noise. I hope everyone can see through all this controversy that you created. What? That's a small part of the bigger vision. It's much bigger than a coin. Would be happy to send you information about our retail energy business in Texas. Bruh, what are you talking about? He's really saying, like, I had to launch a coin for our retail energy business. This has to be a joke, right? This guy can't be serious. Like, you got to be serious. We're Enron, serious energy business. I guess he's just taking the piss. I don't know. I honestly can't tell if this is a bit or not. If it is, it's dumb. If it's serious, it's dumb. Both ways, it's like, it's kind of like bad. It's like being like, hey, I had to rob a bank to start my energy drink company. You don't understand the long-term I hope you guys can forgive me robbing the bank for my long-term vision. I had to get this snack brand out of the incubation stage. It's like, bro, what do you think you're doing? Anyways, dumb and yeah, I got tricked, got scammed by Enron. They got me.
I do like the Enron. Some people wear the Enron hats, don't they? I do quite like it as like an ironic thing to wear, but now I won't because the money will probably go to him somehow. So, Hawk Tour Girl. Haley Welch broke down into tears while talking about her alleged rug pull of her coin.
I want to start by saying thank you to all my true fans and all the people that actually watch my stuff and they keep up with me. We're trying to sort out all the pieces and stuff to like get all this figured out and make everything right. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry.
No, don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Everything's gonna be good. We're gonna be good.
I don't know why, but I'm wondering how old she is right now. Haley Welch, age 22. Fucking hell, that is young, isn't it?
And guys, listen, just as a temperature check, I just want to say, the first thing that she said to me off camera was, the minute you DM me, I really wish I just texted you and called you. And that speaks to me because of how I was introduced to crypto, and we'll get into that. But I'm also kind of on the back end of things too. Like, their team's been very forthcoming. My team is vetting them the fuck out right now and has been for the last week. Thread Guy and Frank, they're going to be on this episode. It's such a weird blend and mash of worlds. No,
It rolled out.
Don't cry, Haley. It's fine. It's all going to be okay. Life is going to be okay. Oh, Haley, no.
Oh, don't do that. Don't stare at me.
No.
You just
You're adorable.
Just give us a minute.
Okay. It's going to be okay.
Well, so basically how this idea got brought to me, it was supposed to be like what they call it, a long-term coin. And the guy that ran the account, he was like, oh, we're going to change like the way everybody thinks of crypto. Crypto is going to be a good place. And I feel really bad for
Don't know. To complain about me doing anything American. Look, this is the only American, like right after this, nothing American.
all the people that got affected by it, and it just didn't go the way I planned. And all the money out of this episode is getting donated to all the animals that have been affected by the fires up here.
And I'll match it. Me, Ricky, I'll match it, whatever. It's really, really important for me to make sure that we address everything and get through all of exactly what happened. I think that it's really, really important at this point to be totally transparent about everything that happened with you and your partners and this launch and in crypto, and what makes this bad and what makes what Iggy Azalea is doing maybe even good, and what makes Trump's doing different, right? I want to get through all that.
Why is he talking about Iggy Azalea? Did she get involved in the story? Oh, honestly, I've forgotten now. I'm quite conflicted with how much I feel like I can really blame her for what's happened. I do think she deserves blame, but I do also believe she's also really young. Like, you gotta think 22 is fucking young. And I'm thinking about what I was like at 22. And I don't think she was a particularly online person before any of this either. And I think a lot of people came to her, and there are a lot of very manipulative people who at this point know what they're doing in the crypto industry in order to manipulate, I guess, who they see as currently very big, famous internet people who are easily manipulated. Possibly, I can see that happening. I'm not saying she's blameless. But I can see that happening. I can see her being manipulated into all of this, just for those reasons. So yeah, it's hard to sort of tell. But yeah, So did she decide to not upload this episode, but then it got leaked on Twitter anyway? I was homophobic when I was 22 and I am gay. Yeah, I mean, that shit happens. I was a fucking idiot when I was 22. Absolute idiot. Crypto experts grill Haley and her lawyer. Haley learns what went wrong. Burning questions. How Haley is going to make things right with the community. What community? The Hulk Turkey community. Okay. She learns about Aiden Ross and streaming. What about Haley learns what went wrong?
Products like these is they can do whatever the fuck they want, right? Like they can change this structure that sounds really pretty and nice and fair and honest. They can change it at will, right?
Especially when they control the coins, they control the keys, yeah.
So 80% of the fucking supply, and then they control all the code and stuff, all these locks that sound great again and fair, and like it's gonna keep her safe. They can just be turned off right before the thing goes, and that's sounds like more or less is what happened. What would you say?
I think with memes, people in the internet like to feel like a ownership of it, and like the community wants to feel like it's organic. And so by having like a pre-sale, it makes it posting the wallet address beforehand, then you just know snipers are gonna like basically get, which I think a sniper made $1 million right when it went live. These were kind of just like really bad practices for like an organic meme coin. And so yeah, I mean that's honestly like it's
those two things specifically. What was the pre-sale structure exactly?
I'm not certain to the structure of the pre-sale. There was a 17% allocation. Most of the pre-sale investors, my understanding is, were based in Asia.
Okay.
And there was again supposed to be a 1 month lock with a 1 year drip after that.
And how much was raised for that 17%?
2.8 million.
I think that's why people were really upset for the most part, Ailey, is that
puts it at like 14, 15.
Yeah, it's like basically when you have a coin where people have a bunch of pre-sale, it means like a bunch of people got this early access to it
that
so
normal people don't have access to.
That normal people don't have access to. And so I think it's less the problem that
this is all going so far over her head.
There's a coin, and more just the way that it was done was really.
And just to articulate to you,
there is like multiple universes between what is being said here and Haley's head.
dude,
Yeah.
that is probably never the way to go. It's just not good for the health of the token. But if ever, you should know exactly who holds this token.
Correct.
Like always, like to have that be like a question mark, and like guys in Asia, it's like they're the ones who control now the destiny of this token.
It's like, who are these guys?
They at any moment upon launch, this thing could rip to fucking $100 million, and then they could all just fucking suck all the liquidity out and send it to zero, and then you're again the face of it, you're the name of it, and then you're left.
Oh, Oh, Brooklyn. Oh. He's clawing my lap. I just realized I never introduced this beer. Compani. Meet the Rambler, a nomadic Nipah. It's a nomadic Nipah, guys. Oh, Brooklyn. It's very nice.
In this situation that you've been in,
So when there's a pre-sale, nobody in the United States can buy that, right? Is that how that works?
I'm not necessarily sure.
I'm sorry, what did she
How
ask?
does that work?
Upon launch, this thing could rip to fucking $100 million, and then they could all just fucking suck all the
crazy.
liquidity out and send it to zero, and then you're again the face of it, you're the name of it, and then you're left in this situation that you've been in.
So when there's a pre-sale, nobody in the United States can buy that, right? Is that how that works?
I'm not necessarily sure.
What? See, she has no idea.
Sure.
How does that work?
Honestly, don't.
I look at
It's all kind of great.
Sounds about
Donald
right,
Trump just
yeah.
dropped a fucking meme coin, so
Yeah.
I don't really. I think we're kind of all in
Yeah.
a situation where we're figuring that stuff
Yeah.
out. I think as a society in real time. It's all. It's
But
all
the
really
pre-sale
gray area.
wasn't made public, right? And so
Yeah,
that is
that's
less
also a
about the
huge
fact
problem.
that there was a pre-sale and more the fact that it was hidden. And I think the biggest thing with like why people were so frustrated is less due to how the price turned out and more because it was very publicly set up like wrong to the people that are really in crypto that do it every day. You could see on like A, B, and C, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong.
And that's why, Haley, the most important thing far and away for people like you and I in a market like crypto is transparency. It means everything. It's like it has to start and stop there.
Oh, but bro, I thought the blockchain was public. I thought the transparency was automatic, bro. I thought these problems didn't exist in the cryptoverse, bro.
Because then at that point, at least something goes wrong. You know what I mean?
It's meant to be a trust-free system, bro. And this is still happening? What?
This is what I knew. This is what happened. And that's why conversations like these are really, really important. I think, again, I said this before, and I'd love to hear your guys' opinion on this. I think generally like crypto Twitter, people who do this at a high level, who do this every day, more or less know what happened because they can go like Frank, again, we're in that back room. He's looking on chain. He sees it. It tells the whole story. That's the beautiful thing about crypto.
Yeah, I found that out later too.
Yeah. So they more or less can see what happened. And then obviously we've seen this story a million fucking times, right?
I'm sorry. What?
And that's why conversations like these are really, really important. I think, again, I said this before, and I'd love to hear your guys' opinion on this. I think generally like crypto Twitter, people who do this at a high level, who do this every day, more or less know what happened because they can go like Frank, again, we're in that back room. He's looking on chain. He sees it. It tells the whole story. That's the beautiful thing about crypto.
The beautiful thing about crypto is that you have to rely on Twitter feeds to tell you what's going on. Yes, guys, that's how we should be running the banking system. Yeah, we have to rely on specific Twitter feeds. Specific, should we call them trusted Twitter feeds? I thought this was a trustless system.
Yeah, I found that out later too.
Yeah. So they more or less can see what happened. And then obviously we've seen this story a million fucking times, right? So we more or less know what happens. The issue for you is the millions and millions of people who farmed views off this and made stories about this and covered it. Your average fan, the average fucking middle America 16-year-old kid who's a fan of you, just sees crypto scam, which is, again,
I'm sorry to have to. There's no easy way to like skip this back. Oh, I can use my arrow keys. Oh wow, Elon. Oh, coder extraordinaire. I can use my arrow keys to skip forward and back.
off this and made stories about this and covered it.
This is a pro Elon stream now.
And millions of people who farmed views off this and made stories about this and covered it. Your average fan, the average fucking middle America 16-year-old kid who's a fan of you.
Average middle America 16-year-old kid who's a fan of Hawk Tour. Is that the Hawk Tour demographic? Middle America 16-year-old kids? I'm not sure. Honestly, I don't know who her demographic is. I really don't know, but I don't think it's that.
view just sees crypto scam, which is again another huge part of the conversation that I'm passionate about, where it's just like crypto already has this bad rap, and it's because of things like this, and it's because the onboarding process is flawed, the barrier to entry is flawed. You probably don't even understand half of what's being talked about right now. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's a real language barrier, and the point is, like, if you have no business in crypto, you probably shouldn't be in crypto. The only thing,
agree.
Your introduction to crypto should have been somebody, a finance guy, telling you it's probably a good idea for you to DCA 20% of your money indefinitely into Bitcoin because it's just a good investment. And then maybe you know what I mean?
What does DCA mean?
It means
Dollar cost average. Yeah.
yeah, it means just like slowly buying or slowly selling.
He just spit out a random like a random acronym at her. Like I didn't even know what that meant.
So it's actually it's the
Buy like $10 a Bitcoin a day type thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the best way that I think that you can acquire.
We in the UK we normally say cost per acquisition, so it's like CPA, not DPA.
An asset like Bitcoin, because it's so volatile. It's 100,000 one day, and then it's 70,000, then it's 120. Right? It's never hit 120, but if you buy it at a consistent basis, you get the average cost of Bitcoin over the span of whatever. But it's like it's things like that. Obviously, if you're that passionate about your team sees an opportunity, that's okay. I mean, we see opportunities every day in crypto, and that's what anybody that's telling you they're not in crypto to make money is fucking lying to you, right? To a degree, some more than others, and some are more likely to fucking not stand on business and fucking do sketchy weird shit, and some are more passionate about the future of the space like us. But if you're gonna do that, if you're someone like Haley Welch and you're gonna do that, you need to like be as careful as you can be, and you need to make sure that the people that you're doing this with are like people you can really, really trust and qualified to do it.
Wiz Khalifa told me not to ever put your name on something you don't fully understand.
It's a really, really awesome piece of advice.
Advice from Wiz Khalifa. Yeah. Just like, if you're going to take advice from anyone, take it from Wiz Khalifa.
I agree with
that
him.
was on this show. There's like a clip of that.
Yep.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, that's a real clip. That's a great piece of advice.
What's the best piece of advice you'd give to Haley?
Just like make sure that you like clear everything. That's like
Why she got an MPK Mini on her lap? Was she playing songs?
being done in your name.
I used to sell those. MPK Mini. Little 32 key keyboard. It's got a few pads on it as well for tapping out beats. It's a good little cheap MIDI keyboard, guys.
Like, make sure you like it. Like, don't let it get crazy. Don't let it get out of fucking whack to the point where it's like, yo, I wouldn't even fucking done that shit.
Yeah.
And it sucks. It sucks that you're having to learn this the hard way, right? But
I feel like I needed to though.
That's
kind of
great.
opened my eyes a lot.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly how I was introduced to crypto to begin. I can't talk too much about it or names, whatever. But I was introduced to crypto through something very, very similar. A deal came through the Phase pipeline, my company that's existed for over a decade. We were public at one point, came through the sales team, and a talent manager brought me this deal that for me, by every measure of my expertise and my perspective on my whole career and how it came up, this was a fucking great deal. This product came to me and said, we want you to be a spokesperson for our product. It's X, Y, and Z. It's in crypto, this cool new technology. And they like you. They like your name. They want you to do basically more or less an ad read every 2 weeks, and they'll pay you $100,000 a year salary. I'm like, what? Bet. That's a great deal. And also they'll give you whatever it was. I'm making this figure up, but $50,000 in tokens, whatever. I didn't know what that meant. In one ear, out the other. Could give a fuck less about that. $100K a year? Bet. That's awesome. And then upon announcing this and upon me talking about it, they used that moment as exit liquidity. They used my face as exit liquidity. At that point, I got flooded with comments. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? Probably similar, definitely not as severe as your experience and whatever happened. And this was during a different time. This is 2020. I mean, your whole fucking timeline in 2020 was Kim Kardashian and Jake Paul and Mayweather and everybody, because this market took advantage of the fact that our market had so much influence and we had so many eyeballs and such a big audience, but we knew nothing about it, right? So very easy to manipulate us, take advantage of us.
Yeah. Is there any other good bits to actually fucking watch? Oh, Brooklyn, please stop clawing my lap. How Haley is going to make things right with the community.
The thing about it is, like crypto isn't going to go away. It's only going to get bigger.
Yeah.
And it might feel like intimidating to you because of how you were sort of brought onto it. But I think that there is an outcome sort of similar to the bank story where it's like you have this really negative entrance to the thing. And then little by little, you spend time, focus on trying to just piece together as much knowledge as I can around this space. And I think, I still think there's some level of vindication to this. Like, I don't know, do you want to talk about what, I don't want to put you on the spot to it, but like, do you want to talk about the idea just to throw it out there on the pod?
We were talking about, I think if you took all of the money that you made from the deal, whatever, and just like bought back the coin and then locked it up, I feel like that's a very like clear action that you can make, back to the community. And I think that would just like stamp it and the community can run with it. So that's like the idea that we were talking about.
As far as narrative goes in a
Basically, just give everybody their money back is what he's saying.
gesture, I mean, you just fucking nailed that, by the way. And that would be, you mentioned it earlier, 125,000 plus 100,000, or what did I hear?
Yeah. So
how much total money has been received due to this?
125,000 has
Been received. Yeah. Basically what Frank just said in normal people terms is you take every dollar that you made on this and you mark it by this token and you lock it up. You walk away from it. You don't ever see that money. You can never touch it again. And you say, I'm not going to talk about this every day, whatever, but I'm going to stand on business. I put my face on this. I'm accepting the responsibility that this happened. And hopefully, everybody is made whole at some point where you guys do what you want with this at this point. This is me kind of like, you know what I mean? And what that does is it kind of shows your intentions, right? Like I just want to do right by this and everybody who participated in this, etc.
I know you probably feel weird because like I'm sure people said some
And then what? She gives everybody their money back. And then what?
nasty things to you, and you're like, what is this? Who are these people? What is this space? Like,
well, Haley, I'm not going to sugarcoat it too. Listen, I know I'm sucking my own dick right now, but I think as far as like people who come from our industry, I think I move close to the best. I get comments pretty much on a daily basis calling me a fucking scammer, etc., etc. There was another situation that happened inside FaZe. It's fucking so annoying, but a group of members launched a token that was like a charity, like had this like charity spin and narrative. It's like one of the most crazy things that ever happened in crypto. They all had to get kicked. I had to fucking talk to you think Coffeezilla is scary? I had to talk to this man every fucking day for like 2 weeks and basically vindicate myself because there's all this speculation. Banks is a crypto guy. He obviously had to have something to do with it. I had to fucking basically open my books.
Let's check this bit out.
Game Time's more loyal than most of y'all's mans out here.
Yeah, some of those guys just leave it the first.
No. She put a sponsor in this episode. No, she did not. Oh, girl.
Opportunity.
Oh, girl. She gotta pay them back somehow.
Today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. What time is it?
Game time.
All right, Mrs. Haley. This is Thread Guy, the guy I was telling you about, the streamer guy.
Thread.
Hi, Haley. Thanks for having us.
Well, of course.
And then this is Frank Degots.
Hey, Haley.
Frank Degots.
This apology video is sponsored by Rocket Money. Have you been scammed recently and you need to cancel some of your subscriptions because you can't afford your bills anymore? Well, Rocket Money can help you with that.
That's it, yeah.
In the merch too.
Yeah, I got the merch on.
I love it.
To shout out.
These are 2 of 10 of my little crypto nerds, I call them, and these guys do this at the highest level, and they're gonna help us through this conversation. And you have with us, he's off camera, but do you want to introduce?
I have my lawyer here too.
What's your name?
Christian Barker.
Christian Barker. Okay, cool. How did this all happen?
So
Explain.
This idea got brought to me like months ago, and I was kind of, I don't want to do that. I don't know anything about it, and I've never heard the space is a good place to be. So I was like, I don't know about it. Which we trusted the guy that come to us. He was a friend of, I don't know, a friend of a friend, I guess you can put him. That was my biggest mistake.
Yeah,
I probably should have looked into him.
We heard a little bit about him. Apparently, he had like a pretty strong network in LA and kind of used that as leverage to, give himself a vouch. And I think the guy probably more or less overstated his qualifications in.
Wasn't the guy like who was behind the whole thing like someone's son? Like, this is from memory. Was he someone's son? Like, he was a nepo baby, I'm sure, and he had like loads of connections to like celebrities and shit. This is from memory. I can't remember.
In executing something like this, fair to say.
Yes, which is usually the case.
Yeah, that's 99% of the time. What happened after that?
Well, really, everything went good, and then I noticed, like, the day of the launch, he was, like, a little weird about it. Like, he was pacing around on the porch, and I don't know, it just makes you suspicious. And then we finished the podcast that day, and then I ended up going in that room over there to get on that live, where I was, like, scripted to say this, that, and the other, but put it in my own words. So I done that, and then that's when you got on, and you were asking him questions, and he couldn't answer them. So I was like, okay, something's wrong. He can't answer a simple question. And then
Howie Mandel's son. Is that the one? Howie Mandel. Son-in-law. Howie Mandel's son-in-law was one of the guys behind Hawk Tour Crypto. Fucking Howie Mandel's son-in-law.
Coffeezilla got on there. That scary guy. Let me tell you, don't ever want to have a conversation with him.
Coffeezilla is a scary guy. I don't think he's that scary. He's actually a very unscary guy, I think.
We're a little bit more charitable than Coffee. I think Coffee kind of has a little bit of disdain for crypto in general. Us on the other.
I think Coffeezilla is very charitable. Even for like what he does, he's very charitable. Because he's like a journalist and he has to like because he puts himself in the position where he could be potentially sued by lots of very rich people at all times. He's very, very, very careful. Very careful about what he says. And that is charitable. He's not going to take what anybody says in bad faith and then report that, because then that puts him in the firing line for like multiple lawsuits. So he takes everything everybody does in good faith, and he's very charitable, I would say.
On the other hand, we live and breathe it every day. We want to see crypto succeed. We do it every single day. But Coffee definitely, like, you know what I mean? He's definitely asking the right questions. It's the way that he asks them, maybe. Is why you guys can't really like find a spot to like talk or have like any sort of conversation with you.
Right, I'm gonna pour another beer. I have one. Right, I'm gonna pick up this light. Look at this. Look at this. I'm gonna have to unplug it. Big Popper. Look at that. Big Popper. New England IPA. 6%. Bloody hell. We're getting on it with the strong ones tonight, guys.
Each other, but we actually did talk to him. We had a conversation with him, and he gave us some broad questions to share and ask you. They're good questions.
Oh, that scares me if they come from him.
No, don't worry about it. Don't be scared.
He's such a scary guy.
Coffee is a little scary, but it's okay.
He means well, though.
This whole thing is a little scary. Yeah. At the end of the day, he wants to he just wants to see people move the right way. And again, that's the difference between you, Iggy, Trump, is they just simply did it the right way. There's a whole set of standards and rules that this market follows, and an etiquette that people, respect.
Trump did a crypto pump and dump the right way, did he? Because there are ways to do it correctly, of course. Of course, because there's a full like fucking roadmap with the Trump coin, yeah, sure, and with Iggy Azalea's, yeah, sure. I don't even know what the fuck happened with Iggy Azalea.
And it's just, that's what it is, right?
Well, see, that's how it got brought to me. It was supposed to be done the right way. Like, it was going to be good. Like, half the money, it was supposed to go, like, into my charity. That's really why I agreed to do it. Just for the simple fact, putting money into that. It was a way to, like, get all my community gathered up together. It was just, I don't know. It was brought to me in, like, a positive way. Like, it was going to be something good and long-term, but it didn't go that route at all. So it was like 100%, a smack in the face.
100% of the time, the pitch is always going to be positive. It's we're the right guys, we're the ones, et cetera, et cetera. Again, that's what I think that's why we're here. Thread, Frank, maybe introduce yourselves and give your
Yeah. Hey Frank, I've been in crypto for like 4 years. I guess do we just go to the questions first, or
yeah, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Like natural
how much
conversation.
did they offer you?
So this bit is called Crypto Experts Grill Haley and her lawyer. Okay.
Money up front. This is what I think the internet always wants to know is like, do they offer you money up front, part of the tokens? Like, how did that work? Like,
So the deal, I can speak to that. So the deal that she did was like a brand image likeness deal where they paid her $125,000 up front. They were supposed to pay her $200,000 after the launch of the coin within 30 days. She was supposed to have full transparency to tokenomics and everything going on, which
She was supposed to have full transparency because she definitely would have known what she was looking at when presented with one of those fucking what's the software called again where you look at all the graphs, like coin decks or something. What's it called?
they did stay in communication about it, but it just was an ever-evolving game plan, essentially. So back-end participation was to always be mutually agreed, and what they had agreed on in the tokenomics was there was a 10% allocation of the token that would be on a 1-year lock and then a 3-year drip after that.
Yeah, 125K going to her, like, compared to the people who made money out of this, to be fair, is fuck all. Is fuck all.
Of that 10%, half of that was supposed to go to the company that created the project and half was to go to her. So out of 100% of the token, she would have had 5% at the end. Obviously, she has lawyer, manager, business manager, so even that 5% would have been cut down by over a quarter due to people that she has to pay out on her non-crypto.
So all the structure you just described, what happened to all that?
It's not like it has dissolved. That on launch, 3% of the token was made available for public trading.
It's depressing that, like, there has to be lawyers now that have to know all of this, how crypto schemes work. It's depressing how lawyers' times are being taken up by all of this shit. And it probably makes them even more busy than they were before, and they're putting up their prices even more. Not that, like, the fucking fees that lawyers charge in general aren't a fucking scam in the first place anyway.
A lot of this information we found out since the launch, we as in Haley's internal non-crypto team, but 17% was given to pre-sale investors, 2/3 of which approximately sold the day of launch. So there is 20% in circulation.
And just to be clear about where you kind of jumped into this, you were telling us in the back room that this kind of all was happening even without you really knowing or having view on any of it until post. You know, you're handling the cleanup and trying to protect Haley and trying to do right by Haley now, but you didn't have the opportunity to, like.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
I negotiated the contract with the company. We have, like, accounting transparency rules and requirements that I added to the contract.
Have you not gone pee yet? You must be very tuned into my bladder, because I am starting to need to pee. But I am surprised I actually haven't been yet.
SEC compliance requirements I added into the contract that they would have to do as project manager. And so we continue to inquire all along the process about the tokenomics. It was kind of a shifting narrative and explanation of tokenomics. The most recent tokenomics that were given to us prior to the launch had the pre-sale investors being on a 1-month lock with a 1-year drip after that. That's pretty obvious on chain that didn't happen. But 80% of the supply is still in control. The dev still controls 80%.
And who are they?
I do not know who the dev is. That was never disclosed to us. All I know is there's...
Guys, crypto, completely open, trustless. You always know what's going on, man. You always know what's going on, yeah.
Gentleman that's...
So see, the problem with the developing side of, like, projects like these and products like these is they can do whatever the fuck they want, right?
It's all on the chain, man. You can see everything that's going on. No more scams, nothing, bro.
They can change this structure that sounds really pretty and nice and fair and honest. They can change it at will, right?
Especially when they control the coins, they control the keys.
So 80% of the fucking supply, and then they control all the code and stuff, all these locks that sound great again and fair, and like
It's all on the chain, man. You can see everything that's going on. You don't have to worry about a trustless system, man.
So who controlled 80% of the supply? We don't know. We've never found that out, and I'm the lawyer.
it's going to keep her safe. They can just be turned off right before the thing goes, and that's sounds like more or less is what happened. What would you say?
I think with memes, people in the internet like to feel like a ownership of it, and like the community wants to feel like it's organic. And so by having like a pre-sale, it makes it posting the wallet address beforehand, then you just know snipers are gonna like basically get, which I think a sniper made $1 million right when it went live. These were kind of just like really bad practices for like an organic meme coin.
Anyway, that's enough of that. I will have a pee, and then we will look at some UK shit. Okay? We will look at some UK shit. Oh, pardon me. It's piss time. It is piss time. Mooncoin, on the other hand, is an investment. Mooncoin to the moon, literally to the moon. Mooncoin is the only one going to the moon. And by moon, I mean me. Obviously. Okay. I'm going to have to eject a cat from my lap right now. This is the worst transgression ever in cat ownershipdom. It is the worst. But I'm going to have to do it because I need to pee. There's no other way around it.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk 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 right now.
You only get one shot.
I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it.
All right, that's enough of that. I should probably. Shall we like post? Shall we post that we're online? Shall we post that we're online? Should we actually like do a bit of social media today? Why not? Let's actually do social media today. Why not? Why not? Why not? Piss coin is an actual coin already, currently at 0.0000058 cents per piss. Nice. Okay. What else are we talking about? Okay. We are live. Oh, why are there balloons? There's balloons. That's never happened before. Don't know where those balloons came from, but we're live. And I'm about to start talking about the UK shit that's going on, the Lucy Letby updates, and some other stuff. And we're gonna carry on watching a video where two bozos debunk my evolutionary psychology video, and I'm gonna be pouring beers and talking about the beers that I have, because I've had my beer 52 delivery and I'm enjoying my new beers. Okay, alright, tune in if you want. Alright. Was that cringe enough? Was that cringe enough? There was the balloons came up. Can you see that? Freaking balloons came up. Silly. I don't know what's going on. Why did balloons come up? Twitch.tv/Mooncat music. Twitch.tv, or if you want to watch on YouTube, it is Mooncat After Dark. In it. Like Hollyoaks, do you get it? Like Hollyoaks, yeah, half of you probably don't get that reference, but you know, that's where it comes from. Mooncat After Dark. There we go! Alright, we're done. Nope. Oh man, loads of people are doing that trend. If I could meet myself, if I could meet my younger self for coffee, what would I tell her? What would I tell her? And then there's like loads of emotional music. What would I tell my younger self if I met her for coffee? Why am I suddenly from Birmingham? If I met my younger self for coffee, what would I tell her? I'd say, why are you a brummie? Why are you suddenly a brummie? Alright. Shall we blue sky? Shall we skeet? We should probably skeet as well. But what are we? So like, let's take a screenshot of what we're talking about.
After the trial.
and then we can let's take a little screenshot and be like, and then we'll like skeet and we'll pretend through the screenshot that we're having an amazing time. Oh, I need to pour out more beer. Skate, 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 skate. Right, I need to get a screenshot going. Oh, I always forget what the what the what do you call this? The shortcut is. Okay, right. We got it. We got it. We got it. If you want to be on the screenshot on the skeet, then you're gonna have to chat now, okay? Or forever hold your peace. All right, it's done. I always forget what the shortcut is to take a screenshot. See, there's a slight delay in chat, so okay, if we do it again. And now all of you guys who wanted to be in the screenshot, now you're in it. You're in it now. You're in it. There is a delay, yeah. Right. Okay, so I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna skeet that. What was I saying? Yeah, I forget what the shortcut is for screenshot because I have a Mac, but I have a Windows keyboard plugged into the Mac because I'm stupid. And like I've set this up so it's like the best version I can get it with, like, you know, the control and the shift and the alt and the Windows button. So like there's a Windows button that it's plugged into a Mac. So like I always forget because it's different, because I also use a MacBook and like the shortcuts are different on the MacBook to what they are in here. And like the amount of years that I've been using both of this Mac Mini with the Windows keyboard plugged into it and my MacBook, I've still like never my brain's never got round the different things that I have to press for a screenshot on, but my brain's never got round it. And then I like every single time I like press the wrong fucking one. Anyway, we're skeeting, guys. We did it and we're skeeting. Press controls, print skeet. It absolutely does keep the mind nimble. Yes, I like to make things difficult for myself. I'll put both links in twitch.tv or if you really want, youtube.com/Mooncat After Dark. That's not the URL, is it? That's not the URL, is it? Hang on. Is it? No. youtube.com/ You have to put the @ in, don't you? You have to put the @ in. And now, because I have a Windows computer, a Windows keyboard plugged in, I have to remember where the @ is. Ah, shit. Where is it again? @ Why don't we just Google @ and then copy and paste it from the Google result? That's what I'm gonna do. Right, so I think that is it. That's the one. That's the one. Live right now. I'm struggling, but we'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually. Bozos debunk my evolutionary psychology video. Lucy Letby. Crazy updates. Woo! Woo! All right, we're skating. We're skating. We're skating. That's all I need to write, isn't it? Live right now. Yeah, that's all I need to write. Skeet. We're fucking skating. Skate, skate. Skate, skate, motherfucker. Ah, skate, skate, goddamn. Oh, skate, skate, motherfucker. Ah, skate, skate, goddamn. This is me on Blue Sky. Follow me on Blue Sky, guys. I'm Mooncat Music. Pretty sure if you just type, I think if you just type that in, mooncatmusic.bsky.social, it just comes up, right? I still have to get the hang out of how this works. Like that is a URL in itself, right? How does all of this work? I don't know, but it does. It works somehow. Like it, share it. Like it, share it, do all the shit. All right.
After the trial and the verdicts, the questions about Lucy Letby, the nurse found guilty of murdering babies, about the evidence, the experts and statistics have not stopped. It's been the opposite. And so today, in front of cameras from across the globe, alongside Lucy Letby's defence barrister, was the MP, Sir David Davis.
And put right what I think, anyway, is one of the major mistakes.
Sir David Davis. So he's a backbencher Tory MP. He's like a Tory guy. He was very pro Brexit. He annoyingly has been extremely based when it's come to Lucy Letby, the most based politician in the UK. He's been extremely based about this, and to be honest, he's been annoyingly based about a few things recently. I'm like, what? Why am I agreeing with David Davis on so many things right now? What's going on? It's not like that meme anymore with the you know, the Onion article that's like worst guy is right. What's that Onion article? With like worst guy on earth is right about one thing. Like, it's not that anymore. He's right about a few things. He's right about a few things. He's right about this. He's exactly right about all of the like pitfalls in the justice system that have led to all of this, and how expert witnesses should be used in the justice system. But also, he's been talking a lot recently about the use of AI in Parliament, and because Keir Starmer seems to be like really pro using AI in Parliament, i.e. using AI to like make policies. And David Davis is coming forward and being like, we shouldn't do this because we can't hold AI accountable. And I agree with him. Why am I agreeing with the fucking backbencher Tory and not with the Labour politician on this? He's absolutely right. We can't hold AI responsible, so it shouldn't be fucking making policies in Parliament. And like, also, what else? Also, he's been talking about Shamima Begum recently. Begum, I don't know how to say her name, to be honest. Shamima Begum. She is a young girl. I don't know how old she is now. Shamima Begum. She's 25 now, but basically she got recruited by ISIS when she was like 14, very young. And she was basically sex trafficked by ISIS when she was extremely young. And she had multiple babies with an ISIS member. And basically she got brainwashed by ISIS. And she's like tried to come back to the UK. And like there's loads of people in the UK who are like, we shouldn't let her back in because she's joined ISIS. Like obviously she was brainwashed by them. She was so fucking young. And like she's our responsibility because she was born in our country and we should take her back and deal with her ourselves but like there's loads of people like, oh no, like she should stay there because she like believes in ISIS now. It's like, no, obviously like she was completely brainwashed by these guys. And David Davis is one of the people who's saying we should take her back because she's our responsibility and we should deal with her because she's our responsibility, which I absolutely agree with. What? Why does he keep being so based? He's a fucking shit Tory. Anyway.
Injustice in modern times.
And 2 neonatologists who are part of a panel of international medical experts. They've put together what they say is an impartial, evidence-based report on the case. And this is their conclusion.
In summary, ladies and gentlemen, we did not find any murders. In all cases, death or injury were due to natural causes or just bad medical care.
During one of the longest murder trials in British legal history, the jury was told about the events inside this hospital and the deaths of babies who Lucy Letby had been caring for on the neonatal unit. Medical experts gave evidence for the prosecution, saying they believed babies had been deliberately harmed, that different methods had been used, including insulin and injecting air into IV tubes to cause a deadly air embolus. The jury was told other experts disagreed, but those experts weren't called by the defence to give evidence in court. The doctor saying today that he doesn't believe Lucy Letby murdered any babies is known for his research on air embolus. In fact, his research was significant in the prosecution's case, but he claims the evidence actually points away from air embolus.
Yeah, so like this is Dr. Shu Lee. He is Canadian, I believe. I believe he's actually like Canadian citizenship. He came from Canada. He paid for his own flight from Canada to the UK. And he's doing this completely pro bono because he feels so strongly about this case. And so is her new barrister, who's sat to the left of David Davis here. Like, they feel so strongly that this is a miscarriage of justice that basically, like, they're willing to do work for free. Like, he is retired, to be fair, and he was probably paid very well, so he's got the money to do it. But, you know, it's like that says something, that he's willing to, like, spend his own money to, like, do all of this. Like, he obviously cares about it, and he basically he brought together this panel of 14 neonatology experts, like, who are the top of their field from all around the world, to look at the notes, the medical notes of all of these babies that died, all of them. And all of these notes were sort of compiled and put together in a report. And they were, like, all of these neonatology experts were basically told, whatever you find, whether it looks suspicious or not suspicious, you write it in this report and we'll compile it all. And basically the entire report was written up, and basically there are very legitimate alternative explanations for all of the babies' deaths, which come down to natural deaths and or NHS negligence, because obviously sometimes it can be a bit of both. Like it's a bit like, you know, what can you call natural and what can you call the NHS not doing its job properly. There's a little bit of there's a percentage of a bit of one and a percentage of a bit of another in some cases, obviously. But what basically all of these experts found was it was a bit of a mix of NHS negligence and natural causes. Like basically, like if the NHS was better funded and it had done its job properly, in most of these cases, these babies could have survived. But instead, they've all been blamed on one woman.
Pointing instead, he says, to factors like treatment delays and medical mistakes.
They were caring for babies that were probably beyond their expected ability or designated level of care. There were unsafe delays in diagnosis and treatment of acutely ill patients. There were poor skills at resuscitation and intubation. There was poor supervision of junior doctors in procedures like intubation. There were poor skills in basic medical procedures like insertion of chest tubes.
What we have shown is
like, just a reminder, this is one of the worst performing neonatal wards in the UK. It just the year before all of this happened, it was rated the worst performing neonatal ward in the UK. The worst performing.
Basic medical procedures like insertion of chest tubes.
What we have shown is, as Professor Lee has outlined to you, that there were plausible reasons, very, very plausible reasons for these babies' deaths. There was a combination of babies being in the wrong place, delivered in the wrong place, delayed diagnosis, and inappropriate or absent treatment.
Those factors were raised in the court case.
Yeah, that's another thing that they really didn't make clear in the court case, is how vulnerable neonatal babies are. Like, it's hard to explain, but neonatal babies, like when you give birth to a baby before it gets to term, basically like a baby in their mother's womb is relying on their mother's immune system to protect itself from infections and things like that. So when they come out of the womb before they're ready, they're very, very susceptible to outside pathogens, like anything that might be going on in the surrounding environment. They're much more susceptible to that. And there is research showing that the earlier a baby has been born, like the more premature a baby has been born, it sort of is exponentially more susceptible to pathogens in its environment. So basically, when you have a preterm baby, you have to basically keep it in a very, very, very isolated environment. And there were so many problems at that ward. For a start, it was built in the 70s before we knew very much about pathogens. So all of the babies were far too close together. So if one of them caught some kind of infection, then it was too easily passed on to another baby in the ward, for a start. And another thing's come out since the trial that the jury never heard about was there was a specific bacteria in the ward called Pseudomonas, which has actually led to the death of not only babies but full-grown adults before. There was that specific bacteria going around in the ward literally just before all of this shit happened. The jury never heard about that. They never heard about that. But like they heard from a plumber who was saying that there was shit coming back up through the sink plug holes, which there was. There was shit coming back up through the sink plug holes. And basically the point of bringing that plumber to the trial was to say to the jury, look, this could have been a pathogen, which it most likely was, right? But what do we know? What do we know from COVID, right? People don't fucking believe a thing is happening unless they can literally see it happening in front of their fucking noses. They don't believe pathogens exist. Like COVID, what's that? It's just like the flu, isn't it? That doesn't do anything. People don't believe it like that shit happens. They just don't believe it. Anyway, so like this is the whole issue with like using expert witnesses in criminal trials. Like you can't expect to like give loads of technical scientific explanations to a jury, a layman jury, and then have another expert for the other side give a completely different scientific explanation for things, and expect the jury to be able to like make a scientific decision on who they think knows more or is more in the right out of these two experts. Like, that's not how the scientific process works. And like, yet, this is how our justice system works. That makes zero sense.
The barrister who represented Lucy Letby at the time argued at the trial and in the Court of Appeal that the nurse was scapegoated for substandard care. The Court of Appeal also heard the arguments over air embolus before ruling against Lucy Letby, while Cheshire Police say their investigation remains open and active. In the eyes of the law, Lucy Letby is guilty, serving a whole life sentence for murdering 7 babies.
Arrested in her pajamas. The amount of times I've seen this same footage over and over again as B-roll for every fucking video I've watched.
Babies and trying to murder 7 others. Today, though, her new legal team took a next legal step in their efforts to change that with a formal application to the Criminal Cases Review Commission, the CCRC, which has said work has begun on assessing her case.
Well, a short time ago, I spoke to the MP, Sir David Davis, a prominent member of the campaign to have Lucy Letby's conviction reconsidered. I asked him what effect, if any, the intervention from these medical experts today may have.
Casey Anthony moment. Like, honestly, learning about this case and learning about how the justice system works has, like, literally thrown a spanner into the works of the way that I've seen like every like true crime case work out. Like the way in which you think that you see the full story of a criminal case. You know, like if you're watching a fucking true crime YouTuber and they're telling the story about how a case played out in court, you're not seeing the full picture because you might think that, you know, like, why was this even taken to court? It's so obvious that the guy's guilty. When you actually, like, if you actually look at things through a completely, like, two sides, unbiased lens for most court cases, it's actually not so cut and dry for, like, so many cases. It's really not. It's not. And like the way that a jury has to go through all of the evidence in a case, and like to think that, like, if you ever got in that position yourself where you were where you were arrested and you were under investigation for a crime that you didn't commit, and your destiny was down to 12 people that you'd never met before. That's basically a lottery, you know? your destiny is basically down to like the personal life experiences of 12 people, because the way that they see things and the ways in which they weigh different elements of the evidence is going to be completely down to that juror's personal experience and their personal bias. So it's basically a lottery between who those 12 jurors are that you get given for that case. Which is very flawed, but also is the best system that we've ever come up with. So, yeah, that's worrying.
Well, firstly, I hope it's persuasive. I mean, these are some of the most, more than a dozen of the most expert, most authoritative experts in the world in a whole range of things, from neonatal studies through to forensics.
I'm doing jury service in March. Any tips? I've never been on jury service myself. I would be interested to be on jury service, but I've never been called for it. Any tips? I don't know. Be very open-minded. I think, like, a very flawed way in which criminal trials happen is what they will generally do is lay out the prosecution case first, and then the defense case has to say why this might potentially not be true. But like, if you're like convinced by the prosecution case, then that comes first, and like that can like instill you with bias just because it came first. And also, if you're very personally affected by whatever's going on, say, you know, maybe it's a sexual assault trial and you've been personally affected by it in any way, then that can affect the way that you see things. But sometimes rape trials go ahead and sometimes the person is not guilty. And you kind of have to try and like separate yourself from that. But like, as a human being, it's like impossible to separate yourself from your own experiences, because that's how you've learned to do things. That's how you've learned to be a human being. So like, in a way, it's impossible. But yeah, I don't know. My only tip is try not to be biased, but you will be, because you're a human being.
And they've come to pretty much a unanimous set of conclusions as to what actually happened to the children at the Countess Chester Hospital, and in essence have said there were no murders. There were a lot of deaths from natural causes, sometimes exacerbated or accelerated by suboptimal care.
But for this case, to go back to
this little smoke, I'm wondering what this smoke is here. It's making me think that he's got like a cigar that's just resting in a resting in an ashtray down here.
There were no murders. There were a lot of deaths from natural causes, sometimes exacerbated or accelerated by suboptimal care.
But for this case, to go back to the Court of Appeal, the Criminal Cases Review Commission need to have new evidence, don't they? And was there new evidence today?
Well, really? Yeah, this was new in the sense it was a proper interpretation of the case notes of all of these children, something which, frankly, the jury has not seen before.
So yeah, basically, yeah, it's a proposed solution that you should instead have juries made up of experts. But that gives birth to a whole other problem, which is you're supposed to be judged by a jury of 12 people who are your peers. You're supposed to be judged by your peers. You're supposed to be judged by people who are not seen as above you in any way. And if in the judicial system there were like supposed experts who were like taught how to be unbiased in certain ways, they would be seen as above you in some way. And like, that's the only way that I see, that's the only reason that I see the justice system, the jury system, as a good thing is because the jurors are supposedly not above you in any way. They are your equals and they are deciding your fate. But it has been suggested that instead of having just your equals, just a load of regular guys on the jury, it should be people who have actually been trained to be unbiased. But that's what judges are supposed to be, right? So there are different judicial systems that happen mostly in Europe that are different from the UK and America and Canada. So like basically in the UK and generally all of the Commonwealth countries and America, we have an adversarial justice system, which means that we have, a barrister for the CPS for the state who says, you've broken the law because blah, 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 blah. Here's the evidence. And then there'll be a barrister for the defense who is representing the citizen. And they're saying, actually, no, I didn't break the law because blah, 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 blah. Whereas in an inquisitorial system, which is what a lot of European countries follow, basically they won't have a jury. They will just have a judge who listens to lots of experts, and basically they'll have like a panel of judges, I believe. Normally they won't just have one judge. Normally they'll have a panel of judges who are people who are sort of trained to be not biased in any way. But the problem with that is they're humans and they will be biased. So, and that if of any situation where a judge has made a decision and that's come across as a very bad decision to a lot of people, you'll know that even judges, Supreme Court judges, they are extremely biased, even though they're supposed to not be. So there are major flaws in the inquisitorial system as well. So it's not better. I am not of the opinion that the inquisitorial system is better, but I think we can learn from it. I think both systems could actually learn from each other, personally. I think there are flaws in both systems and there are benefits to both systems.
This is plainly an injustice. It's very clear from what these experts say. I mean, I'm not a medical expert. What these experts say, that there was no murder, that there was a dramatic increase in the number of deaths, but there were other causes for that, not Lucy Letby.
I suppose our viewers may well be wondering the perfectly obvious question: why wasn't this sort of evidence presented by Lucy Letby's defense team during her trials?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean,
oh, well, I've got a theory, which I will get to, but I do need to pee. Oh, we've already got the piss open. We've got the piss open. So that's fine, and I will be right back.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making hits.
I like to move it, move it. 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 You like to move it.
All right, let's carry on. So, David Davis was saying, I don't know why Lucy Letby's lawyers did not call any expert witnesses, any expert medical witnesses to her defense during the trial. Now, this has been an extremely contentious subject throughout the whole thing, because basically there was an expert witness for the prosecution, Dr. Dowie Evans, who basically said, we have a beer called, this is not what he said. He wasn't drinking beer during the court case. This one's called Bird Brewery, Kiewitt's Bloem, has pale ale 4.5%. So, Dr. Dowie Evans said during the case, "Hey, 1999. Why did you keep that 1 cent for yourself, REC? Why $1999? What about that cent, bro? What about that cent?" But yes, I will be president one day. I don't know how, because I wasn't born in America, but I will be president one day. So, the prosecution had, good head. The prosecution had Dr. Dowie Evans, who is a neonatologist. But the defense called no experts. Now, this has been a very contentious subject because nobody knows why her defense lawyer didn't call any medical experts to her defense. Nobody knows why, because her defense lawyer, who was at the original trial, that's different from the barrister who's representing her now. She's now got a new barrister who is different from the barrister who represented her in her original trial. Her original barrister has not once talked to anybody in the press, but neither has the prosecution barrister. Now, I believe this is quite different. Like, UK barristers, British barristers, I believe are quite different to how barristers act in the US. In the US, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I get the impression that barristers, like lawyers who act for clients in the US, like your high profile court cases are very sort of like televised, and there's a huge, like if it's a high profile case, there's a huge media circus around everything that happens, and both of the lawyers are talking to the press like, I did this in the case because A, B, and C, and you know, the defense lawyers probably talking to the press as well, going, I did this for my client because A, B, and C, and it's beneficial for them because it you know, catapults their career further if they look good in the press. Whereas I feel like in the UK, it's very different from that, and our highest, most prestigious lawyers in the UK are actually opposite from that, and they refuse to talk to the press. They will actively avoid it. So basically, in her original trial, the prosecution barrister obviously was paid for by the state, and so was her barrister, the defense barrister. and they were both like silk. They had their silks. They were both KCs, the absolute creme de la creme of lawyers on both sides. Like, they both, like, there was top of the field, right? But neither of them will talk to the press. Neither of them will say why they did a certain thing in the trial or why they didn't. Okay, so like literally we're all sitting there wondering why certain things happened in the trial and why they didn't, because neither of them will talk. And we're all wondering why her defense barrister didn't call a single medical lawyer, a single medical expert to the defense of her, because that could have worked really well. To everybody outside of the case, everyone's thinking, well, why the hell didn't he? Like, surely that would have planted some doubt in jurors' minds as to why these kids died. Because all they've got in their minds is what the prosecution expert witnesses said, which is, she definitely killed these babies because I saw this in their blood, or I saw this air bubble in their x-ray, blah, 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 blah. That's all the jurors are seeing. And what they're not seeing is anyone on the defense side saying, oh, well, actually, it might not have been because somebody injected air into this baby. It might actually have been because of this medical condition that is not suspicious at all, and like actually is very natural. But the defense lawyer never called up anybody to say that, even though he had a doctor who had written up an entire report which was explaining why some of these deaths might have been natural. He never called him to the witness box. And the question on everybody's lips is, why this defense barrister never called that guy to the witness box? Everybody's wondering why he didn't do that. And like, if you're American, you might be thinking, why the fuck is this defense barrister not telling anybody why he did this? Well, this seems to be how it works in the UK. No fucking barrister will talk to the press. There's this whole sort of idea that you should just let the courts deal with everything. You should not let anything happen within the public court of opinion. You should not ever let anything happen like that. What you should do is let the courts decide. You should let the courts deal with everything. And talking to the press, that's going to undermine your like air of professionality, I guess, in your profession as a lawyer. Anyway, so her defense lawyer has never said why he didn't call the medical expert up to the stand. I have my own theory, though, as to why. I have my own theory. And I think it's because he was trying to play the system a little bit. And I think that he was trying to bypass the jury by basically trying to show, like, so when he cross-examined the prosecution expert witness, who was very dogmatic and very biased against her, when he cross-examined him, he was basically trying to show that his evidence was very, very, very biased. But I think he was trying to show that to the judge more than the jury. And then basically at, half time, or you know what I mean, after the prosecution had laid out their case, before the defense case went ahead, he submitted a no case to answer to the judge, which basically means the defense barrister can go up to the judge and say, look, this case is so shoddy, it's so shoddy that the evidence is too poor for me to even build up an Potential case in defense against it because it's so poor. As a defense barrister, you can do that. You can say to the judge at halftime, basically, this case is so shoddy that I think you should just shut it down right now. And that's what he tried. That's what he tried before he even got to the whole defense part of the case. That's what he tried. But the judge shut him down, and he basically said, no, actually, I think there is enough evidence here against her. I trust this prosecution expert witness's case, and I think we should carry on with the court case. And I don't think that's how her lawyer wanted it to go down. I think that her lawyer thought that the judge would agree with him at that point. And then after the judge didn't accept the no case to answer bid at half time, I think what he thought after that was, my only path from now on is appeal. So the reason that he didn't call his own medical doctor, his own medical expert witness, is because if he then went to the appeals court afterwards and said that Dowie Evans's evidence is not admissible, in my opinion, the appeals court could have decided, actually, well, it was contested in court already, and the jury decided that it was actually credible. So the reason that he didn't call up his own expert witness is because he didn't want the appeal judges, to be able to say, but he's already been contested in court and the jury decided that he was credible. I think he wanted to be able to go to the appeal judges and be able to say the expert witness for the prosecution was unreliable, and he wanted this other judge to agree with him because the original judge didn't. I think that's why he did it, and it didn't work again. That's my theory.
I mean, I can speculate. I mean, it may be that they felt that they knocked down all of the evidence that had been presented by Dowie Evans, that's the expert witness, and others during the course of the case. If you had a criminal case, let's say a murder or whatever, in the past, and suddenly you got evidence that made it plain to you that the conclusion of the trial was wrong, then you want to do something about it, and that's where we are today. And
but there have been, Sir David, there have been 2 trials, and the Court of Appeal, 3 judges unanimously rejected an appeal.
The appeal court, actually the Law Commission at the moment is considering the rules governing the appeal court. Why? Because, take your point about new evidence. Let's imagine this evidence.
See, this is another really annoying time where David Davis is being incredibly based. This man is a Tory! What is going on? But he's talking about problems with the justice system that really, really, really need addressing.
Evidence was available to her lawyers way back during the first trial, but they chose not to use it. She gets sent to prison for a whole life sentence because her lawyers have made a mistake. That may be judicially convenient. It's not any definition of justice that I've ever come across, and I don't suppose your viewers would think that either.
Have you spoken to any of the victims' families about your campaign?
No. I mean, I feel huge sympathy for them. I mean, how can you feel anything else? You know, those of us who have children know how terrible it might be to lose any of the children. But if I were in their position, I'd want to know the truth. I want to know that what happened to my baby wouldn't happen to another baby. I'm afraid the process...
That's the thing as well. It's like, you know, you could say, why are you trying to free this woman when she was convicted of murdering babies, there are families involved, but like if I was the parents of one of these babies that died, what I would want to know is the truth. I wouldn't be happy with a woman being sent to prison if there was doubt over her name. What I would really want is for no other babies to be put under that same danger that my baby was put under. And if that danger is NHS negligence, which is much more likely what it is and what the, original theory was, then what I would want as a parent of a baby who'd passed away, what I would want is to ensure under any circumstances that other parents wouldn't have to go through that same shit that I'd gone through. I wouldn't be happy with a woman going to prison if she wasn't actually the reason that my baby had passed away. Like, what we should be trying to do in this situation is getting as close to the truth as we possibly can, and not just accepting something just because a very, very, very flawed criminal trial came to a decision.
The process we've been through here has not got to that until today, when you've heard about the suboptimal care and the problems with a number of the children, which might have been, we only know might have been, we can't say for sure, might have been resolved with better care.
And if, as some of these experts have suggested today, there were no murders, I mean, it will raise some really quite fundamental questions, won't it, for the British justice system and for the NHS?
It will. It will. It'll raise questions about
the fucking questions this shit is going to raise, especially if it comes out that she's innocent. The fucking questions that this shit is going to raise, not only with the justice system, but also with the NHS, and also with the fucking public inquiry that we have jumped into, even though there's so many fucking questions surrounding the outcome of this case. They jumped ahead with an inquiry under the assumption that she's guilty. And the inquiry is refusing to even consider that she might not be guilty, right? So this inquiry that we're spending millions and millions of taxpayer-funded pounds on is working under the assumption that she is guilty, and is therefore working under the assumptions that she flew under the radar of NHS executives for years. So the inquiry is looking at, well, how did she manage to do this for so long when we're not even sure that happened? Surely we should be looking for the fucking truth before spending millions of pounds on an inquiry and then putting policies in place that are not fit for fucking purpose. If there's obviously so much doubt surrounding this case, we should not be ploughing forward with a fucking inquiry and spending millions of pounds of taxpayer money on it and then putting absolutely pointless policies in place to make sure that people can't get away with, like, to make sure nurses can't get away with murdering babies when that barely ever fucking happens. Ever. Like, you have to build policies based on the likelihood of things happening. You have to build policies based on statistics, basically, based on the likelihood that bad things happen. And if you're building policies based on the supposed increased likelihood that there's going to be serial fucking baby murderers on neonatal wards in the UK, you're wasting your fucking money. And you know what? You're putting it down the drain, and you're creating even more problems than you're causing, because what you're doing is you're making nurses, innocent nurses who already are completely overworked and underpaid, you're creating them even more problems because they're already coming out and saying, I am more scared at work than I used to be because parents think that I might be harming their babies. Like, nurses are already saying that. They're already saying that because we've basically decided as a society that baby serial killer nurses exist. And now parents are really fucking worried that that nurses are going to be killing their babies. What they should be worried about is NHS negligence killing their babies, but they're not going to be worried about that.
Expert witnesses, questions which actually were addressed about 15 years ago, in 2011, and were not properly resolved then. They were put into guidance, but they weren't necessarily followed. Questions about how the appeal process works, that's actually being reviewed right now as we sit here. And you're quite right, questions about how the National Health Service, as it were, heals itself, fixes the problems that lead to these tragedies, and prevents them happening in the future. All of those questions will arise out of this, actually almost irrespective of the Letby outcome, but certainly if Letby is eventually found innocent.
Yep. But the most fucked up thing to come out of this is I might find the original news story that came out. I might have to go on the Sun though, the fucking Sun, because they seem to be the only people who reported on it. Oh, yeah, the Sun is the only one who's reported on it. Fuck's sake, I'm gonna have to go on the Sun. Fuck the Sun. But anyway. Vile party. Lucy Letby fans plan 6 speed dating event to celebrate medical experts finding no evidence of murder. So there's like some really embarrassing. So the people online who think that she's innocent, they have this whole community, and they get really embarrassing sometimes. Really embarrassing. So, if you were watching my previous stream, her birthday was about a month ago, and they organised a birthday party for her, and they had a beige cake, because because the police described her as beige, like they described her personality as beige. They had a beige cake. A Lucy Letby 35 beige cake, and now they're for Valentine's Day this month. They're planning a Lucy Letby is innocent speed dating event. And it's embarrassing, but it's quite funny. Lucy Letby plans are planning to host a sick killer nurse themed speed dating event. Twisted supporters of the baby murderer are celebrating after medical experts not directly involved in the case claim there's no evidence of Letby's crimes. If there was a spy, she would be flour. Yeah. It's so mean though how the police were basically calling her boring. Like it's kind of mean because she's just like a normal girl. Like she just finds prosecco and cocktails fun, and like so do I. Like fuck you. Fuck you, man. She liked cats. So did I. She like prosecco. Yeah, prosecco's alright. She like cocktails. I like cocktail once in a while. Like to call someone like you don't fucking know them. To call someone like boring and beige when you don't know them is like really fucking mean. Like that's what you did in school. You know, like to not know someone and say that they're boring. Like that's what the police are doing. Crayola colour flesh, yeah. I'm admitting to be a murderer because I like Prosecco. I don't like Prosecco, but, you know, I'll drink it. If Prosecco is there, I will drink it. Does that make me beige? Does that make me vanilla? Does that make me a vanilla person? If so, I accept the label. It comes after a birthday celebration was held for the disgraced nurse last month. Just 4 people turned up. Oh, 4 people turned up to the birthday party. Bringing along a cake which says Lucy 35 written in icing on the top. There was also a banner on display stating a blatant miscarriage of justice. And despite the outrage the party caused, the attendee, who goes by Lulu T on the social media platform, claimed she is considering a speed dating event for Valentine's Day. Oh. Anyway, background. Yeah. What do you want, Brooklyn? What do you want? I'm being screamed at by an orange boy. Being screamed at. Oh, Brooklyn. Oh, 4 people. Yeah, I mean, that's Sun-worthy. If four people did a thing, the Sun will report on it. But yeah, another case which is like basically down to an NHS negligence and other charities connected to the NHS negligence is the Valdo Calacane case. So this is a very tragic case in which he stabbed 3 people and I believe ran a van into another. Oh, Brooklyn. And but he was suffering from extreme paranoid schizophrenia. And basically he was known to the police and to the NHS, and he basically slipped through every crack. And like I was saying last stream, there is the Swiss cheese model where when you have systems that are ravaged by austerity, the holes that people can slip through get wider and wider. If you weren't here for that amazing conversation, I'll just give you a quick recap of the Swiss cheese model. But basically, oh, thank you, Brooklyn, for standing right in front of the screen. Thank you so much. Because actually, what I wanted to do was look at your torso. But basically, when you think of systems, basically, like when you think of systems like within, you know, the NHS or like the justice system or whatever, when you have austerity, these. Brooklyn, what have you clicked? What the hell is Carrot browsing? What have you clicked? Oh my god. Brooklyn! No! Oh my god, he's opening. Oh. He wants to code. Stop. Brooklyn, stop. Stop. Brooklyn. But basically, when you have austerity, these holes, right, in each slice of the Swiss cheese, they get bigger and bigger, and people are more likely to fall through the holes. This is what I was talking about on last on the last screen, on the last stream. So, so basically, Valdo Callaghan fell through these slices of Swiss cheese because of the NHS austerity. He was suffering from like major schizophrenia. He was hallucinating things. I like schizophrenia. I talked about it a bit in my evolutionary psychology video. Schizophrenia is a genetic condition which, in general, 1% of the population suffer from. They suffer from it on like different levels, but generally it's a genetic condition that 1% of the population suffer from. And obviously, you know, everybody who suffers from it in entirely different ways, because when you have a genetic condition, what your genes do is they interact with your environment, and they will interact with your environment in very varied ways. And sometimes, if you have a condition like schizophrenia, it's going to interact with your environment in an extremely negative way, like it did in this situation. Sometimes schizophrenia, most of the time schizophrenia doesn't interact with environments this badly. But schizophrenia is like, it's a really interesting condition overall. From the little bit that I've read about it through my reading of psychology, it interacts with the environment in very different ways, and it is genetic. But the sort of common thread running through schizophrenia is that the person afflicted with it feels that they've like lost autonomy over their own thoughts. So they're always convinced that like the government or the FBI has like started implanting things in their brain that make them act a certain way. And it's always a different story every time. But the ongoing thread through all of it is a loss of autonomy. Like that the person feels like they've lost control of their own actions, and they're only left with the option of following whatever voice is in their head. And it's like, it's not what they want to do, but they feel like they have no choice but to follow this outside thing in their brain that's telling them to do things. So like, that's why lots of people with schizophrenia will come to the conclusion that it's like the FBI or like some kind of government agency that has done research into how to like implant things into people's brains to make them act a certain way. And they will get so convinced of this. And in the age of the internet as well, it's so much easier for people afflicted with this condition to like look on the internet for things that back up what they're already convinced of. So they will look up like, previous FBI or CIA initiatives that have like mentioned something about psychological manipulation. And they will look up this stuff on the internet, and they'll be like, this is it. This is what they're doing to me. Because they're so sure that they've lost autonomy of their own actions. Like that's the running thread through schizophrenia, is they feel like they've lost autonomy of their own actions. But like whatever reasons they feel like have happened that led them to come to this point, they're always different, because they've always gone to find why they think that this is happening. But the one thread running through schizophrenia is they've lost autonomy over their own actions. And basically this is what Valdo Callaghan was suffering from. He felt like he'd lost autonomy over his own actions. And like he was a really intelligent guy. He came to the UK from a country in Africa. He came from one of the really small countries in Africa called what's it called? Guinea-Bissau. It's a really small country in Africa. He came to the UK. Really intelligent guy. He was doing like engineering or something. And super intelligent guy, but he suffered from schizophrenia. And his family knew that he suffered from it. And the local authorities knew that he suffered from it because he'd had a couple of instances where he'd broken into neighbours' houses. He'd had altercations with flatmates before because he'd had these, you know, hallucinations. He'd had these like visions that made him believe that certain things were happening when they weren't really happening. But apart from that, super intelligent guy. So it's really sad because he could have been treated by the systems in the UK. But he wasn't. And like when you look into why he wasn't treated, it was for this like the most stupid reason. So he would refuse to be treated by the systems in the UK because of his condition, because of his schizophrenia. So like obviously when people were trying to give him drugs, when people in the NHS were trying to give him drugs, he was refusing them because he thought that they were giving them drugs to control him. Like, he thought that they were like CIA drugs, people trying to control him, rather than people that were trying to make him better. So he was refusing, like, to take any medication. And because he refused to take it, like, these NHS systems were basically like, oh, well, there's nothing we can do then. We can't do anything about him then. And they just gave up on him. And he just slipped through. He just continually slipped through cracks because nobody knows how to deal with psychological issues such as schizophrenia. Nobody knows how to deal with it. They don't know. And they're also underfunded, that they're so underfunded that they're incentivized just to let him slip through the cracks and just to like let him go and be like, oh yeah, he'll probably be fine. They're incentivized to do that. And then in some situations, what's going to happen is, because of the Swiss cheese model, on the odd occasion, sometimes people are going to slip through who will eventually go ahead to do heinous shit. Like this guy did.
Valdo Calacane was a paranoid schizophrenic. Now, a catalogue of failings in his treatment has been laid bare. He fatally stabbed Ian Coates, Barnaby Webber and Grace O'Malley Kumar in 2023 and attempted to kill 3 others, but this frenzied attack was not out of the blue. He first came into contact with mental health services 3 years before the stabbings. An independent investigation commissioned by NHS England has reviewed the care he received in Nottingham. The report has found Calacane was discharged from mental health care without face-to-face assessment, despite incidents of violence. He wasn't forced to have long-lasting antipsychotic medication because he didn't like needles. Mental health workers were advised to not go to Calacane's home alone due to his history of aggression. He frightened a neighbour, so she jumped out of a first-floor window. He punched a police officer and held his flatmates hostage. Calacane did not consider himself to have a mental health condition, and other patients from Nottinghamshire Healthcare NHS Foundation Trust also committed violence, including stabbings. The victims' families have welcomed the full report being made public and say it highlights the need for a public inquiry. The chief executive of Nottinghamshire Healthcare NHS Foundation Trust said, "We apologise unreservedly for the opportunities we missed in the care of Valdo Calacane and accept the Themis report in its entirety, including its findings and recommendations." Callicane is currently serving an indefinite hospital order. His victims' families say this report raises new questions over the evidence which led him to being spared prison. Alice Porter, Sky News.
Anyway, the Swiss cheese, it gets us again. All right, just a little bit more of UK news. More cringe from George Toffolo and James Watt. Apparently, they do a quarterly review for their relationship.
My fiance and I do a quarterly review of our relationship. People might think it's a bit weird, but we think it's really normal. The first thing is, we tell each other what we love about each other. Simple. Number 2, we talk about things that we love about our relationship. Number 3, this is the savage one. We talk about things that maybe we could do better or feedback that we would like to give. I feel like if you don't nip in the bud these tiny, completely irrelevant little things like, I don't like your lip balm, they can turn into bigger, major things that actually could affect your relationship. But also the beautiful part of it is that you walk away having an appreciation of the things that your partner values about not only you, but what you have together. Highly recommend State of the Nation for all relationships. Before I sign off, the one that consistently comes up on James's part politely says, we should do more budgeting, i.e., I need to stop spending so much.
I feel like they're playing into the whole cringe thing now. I feel like it's on purpose now, you know, and I shouldn't be paying attention to it because I'm just giving them what they want. Like that kind of relationship, if it wasn't in such a cringe business context, that kind of relationship stuff is good to like sort of check in on each other, like, yeah, this is what I like about you actually. That can be good, that can be positive, but like putting it in a business perspective, and also like the whole budgeting thing, it's not normal, that's weird. But every now and again, you know, going out on a date and just being like, you know what, I like this made me happy, you know, not in a business context, but in a normal human being context. That's good. They're just being cringe about it because they want to be cringe about it. Because that's what's working for them, obviously. Pour the last bit of this. Okay. Alright, it's 11 o'clock. Let's, I watched, I believe about half an hour of this.
Pretty good place to.
Oh, and thankfully it's saved where I was. So we're gonna watch a bit more than this, bit more of this, and then yeah.
Debunked, and that's just very strange to me.
Yeah. So if people don't understand, you have a theory which is kind of like the broad explanation for phenomena. Then you have hypotheses, like the specific things that you want to test, but. If you need a theory, I mean, the theory of evolution is a pretty good place to start.
By the way, I started this, the first half an hour of my reaction to this is on the previous stream. If you want to catch up on the first half an hour. But we're watching the last, well, I don't know if we'll get to the end. We'll see. But
you know, as far as just coming up with something from the blank slate or out of the blue, I mean, we know that, you know, evolution is real. The theory of evolution certainly has a lot behind it at this point.
Well, I hope we know. I thought we knew until I watched this video.
Until this video, now I don't know. But I'm waiting for the debunking the Big Bang.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a hit. So
yeah, these guys want me to debunk the Big Bang Theory, which, yeah, I'm up for that. I'll do it.
Talking a little bit more about the female orgasm and all of that, I think she mentioned as well this upsuck hypothesis, right? That the idea that the female orgasm evolved, because this is another thing we're making fun of, right? Is kind of the evolution of the orgasm. I mean, the fact that, you know, we experience orgasms, men and women, it's not clear that all animals, or particularly that all animals do, or that all female animals do, even when male animals do. It's not clear that that's the case. So we do have to ask, why did this evolve? It obviously did evolve physically. It's a physical process that evolved apart from the psychology of it. So then we can ask, like, why? Why did this sort of thing evolve? One of these hypotheses was the upsuck hypothesis, the idea that orgasm helps to transport sperm into, the uterus, that sort of a thing, to facilitate impregnation.
I love how they never consider, they never even consider that it could be because women might also want to be able to enjoy sex. Like the reason that women might consider consenting to sex is because they also enjoy it and they're also wanting that orgasm. That they never really seem to even consider that as a theory.
All of that.
There has to be some sort of underlying manipulative reason for it, such as she will decide to orgasm with one guy but not with another guy, and the reason that she decides to orgasm with a particular guy is because she'd rather suck up his sperm into her womb than the other guy.
Looked into this stuff.
Because he has more superior sperm. It's not that deep, guys. It's not that clever and it's not that deep. Literally with you guys, it's probably not that deep.
Done some threads and collections of papers and all of that. I think there's maybe good evidence against that being the case, but she didn't seem to explain that either, did she? She just kind of made fun of this upsuck thing, and I think she said upsuck in a funny way, and everyone laughed.
And again, just kind of...
I don't think I even said upsuck. Hang on, what did they say?
Evidence against that being the case, but she didn't seem to explain that either, did she? She just kind of made fun of this upsuck thing, and I think...
I made fun of the upsuck guys. She made fun of the upsuck.
She said upsuck in a funny way, and everyone laughed.
I don't think I even said the word upsuck. Hello, Raiders. I don't even think I said... You came in at a great time. I didn't even mention the word upsuck.
And again, just kind of whatever about what actually turns out to be maybe true or the best evidence kind of suggests about the function of female orgasm, that's complicated, and researchers should get into the weeds about that to try and figure it out. She didn't suggest any hypotheses of her own, certainly. But the idea, she said that there's about 15 different evolutionary explanations for this, and they're all debunked.
Guys, I'm guessing most of the people in chat probably have penis, right? You don't know what it's like to have a vagina, right? And have an orgasm, but they're when you post orgasm, there is a sort of mechanism that you can feel happening where there's a sort of you sort of feel like a pulsation sensation. A pulsation sensation. post orgasm, and I'm guessing that's the upsuck that they're talking about. But even so, I can't imagine how that would I can't imagine how it would even encourage I can't imagine how it would encourage what you would have to do is you'd have to do a sort of a headstand to really encourage it. You'd have to do a headstand to get it up there,
And it's okay, good. We're trying to come up with theories. It's a bit of a puzzle. It's not a straightforward explanation for why it would exist. It's not clear that it exists in other mammals. So
yeah, it's easy to make fun of things and debunk them. It's harder to come up with good explanations and demonstrate those through the scientific method and all of that. So I think there is stronger evidence at the moment for kind of a pair bonding function for the female orgasm, right? That the orgasm can help to select mates during the sexual process, that sort of a thing, and also to retain mates long term. And I mean, this is
Honestly, right. Did you see my Instagram story about him using my £500 secret lab gaming chair as a scratching post? He's doing that right now. He's a little shit. What was I saying? Right, let me play that back.
the sexual process, that sort of a thing, and also to retain mates long term. And I mean, this is something
Like, why women have orgasms. Well, honestly, I think humans evolved them in general because we're too sort of cognizant to do things purely for instinctual reasons, especially something as kind of disgusting as sex. Like, if you think about it, if we didn't like enjoy sex, if we didn't get any pleasure out of sex, if you think about it, we would not want to do it. It's kind of icky. Like, if we did not get any pleasurable feeling out of sex, if you think about it, you're kind of messing around with someone's dirty, you know, like wrinkly testicles. I would not get anywhere near them if it weren't for, you know, the actual enjoyment part of sex. So I think we're like, as humans, we sort of like, our brains got too big and we got a little bit too cognizant to realize that sex is actually kind of weird and disgusting. So I think we kind of evolved. I think we did evolve the sort of pleasurable feeling from it to counteract that. I just think that all humans did it all together at once. I don't think women and men evolved it in different ways. I think just humans evolved a sort of pleasurable feeling for sex for that reason, because we're too cognizant to just sort of see something as like a instinctual thing that we should just do. I think that we had to find pleasure in it to be able to exist as a species. But I don't think that like men and women evolved that pleasure separately and differently. I think we evolved it in a similar way, and that's why I think that both like people who were born with male genitals and people that were born with female genitals both evolved the orgasm for the exact same reason. That's what I believe.
something, you know, it's interesting because I think people coming more maybe from a left-wing perspective or even a blank slate perspective, they'd say, why don't you ask women what they think and all of that? And I mean, if you ask women, you know, are you more likely to stay in a relationship with someone who gives you orgasms consistently or not?
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of evidence for that, you know, that we see women orgasm at much higher rates when they are in long-term committed relationships as opposed to just during hookups and that sort of a thing.
Hello, we're talking about female orgasms. Raiders. Yeah, women are more likely to stay in relationships with men who make them orgasm for very extremely obvious reasons. Extremely obvious reasons. Because obviously they're listening to what they like in bed, and then they are acting on what that woman says that they like in bed. That is quite simply it.
What do you think about, perhaps, what's the most convincing explanation for you for the female orgasm?
I think certainly, and Mooncat even suggested it. It's like, why don't you maybe think about a partner who listens to what their partner wants and what they likes in bed. All those are cues to good long-term mating qualities, and that's all we have as animals in this world is picking up cues to qualities. So certainly, yeah, the ability to figure out what gives my partner an orgasm requires a lot of long-term mating qualities. So I think it certainly, that makes sense to me. But
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. And so she's just kind of making fun of things. She's like, well, maybe the clitoris is just for pleasure. I mean, evolutionary psychologists don't deny that the clitoris
I mean, yeah. So are parts of the dick.
is for pleasure, but you
So are the balls. So is like the skin. The skin is the biggest erogenous zone in your body. So like, what's the point in you having skin?
have to ask, like, why did we evolve an organ for pleasure? What is the function of that? What is the purpose of that? Why do we have it? Why do some animals not have it? Why do some animals probably, have a clitoris but maybe not experience orgasm, but others do? Even why is there individual variation in orgasm between women, that some can achieve orgasm much more easily?
I don't know. Why do some women achieve orgasm more easily than others? It could be. That can be down to personal experience with sexuality. It can be down to genes, or it could be down to the men that she's been trying to have orgasms with.
Others cannot, etc., etc.
And ironically, just saying, oh, well, it's there for pleasure is kind of a just so story, right? It's just so. We just have a clitoris for pleasure. Well, we don't. I don't. But
yeah, it just happened to happen. And I mean, that's even one of the evolutionary explanations for it, is that the clitoris is essentially vestigial. It's just there. It doesn't have any function at all. Maybe it just serves for pleasure now. But yeah.
It doesn't have any function at all, mate. It has a very, very, very large function. All right? It has a very important function.
It is really just kind of a just so story there. But yeah, that's something throughout her video, I think, is that she offers very few alternative explanations, which is kind of typical of people that are trying to debunk something instead of trying to kind of contribute to the body of knowledge more broadly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let's go on now and see what else we have here. So certainly at the beginning of her video and all throughout it, she kind of makes these links between evolutionary psychology and the manosphere. My kind of big thing, and it's not what I set out intending to do, but it's certainly become that, is kind of like, how does the manosphere get evolutionary psychology wrong? So certainly I'm not a big fan of manosphere, black pill, red pill. A lot of the time I take to devote, if people have seen the website, is explaining what they get wrong about these things. So there's a lot of conflating that. What do evolutionary psychologists kind of think about the manosphere and all of these pills at the moment?
Yeah, so we essentially think that they're maybe bastardizing a lot of our findings. So one major point of contention is...
Hey, actually, I just realised I got a super chat. Appreciate the dedication to the debunking. Oh, thank you.
That red pill gurus don't accept that evolutionary psychology, or many evolutionary psychologists, move on from the dual mating hypothesis to the mate switching hypothesis. And, Mooncat seemed to criticize evolutionary.
None of you have shouted at me for not having the subtitles on. What is going on? What is going on? Why are you not shouting at me for that?
Psychology for doing that as well. So she's in a strange bedfellow with manosphere content creators there, which is maybe news to her. But so essentially the dual mating hypothesis...
Hey, what's news to me? Sorry, I got distracted.
Well, so she's in...
What?
From the dual mating hypothesis to the mate switching hypothesis. And, Mooncat seemed to criticize evolutionary psychology for doing that as well. So she's in a strange bedfellow with manosphere content creators there, which is maybe news to her. But so essentially
I'm absolutely not following.
They think that they're maybe bastardizing a lot of our findings. So one major point of contention is that red pill gurus don't accept that evolutionary psychology, or many evolutionary psychologists, move on from the dual mating hypothesis to the mate switching hypothesis. And, Mooncat seemed to criticize evolutionary psychology for doing that as well. So she's in a strange bedfellow with manosphere content creators there, which is maybe news to her. But so essentially...
Chat, are you confused as well?
Actually, the dual mating hypothesis was...
I'm a strange bedfellow to confusion right now. Also, here's Brooklyn's asshole. Oh, and here he is, scratching the fucking chair again.
Totally a hypothesis that makes sense, theoretically, a logical one, that women would mate with one person for long-term mating and mate with another man for short-term mating. kind of have this dual sexuality framework. Because you do see that in other ape species as well, like chimpanzees. But it turned out to be not well evidenced. And there was theories that the ovulatory shifts, that when women are ovulating, their preferences for different type of men would come online. And again,
I completely debunked that.
the accumulating evidence didn't point towards that. So we began to notice that the evidence, or David, my supervisor, began to notice that the evidence favoured more of the mate switching hypothesis. That is, when women commit infidelity, that it's typically with a view to move to a different relationship. They fall in love with their affair partners.
Oh, yeah. So they switched their hypothesis when they realised that the wider information, the wider data, didn't support their original hypothesis. Because they were like, oh shit, it's actually not supported by data that when women are ovulating, they're attracted to different kinds of men, like different jaw shapes, as to when they're not ovulating. So we're going to change this and say that what they're actually doing is looking for... Oh shit, I can't remember what it was now. He's going to say...
View to move to a different relationship. They fall in love with their affair partners. They're unhappy in their own relationship as a motive for the infidelity. And that's not the case for men. So the evidence seemed to suggest a more mate-switching hypothesis. But again...
Yeah, so like they changed their hypothesis to like say that women are actually looking to fall in love with the people who they're in an affair with. Like whatever hypothesis that they come to, it's always misogynistic. It's always the women are doing some kind of manipulative bullshit to like do over the men in some way.
This is a fundamental difference between evolutionary psychologists and the manosphere, who persist with the dual mating hypothesis. So it's evolutionary psychologists that debunk their own theory of the dual mating, so like good scientists should do. So I don't know what that says about how evolutionary psychology is operating, but
yeah, exactly. It's kind of this.
I mean, what it's saying is like, yeah, when your own theory is debunked, what you will do is you will just replace it with a theory that is still misogynistic and is going against what the growing scientific consensus is. And what you do is you desperately try and still work within the framework of evolutionary psychology, which is the general theory of men are looking for a variety of genes and women are looking for high status genes. Like that's the general theory, that's the general framework that you work within evolutionary psychology. But like the growing body of research within genetics as a whole is there is nothing in place that makes you want to mate in any certain way. What genes want to do is spread and mix up as much as possible. That's what genes want to do. They want to variate. They want to create variants. That is what genes want to do, and that is what the growing consensus is around genetic science. They want to be as varied as possible. That's what genes want. They don't want to bottle themselves. They don't, like, there is no one. This is why Dawkins is wrong. Like there is no one gene that wants to survive. Like that's what we used to think decades ago. True, that's what we used to think. But growing scientific consensus is that's not actually true. There is no one gene that wants to carry on through generations. What genes actually want is to create variants. So what's actually beneficial is all of us fucking each other randomly. Like literally, what your genes want to do is just fuck the most random person you can find. The most random fucking, like, unexpected person that you could ever come across. Your genes want you to fuck that random person. That's what they want. They don't want the chiseled jaw. Your genes don't want, the most alpha dude. What they want, chaos theory. Your genes want you to fuck the most random person that you come across. That is what the scientific consensus is saying genetically. That's what they want you to do. They want you to fuck the most random person that comes across your path. And I'm not I'm not advocating that you do that. Be safe out there. Be safe.
Association with the manosphere and pulling these people.
Consent is king. Anyway.
But it's almost like if we picked the most extreme examples of left-wing thought or whatever and said, this is what it is. It's, well, like you said, kind of like nut picking there. So let's see, let's go on here. So she does kind of do a lot of mockery throughout this video and all of that. We mentioned the developmental periods, kind of mockery of that, is something that was well observed even before taking an evolutionary perspective and all of that. I think some as well that she kind of mocked is kind of related to your research on incels and monogamy. What was that? Do you remember?
Yeah, so she kind of seemed to thumb her nose at this idea that one of the main cultural advantages of monogamy is that it results in a more egalitarian distribution of mates. Historically, we have a deep ancestral history of polygyny, meaning that the most high status man, preferential polygyny, whereby the most high status man in a society would accumulate more wives, multiple wives, and that would inevitably mean there's more incels. Some men would be left out. As cultures got more complex, cultures that began to practice a cultural norm of monogamy, meaning that there were fewer incels, they began to flourish more than the ones that persisted with polygyny. Now, bear in mind, we have 83% of human societies ever recorded have been preferentially polygynous. Now, most mateships in those societies were monogamous. Most men could not.
83%, did he say?
Now, bear in mind, we have 83% of human societies ever recorded have been preferentially polygynous. Now, most mateships in those societies were monogamous. Most men could not accumulate enough resources to support multiple wives. But
where is he getting this information from?
most men could not accumulate enough resources to support multiple wives. But it's an uncontroversial finding in evolutionary psychology, in cross-cultural psychology, in anthropology, that monogamy, one of the main cultural advantages is fewer incels, essentially, because incels are very troublesome in your society. So
this is where it comes from with the whole Vikings thing. It's like, oh, incels come from Viking times because they were pissed off that they couldn't get any women because the system wasn't in place for them to get women anymore. They were like cooks. They were baiters. You had loads of Vikings that were baiters.
One very civilizing force on them is actually getting married. So, that is whether it's very palatable or not, it is a historical fact. I mean, that's an uncontroversial finding in anthropology.
Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense, doesn't it? It was funny because she also kind of took some time to mock a passage actually from Charles Darwin about the peacock's tail. Darwin, she says, he was obsessed with this peacock's tail, and so was Geoffrey Miller. And that was with the wedding photos, actually, of his wife. He put up because she wore a peacock's tail feather, I think, in her headdress or something like that. Which is, I mean, that's a cute thing to do, but who knows? Maybe they don't like cute things. They don't like when people get married and love each other, I guess. But I don't know. So this.
I'm having deja vu. I swear I watched that bit last time.
This is not even evolutionary psychology. This is just kind of evolution more broadly. The idea of sexual selection.
I said this last time, but I wasn't taking the piss out of them. I was just being like, oh, that's cute. They used a peacock tail in their wedding.
Right. What is sexual selection? Darwin and the peacock's tail. What do you think?
So the peacock's tail is said to have made Charles Darwin physically sick because it didn't fit with his first big theory of natural selection, of survival of the most adapted, the kind of most fit for their environment. A peacock's tail is very costly to produce, metabolically costly, and it's like a neon light advertising yourself to predators. So it's like, why, Darwin wrestled with this thought, why would selection have favoured a peacock to produce such a thing? And it led him to his second theory of sexual selection, that the female peahen just really likes the feathers. So certain traits are evolved primarily because they're favored by the female sex. The mind of one sex shapes the body and mind of the other. It's constantly in coevolution. So, you know, this idea of the peacock's tail once upon a time was a evolutionary puzzle to Darwin. He didn't shy away from it. He engaged with it, and it led to one of the other strongest theories he's ever produced. So, you know, there's a lesson there that evolutionary psychology shouldn't shy away from puzzles like exclusive homosexuality, things like that. We should follow in Charles Darwin's footsteps and kind of embrace the puzzle and try and figure it out.
Yeah, this kind of mockery of sexual selection, this is, of course, now...
Explain it then. Explain why peacocks have the big feathers and peahens are in that species the duller of the sexes, because that happens in most other species. The female is like the more duller one, and the male is like the one that has to impress the female. Whereas if you look at humans, women are the ones who are like wearing the big dresses and the ones that have to sort of impress generally. Throughout history, I think you'd say throughout most cultures, it's been like the women who have been like I don't know, I guess the one with the bigger peacock feathers. And it's like I think that sort of, I think all of that shows is human cultures, a lot of cultural cycles that we've been through have put more power on men than women. I think that's all that shows, and women have kind of felt pressure to wear uncomfortable outfits and to try and sort of impress men, because men have been the ones who have historically had access to all of, you know, the human resources. Because I don't know, I think evolutionary psychologists, they kind of forget how different humans are to animals in most cases, and how like those differences cause our cultures to organize in very different ways. Like animals don't even have cultures, but humans do, because they build cultures around certain things that humans have made up, i.e. money. Humans made up money. Newsflash, we made up money. You know, money is a made up thing in our heads. And our cultures throughout history have mostly been built around money. And historically, men, because women have been sort of reduced to the sort of job of getting pregnant and having children, women throughout history have been sort of reduced to having that job, whereas men throughout our historical cultures have had the privilege of having the job of accumulating this thing that we made up called money. Because it is only humans who have the concept of money. It is only humans who know what money is. Like, I don't know if you've tried giving your dog or your cat a £5 note. I don't know if you've tried doing that, but if you've tried doing that, they're not very appreciative. If you try giving your dog or your cat a £5 note, they don't know what the fuck it is. Humans made up money. And throughout history, throughout thousands and thousands of years, our cultures have basically been built around this thing that we made up called money. And men have had access to that thing. Men have had direct access to that thing throughout thousands and thousands of years. And women have only had access to it through men, because women have historically been getting pregnant and giving birth. So because of that, they've sort of been reduced to this like sort of secondary thing to men throughout history. But what evolutionary psychologists think is that there's some kind of like animalistic reason as to why women have always been secondary to men. They think that there's some kind of like evolutionary, like animalistic trait to us that makes women act in a certain way that is lesser to men. And they don't consider that money is a thing that we made up and it's been a very, very intrinsic part of our lives for thousands and thousands of years. They don't really sort of like consider that ever.
Part of the theory of evolution more broadly, we see it across animals, and she spent a lot of time kind of mocking mate preferences in general, especially at the beginning, like, oh, I like your scent or whatever. But certainly, you know, we see mate preferences across all animal species, that some individuals are preferred, some are not. Sometimes we know why, very often we do, sometimes we don't. And I mean, human beings have these mate preferences as well. We can observe them and quantify them without getting into all of what those are. It's kind of almost taking offense to the idea that people have mate preferences, that some people are more desirable than others and all of that. But I mean, this is a part of evolution, this evolution of mate preferences, and it's very, very robust in that sense. I guess some of those mate preferences, for example, something really robust in evolutionary psychology is this female desire to select mates who have traits that would make them good long-term fathers. I mean, do you think that's something that she would deny, that women want men who would be good fathers, for example, those kinds of traits?
It seems adaptive. I mean, our female ancestors who selected mates that didn't have traits for being good fathers had less fitness than the ones that selected mates with good long-term qualities. And these mate preferences, crucially, they're not arbitrary.
Let me cite another study that took part within the culture that we currently live in. Oh, what a surprise! That backs up what I'm saying. That backs up my theories about how humans evolved throughout thousands of years. It's this study that took part during this current culture that we live in. Oh, what a surprise! Ooh.
Arbitrary, right? No species makes arbitrary mate preferences, really. They're ones that over ancestral time, we inherited the preferences of our ancestors who had greater fitness. So men who selected fertile women had greater fitness than those who didn't. One cue to fertility was youth. That shows up in a very clear evolutionary prediction about what male mate preferences might be like. Absolutely, an evolutionary lens can help you make sense of what otherwise might seem arbitrary mate preferences. But I always wonder when people think about, they thumb their nose at the evolutionary view of mate preferences, I wonder, how do they make their mate preferences? How do they choose their mates? Just randomly, arbitrarily?
Yes.
What matters to them?
Yes, I point to a random guy on the street and I'm like, fuck me.
And I wager it would be the similar evolutionary things, but they would just say that it matters for a different reason.
Yeah, they would just come up kind of with their own folk psychology explanation for it in that sense. But
no, to be fair, you know how we decide these days? It's the fucking algorithm on Bumble. That's how we decide how we fuck each other these days. The Bumble or Tinder algorithm.
I mean, this research on mate preferences, what women desire in short and long-term relationships, that's early research in evolutionary psychology, some of the most robust and well-replicated research across cultures as well. I guess another thing that she was kind of mocking was kind of this evolution of cooperative behavior. What do you think of that?
Yeah, and that seems strange, as if she suggested that, well, we're obviously a very social species. And it's like, yes, but yeah, that's why a cooperative tendency would evolve and be selected for and help us actually become the dominant species on Earth, is this sociality. And you do find that the more social other species are, the closer they are to us in line, the more social they are too. So very obvious evolutionary history of that. And that's kind of one thing of what it means to be uniquely human, is this ability to cooperate. So I don't know why the evolutionary history of cooperation, which just seems so obvious to me, I don't know why that would be even cast aspersions on.
Yeah, these are very strange things. These are almost...
Did I cast aspersions on that? I don't think I ever said that humans aren't cooperative or social. I think that's like probably the number one thing that we're evolved to do is to be cooperative and social.
Almost kind of like the things the manosphere mocks about evolutionary psychology when you tell them and you say, actually, prosocial behavior is selected for. We're a very prosocial species. We have an enormous capacity for cooperation. We build very complex cooperative structures as opposed to many animals that don't. And, you have to ask, like, why do those animals not do it? Why do we do it? Well, obviously, we're a different species. We've evolved differently. That our behavior has evolved in that sense as well.
And just wait, one more point on the mate preferences as well. It's an area of sexual psychology where we see fairly large sex differences. Yes. Both sexes like kindness and intelligence in a partner, but there are some key differences. And guess where you find those differences? Where each sex face different selection pressures in their ancestral environment. Men face the adaptive pressure of choosing fertile mates. Women's fertility declines more sharply than men's. So it's a sex-differentiated selection pressure. Therefore, in response to that selection pressure, our ancestors who preferred fertile mates used youth as a cue to that fertility. They're the preferences we inherited. Yeah. On the other hand, women...
No, I don't agree. Like, it's... These guys, they really think that everything is so much deeper than it really is. The only thing that we have evidence for is how genes want to be passed on, and genes clearly want to be passed on in a way that makes them as varied as possible, because that is what makes species as robust as possible, is when they are varied. So us fucking randomly, literally us going up to people randomly and fucking them is the best thing for our species. Completely random, because that makes us robust as a species. They think about these things so much more deeply than they need to be thought about. Like, women are not looking at men and being like, oh, how good are you gonna be as a partner, as a father? Like, we're literally not thinking of it like that. Like, maybe on a higher sort of like cultural level we are, because like in the culture that we're currently living in, it is sort of expected of you to, if you got pregnant, to know who the father is of your baby and to expect them to be a responsible father figure in some way. But that is literally just a very current cultural expectation. We could be living in an entirely different culture. Oh, thank you for the cheer. Can I get a fuck off, please? It's not 10,000 bits though, bro. It's not 10,000. It's only 500. Fuck off. There you go. But no. What was I talking about? Yeah, these guys, they think it's so deep. They think it's so specific, the way in which we choose mates and the ways in which we act within relationships. It's not that deep. It's not that specific. We're just, literally all we're trying to do is fuck each other randomly. That's all our genes are trying to do. Like, our genes are literally saying, please fuck someone with the most different genes to me. But like, they're not technically saying that, but they're just saying fuck someone with different genes, please. So my genes can very, very randomly shuffle like a deck of cards. What your genes want to do is like fan like a deck of cards and like integrate with another person's genes. But that doesn't even mean that your genes are going to be like, 50% your visible traits with 50% their visible traits, because what it could end up with is like some genes that never expressed in you and some genes that never expressed in them could literally come together and express in the child. And it could be completely down to whatever environment that child was brought up in that made those genes express. It's so random. Genetics is so random. And that's just something that they never want to talk about, is how fucking random the whole thing is. like what they want to do is impose order on everything that happens when there isn't really much order. It does remind me of like the way that like very religious people want to see things. Like it does remind me of like creationism, but a very sort of scientific version of creationism. It reminds me of sort of like people who want to believe that there is some sort of order going on in the world, like, and they want to believe that there's some sort of explanation for all of the noise that goes on in the world, when there honestly isn't much explanation for it. It's all just noise. I feel like evolutionary psychologists, they really want to give explanations to noise when those explanations aren't there. What the explanation really is, rather than scientific explanations, is cultures that we're currently in. Because as humans, what we're evolved to do is we're evolved to be very social, and within that very wired instinct to be social, what we do is we create cultures. Evolutionary psychology researchers, what they tend to do is they look at the current culture, whatever is going on right now, and they will build studies based on it. And they will build studies as a person who is sort of wired into that very current culture that we're in right now. But what they're unable to do is unwire themselves from that and be able to like completely disconnect themselves from that. So what they can't see is the bigger genetic picture. And they don't realize that what humans are actually evolved to do is they're evolved to wire themselves into the cultures that they are born into. Because what we're actually evolved to do is to be very social with each other and to make plans. Because when humans first evolved, I believe that the reason that we thrived as a species is because we could make plans with each other through the use of language, because we're the only species that evolved language. And we evolved to make plans with each other to, enact hunts, like to do hunts and stuff like that. We hunted in groups, and we did that through making plans with each other. Whereas other species, what they would do is they wouldn't use language to plan hunts. Like other species would just use instinct, and they wouldn't need to plan with each other. They just used instinct to be able to hunt in packs. Whereas what humans did is they separated each other. They separated themselves from other animals by being able to tell each other what the plan was for the hunt. And that is what differentiates us from other animals. This is why the pet buttons piss me off, because I know that the animals do not have a clue. Animals have no concept of language. They just have instincts. But humans are so wired into the culture that they're in, and they're so wired into language and concepts that they cannot even fathom the fact that animals are not wired in the same way. They can't even fathom that. They're like, oh yeah, animals, they must be able to understand language. So they must be able to understand it when they're pressing this random button that says this random word that I understand. So surely they must be able to understand it if I just teach them how to, because clearly I'm more evolved than this animal here. I'm just more intelligent than them. That's why I understand what this button language means. And if I just teach them, then they'll be able to understand it as well, because I'm just more clever than them. And it's actually a really narcissistic way of looking at humans and animals. It's kind of narcissistic because you're kind of just saying, basically, I'm more evolved than animals, which is not true. All animals are evolved to the most evolved status that they can be. It's just that humans evolved in a different way alongside animals, and humans evolved language differently to what animals evolved, whatever the species is. And the way that, like, some humans think that they can teach animals language just kind of says to me, like, this is why it triggers me, because it kind of says to me that that person thinks that they're more evolved than that animal. And they think that if they just teach that animal how to talk, then they would be as evolved as the human. It's not true. We are animals. We absolutely are. But we're just evolved in a different way. We're not more evolved. We are as evolved. I think, like, the problem comes, like, when we think that we're at the top of the food chain, when we think that we're the most evolved. Anyway, I went off on a tangent then.
Women preferred higher status mates who could provision her and her offspring with resources. They preferred taller mates who could keep them safe from the hostile forces of nature. There's so many predictions.
Yeah. Watch the Soup Emporium video about Coco the gorilla. Soup Emporium. Coco the gorilla. Excellent video that explains why Coco could not speak English and why we thought that Coco could speak English. It was all down to our cognitive bias and the way that we view animals.
And facts of mate preferences can be explained by these different selection pressures.
Mm-hmm. And this is a sexual strategies theory. What you're explaining here, or part of it at least, the idea that when pressures are similar, when we face similar challenges, men and women, then we see smaller sex differences. When the pressures are different, that's when we see larger sex differences there. That's the theoretical background for this, and the hypotheses to test that, like, do we see, a difference in a preference for earning or income potential or education? That's where we see these large sex differences that's consistent with that. So kind of validating that theory.
Absolutely, yeah.
So let's see, there's room for kind of critiques of these hypotheses and all of this.
Yeah, there's implications for AI in all of this as well, because in much the same way that we thought Coco the gorilla could talk to us, there are very much the same psychological processes going on when we think that large language models know how to talk to us, but in a different way, because large language models are actually programmed to talk to us in a way that we think that they can talk to us. But they're absolutely not talking to us in the way that another human being would talk to us.
But in critiquing some of these, specific things, this nut picking, she swept up some pretty basic, tenets, key features, not just of evolutionary psychology, but of evolution broadly.
Yeah, and there was a kind of a weird, even when she brought up Charles Darwin, she was kind of like, who I would consider maybe one of the greatest scientists of all time, like what a contribution to life, intellectual life. And our understanding of who we are in the universe, how we got here, what it means to be human. And she's kind of like lampooning him, introducing him as this old white grandpa type thing. And I don't know, is this just kind of in vogue to...
No, he was just, he was right about a lot of things, but he was also working within his time. He was pretty racist. He thought that white people were more evolved than black people. There was just problems with what he did, but I wasn't saying that he was wrong about everything. He was just of his time.
Criticize old white men, so Charles Darwin is one. I don't know, yeah.
That nut, Charles Darwin, evolution.
Crazy.
Who knows, we're creationists now, so... Kind of what we mentioned in some past slides, she seems to make a lot of the same errors as the manosphere as far as thinking about these things. Kind of maybe thinking non-replication is bad or something like that. About status hierarchy, I think she said status hierarchy is fixed at one point. What is your thoughts on that?
Yeah, at the very outset of the video, she seemed to kind of link that conservatives would use evolutionary psychology as a defending of their worldview. And one naturalistic fallacy that she committed was suggesting that evolutionary psychology contends that status hierarchies are fixed and that there is nothing you can do to change your position in that hierarchy. She thinks that that's the position of the conservatives and that that's the position of the evolutionary psychologists. But it's precisely the opposite. We always talk about status hierarchies as being constantly traversed, and we look at the things you can do to traverse those hierarchies and what contributes to it. It's actually almost a very incel-like black pill thinking of, oh, evolutionary psychology thinks you're fixed. Precisely the opposite. Even something like mate value, we always talk about how you can increase your mate value or it can decrease.
So, like, he's basically saying you can increase your mate value, but what he's essentially saying is, like, genetically your mate value is fixed, but you can change it if you, I don't know, do things to change it, like try and become an alpha male to increase your mate value, to become, you know, to elevate from a 5 to a 10. Like, my point is like this obsession with a hierarchy in the first place, in the whole sort of concept behind the hierarchy in the manosphere is, you know, you could be a 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10. And the whole sort of idea in the manosphere is that there is this universal number of attractiveness that you can apply to yourself. And, you know, every woman or every man who might ever look at you as a potential mate will see you as that same number. Oh, you're definitely a 7 or you're definitely a 6. And, you know, no one has their own types. No one has their own preferences. No, there's always this number, and you're always going to be reduced to this number in any way. Like, that's what the manosphere says, but that's really not how things happen in real life. That is how things happen on dating apps a lot of the time, but not in real life. Where, like, when people get to actually know each other and they've not been served each other via an algorithm and made judgments of each other based on a few messages, a few DMs, or a few sentences that were written on their dating profiles or whatever. Generally, in real life, what we do like to do is fuck each other randomly. Completely randomly. You know, like how our genetics want us to do. They want us to fuck each other randomly. But dating apps, they don't follow sort of like what we've always done historically as humans. Like they have hierarchicized. Is that a word? Hierarchicized? They have hierarchicized humans, dating apps, and that's not real life. That's generally not how things have ever happened. But a lot of evolutionary psychologists are like, oh, dating apps, they've just exposed how we really see each other as humans. They've just exposed how the real mechanics work of mating. No, they've just sort of like made us see each other in very reductive ways that aren't very human at all.
We never look at something as totally fixed, and this idea of the naturalistic fallacy that evolutionary psychology describing human nature make the contention that, well, that's the way we should be. There's tons of examples of how we necessarily override our evolved nature all the time. You get road rage in the car, you shouldn't act on it, right? It's not right that you get road rage. You should try and quell that down. We do that all the time. So the only way to override
Hierarchical, is that the word I'm looking for?
your
What was I saying again?
negative evolved tendencies is to understand them by investigating them. Denying that they're there or their evolutionary roots is really harmful because it just kind of hamstrings you and you can't actually overcome anything then. You're kind of stuck. You're tramlined.
Yeah, that's interesting, kind of that overriding bit. I think a lot of discourse on jealousy is like that, where if people feel jealousy, they think this is incredibly toxic and it needs to be overridden, and they'll be like, go work on yourself. And it's like, But jealousy also probably has some important roots, and it's not always the case that it's necessarily a bad thing. Being aware of jealousy and what induces it and when it is bad and when it is kind of good, and, you know, having an accurate mental map of the
Hierarchicized. Is that what I was saying?
world helps you kind of make sense of the world and your own feelings and all of that. If you don't have that accurate mental map, then you're confused by yourself in that sense.
Yeah, even some feelings like depression and anxiety. There's great work in evolutionary medicine and evolutionary psychiatry now on the adaptive roots of depression and anxiety. There's a really good book by Randolph Nesse called Good Reasons for Bad Feelings, that it talks about how these feelings evolved over time and why they persist with us, what they were for, what the function was, and why they maybe are misfiring in the modern world where they're maybe not as appropriate. It's this idea of evolutionary mismatch where the world that we see around us is radically different from...
Hey, this beer is not 12%. This beer is 0%. This beer is Sainsbury's Diet Lemonade. So
the environment in response to which our psychology evolved, and understanding the ways in which it is very different can be very informative about some kind of maladaptive uses of our psychology.
Yeah, that's a good point, because now we're moving away from mating preferences to other things like emotions. So a lot of the time when people criticize evolutionary psychology or this or that, they're very kind of embroiled in kind of like this gender discourse where it's like, I hate women, I hate men, man bad, no, woman bad. And they go back and forth like that. But evolutionary psychology touches on many things, such as the evolution of emotions. Why did we evolve to feel this in contexts that have nothing to do with like mate selection or anything like that? Don't see that she mentioned any of that in this video. I don't know to what extent she would be familiar.
I swear these guys did not watch the entire last part of my video. Because it's the entire last part of my video is about feelings and emotions.
With that, or even be able to critique it, but I mean, everything that you feel has evolved for a reason in that sense.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but that's the thing is, she zeroed in on some topics. I think she guessed she could lampoon, but ignored a lot of other things.
I guess like the reason that these guys they seem to not be able to clock what I'm saying is because it's so far removed from what they've spent their entire life, from the theories that they've spent their entire working life working towards and working within. My theories are so far removed from that. They're not even working within the same theoretical framework. And I think that's why they're sort of either forgetting them or not even registering them. But my theories are entirely different. But they're also backed up by scientists. And like I can advocate like Adam Rutherford, the guy that I cited a lot in my video because I agree with a lot of what he said. He sent me a DM and he was like, that video was fantastic. It was fabulous. You know, he was very happy with what I said, which goes to show that actual genetic scientists who are working actively in the field of genetics right now back up what I was saying in that video. But it's so far removed from what they've been studying for decades. Like the part of my video, there's a chapter in the video called Evolutionary Psychologists Don't Know How Genes Work. And it starts out with George Bush making a speech that happened about 20 years ago, where he was basically saying we're gonna map out the entire human genome, and once we've done that, we're gonna be able to cure every fucking cancer ever. Like, that's what George Bush was saying in front of everyone. And that was like 20 years ago. And that's how we thought genes worked at the time. Since then, we've learned that genes don't work like that because they're far more complex. You know, the reason why they're so much more complex than that is because they want to shuffle up as much as possible and create as much variance as possible. And when that comes to things like curing cancer, for example, that's not beneficial for us, because what we want to be able to do is find the cause of cancer genetically and be able to nip it in the bud. As soon as someone's born and they've got the genes that mean that they're predisposed to cancer, what we want to be able to do is remove that gene straight away so that they never get cancer. And that's what George Bush was saying that we were going to be able to do. Did that happen? Did that ever happen? No. But evolutionary psychologists are still working under that framework because they still believe that genes work in that very simple way. We've since learnt that genes do not work in that very simple way. And people like William Costello on the left here, he's working under David Buss. David Buss has been working in this field for decades and decades and decades. And he's been working in the field ever since we believed that genes worked in that way, in that very simple way in which we could just literally, like, there weren't that many genes. We used to think that there weren't that many genes and we could just literally breed out whatever we wanted to breed out quite easily. And he was working under the assumption that because there were so many less genes than we eventually realized there were, that led to the sort of assumption that, well, you know, the ways that people act, that must be for a very good reason, because there were probably reasons why people were fucking other people. It means that for decades, for hundreds of years, certain genes must have been fucked out of us, right? That's what the assumption was, because we thought that genes worked in a very simple way back then. But then 20 years ago, we started mapping out the human genome, and since then, we realized that we have far more shit going on than we thought we did. Far more shit. Like some diseases you can breed out, such as sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease is a disease that is connected to a specific gene, one gene, which you can breed out of humans because it's connected to one gene. So you can breed out things like sickle cell disease because it's very clearly connected to one gene. But most traits and most diseases and most cancers, they are connected to a multitude of genes, like clusters of genes that are spread out in the human genome, like throughout the entire thing, in such sporadic ways that scientifically you are never going to know which ones are like causing the affliction to happen. Yet David Buss, who William Costello is working under, David Buss has been working in the field for so long that he's working under the assumption that genes still work in the way that we thought that they did before we mapped out the human genome. Like, when we mapped out the human genome, it fucked everything up that we thought we knew scientifically about genes. It fucked everything up. But they're still working under that old framework because they refuse to accept that anything else could be possible. because they have this whole framework built up now. They just think that genetically we must have been caused to act in certain ways because genes are quite simple actually, and we've probably only got 20,000 of them. When in reality we've got way more than that probably. We don't even know. We don't even fucking know how many fucking genes we have. Way more than that. And we have no idea how those genes are affecting how even our very visual traits are affected. Never mind our psychological ones. We have no idea. But what we have the most evidence for is variance. Our genes, like we have traits, and our genes want to create variance within those traits, and those traits involve things like sexuality and, you know, even things like, you know, whatever gives people schizophrenia or autism or whatever. It's always a trait where there's a spectrum and you're either on the extreme end of it or in the middle or on the other extreme. And that's also very much affected by your environment as well. That's what we know. That's all we know. But these guys, they don't want to kind of accept this new theory that's coming out.
What evolutionary psychology has to say about you.
Yeah, she ignored an enormous amount of that. Some of these very well replicated things are totally unrelated to mating preferences. We'll mention that in another slide as well. A quote that I wrote this down, it was a quote, she said, evolutionary, this was I think in reference to the non-replications of the ovulatory shift hypothesis and going on to the mate switching hypothesis, like you described. She said, evolutionary psychology is going back on its original hypothesis when new evidence comes to light. Like, this is supposed to be a bad thing. That it's going back on the hypothesis. So, something the manosphere notoriously does with this dual mating hypothesis, like that's become kind of like like you said, a bastardization of it, has become kind of like this fixture for alphas and betas. They've twisted into this weird thing. But that's the scientific method right there. The idea that, okay, you have a hypothesis, you test it. If the hypothesis is not confirmed in your test, if you're not able to replicate it, you move on. It's not a bad thing to do that, to go back against your original hypothesis. You're supposed to kind of maybe discard that and rethink things if it comes out. This is, the way that a lot of people think, though. It's not well informed, I guess, by the scientific method. This idea that you can never be wrong, you can never change your mind or anything. Scientists should be open to being wrong and changing them.
That's like literally what I'm saying. That's what I'm explaining in the video. I'm explaining how genetically we'd got things wrong for a very long time, and now we know how genes work. And isn't your entire scientific field built around how genes affect brains? And I'm explaining how scientifically we've rediscovered how genes work. And the thing that I'm criticizing you for is for continuing to work within your previous genetic framework when we have a new genetic framework that came out. That's what I'm criticizing you for. But that's what I'm saying. They don't want to accept the new genetic framework that is like the new scientific consensus. They're still working within the old one.
Their mind and testing things that they think, okay, that could be right, it could be wrong, I don't really know, but being very comfortable with saying that was wrong, discard it, go on to the next thing there.
Yeah, that's the scientific method. You correct for yourself, yeah, for sure.
Let's see, let's go on now and see what else we're looking at. So, as we mentioned, some of this ovulatory shift research, this was probably what she talked about as far as like actual research. This is probably what she spent most of the time on. If she researched this making her video, I'd be surprised if she didn't come across my own articles on it, because they come up at the top of search results. This ovulatory shift hypothesis, the idea that across the woman's cycle, she has a shift in mating preferences, right? So a preference for more masculine faces, for example, when a woman is ovulating. A lot of this research, of course, has not replicated. I've made videos on this and written articles about it. I've kind of rung this bell that hasn't replicated quite extensively myself. And I guess there's a question here. When she asks, like, this has not replicated, who are the people that are running these replications and not replicating. Who are they?
Also evolutionary psychologists.
They're also evolutionary psychologists. It's not like blank slatists coming from some other paradigm that are running these replications. It's evolutionary psychologists with other hypotheses, and they're saying, okay, maybe these shifts aren't real, or maybe they're very small.
It's not only other evolutionary psychologists, it's also just in general psychologists, because psychology in general has had a replication crisis. It's also not just psychology that's had a replication crisis, it's science as a whole has had a replication crisis. So yeah, some of these guys who had realized that there's a replication crisis, yeah, some of them are evolutionary psychologists. My problem is that when they realize that they've made a mistake, hello Raiders. My problem is when they've realized that they've made a mistake is they're working within the same genetic predisposed assumptions as what they have been doing for decades and decades and decades, when they're not working within what the new genetic framework, they're not working within the framework of the new genetic knowledge that we have nowadays. They don't consider genes. They still want to work within their own framework. Their base assumptions still are, well, we must have genetically selected for this for some reason.
No just Corbyn, no just Green, no Justice Raid.
That's
no just Green, no just Sarkar, no just Corbyn, no just Green, no Justice Raid.
so that's still the framework that they're working under. Is this assumption that genes, there must be genes that are making us mate in a specific way. That is still the assumption that they are working under. They will not consider variance. They will not consider that genes are there to create variance. All they will consider is that genes are there to make women act a certain way and to make men act a certain way, because evolution, and because genes must be making us act in certain ways to make us mate in certain ways to make certain genes make it to the next generation. That is the framework that they work under, and they won't break out of that when new science comes along and says, actually, this is not how genes work. That is my problem with their entire field. It's great that they're considering that their own studies didn't replicate. That's great, but when they don't replicate, you have to consider why. And what you have to do is, when your own studies don't replicate, you have to consider why. And to look at why, you have to consider other fields of research. You have to look at other people's fields of research, i.e., geneticists, because your field of research is very closely related to geneticists. And if you're not even considering what they're saying, then you're not progressing knowledge scientifically. You're just still going along with your previous theories, and you're working backwards from it. If you're not considering what other scientific fields are saying,
Small or conditional, but it's only evolutionary psychologists testing this and running these replications.
Yeah, and the theoretical framework for the ovulatory shift makes a lot of sense. We see a lot of chimps have something similar, where when the female is in estrus, that's when you see sexual behavior. The male chimps would largely ignore the female when she's not ovulating. So it's reasonable to suggest there'd be some relic of this in humans, and when you go looking for evidence, if you don't find the evidence and it doesn't support your hypothesis, you move on. That's normal science.
Exactly, yeah. And in some of these replications, there's evidence like, okay, so shifts toward facial masculinity, maybe not. Some other things like higher libido, that's extremely well replicated.
Yeah.
That women experience higher libido when
yeah, I accept that in the video. When women ovulate, when women are ovulating, they have a higher libido. I accepted that in the video, and I accept that now. That has been replicated. We are more horny when we are in the ovulatory stage of the cycle. So yeah, guys, if you want to get your girls at the exact time, well, what you're gonna have to do is somehow hack into her period tracking app and find the days where she's ovulating. You're gonna have to hack into her Apple Health app, find the days that she's ovulating, and come on to her during those few days. That is scientifically backed evidence. Anything else is bullshit.
They're ovulating. So we know that ovulation has some effects on human psychology. That's not something that doesn't replicate. That's very, very robust. So it's some of these specific shifts in mate preferences. And what's interesting is like, these are not that crucial like to your worldview. Like, does it really matter if women like men a little bit more who are a little bit more facially masculine when they're ovulating? Yeah. It's weird that that's become kind of a fixture of the manosphere as well, because it's not.
But it's not true. It's just absolutely not true. Like the whole concept of more manly is cultural. The whole concept of angular jaw, whatever, cultural. You've made it up, bro. In the same way that we made up money, we made up the concept of a guy that looks more masculine than another guy. We made it up. I'm sorry. It's not real.
That important of a finding.
Yeah, which is the morally suspect the hypothesis, the mate switching or the dual mating? I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny too, because in the manuscript they're like, they want to suppress this because they can't let it get out. That's why it's not replicating. And it's like, it's not that controversial. It's not that big of a deal.
They only knew how science works and how we're not that coordinated to run a conspiracy like that, for sure.
Yeah, and so she doesn't propose alternative explanations, but like, what would the blank slate explanation be for the rise of libido when a woman is ovulating?
Are they saying I'm a blank slatist? Because I never said that. And also I said in the video, the only thing we have evidence for is a fucking rise in libido when women ovulate. I fucking said that in the video. Ah!
Like, why would hormones shift human behavior and human psychology in certain ways?
I don't know what a hypothesis might be, but it would have to be a just so story, because it would be just making up something out of the blue. These predictions or these theories about why that might be the case, you can make arguments based on theoretical evolutionary framework that you may or may not find data for. Normal science, I don't know what the theoretical framework would be for that.
I have not even heard like an alternative explanation for like an increase in libido during ovulation. Some things they can attribute, to like, it's patriarchy. They learned it. You did not learn to be hornier when you're ovulating.
Yes.
That's not a part of it. That doesn't even make sense.
Here's another one. Women are far greater in sexual disgust than men. And that's for a good evolutionary reason. They're far more at risk of STDs, have a lot more to lose from sex in general. So, yes, as we...
Culture, that applies culturally as well. Women have more to lose in every sense of the word. In everything, women have more to lose in these situations.
We would predict they have an evolved psychology.
You know why? Because of another thing that we made up called money.
For greater sexual disgust. Try explaining that by patriarchy. When were women taught to be more sexually disgusted? Or actually, when are they taught to actually be more at risk of STDs in their biology? So, is that...
What? We're taught that culturally. We're like, literally, women are taught to be more demure, to be more mindful, to be more demure. We literally taught that culturally.
Patriarchy? Or evolution is very patriarchal, I guess.
It's very patriarchal force of nature. There's a lot in evolutionary psychology that does not lend itself well to patriarchy, which we can talk about this in another slide. It's also kind of a just so story in itself in many ways. But she mentions this as well, and I think this is kind of another maybe failure to understand psychology and science in general and research. She talks about these old studies, and she says, look, these are old studies. Look how old this PDF is, as if something is old. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, in psychology, we're kind of taught if there's a seminal theoretical contribution, you cite the theoretical first seminal paper. And some of these old papers are replicated. They're very robust, first of all, and they're replicated time and time again. So the mate preferences studies that David Buss did in 1989, first of all, extremely non-weird, 37 different cultures, thousands of participants from all over the world, finding a large degree of universality in mate preferences.
Yeah, that's the thing though with his sex preferences study. You're still doing this within many cultures who, like, literally every culture is a patriarchal culture. There, you're not gonna have like 50% of them to be a matriarchal culture, are you? Like, consider the way in which the world operates right now. You're not gonna find 50% matriarchal cultures and 50% patriarchal cultures, are you? Really? Like, not in 1989 and not now. Never.
Recently replicated with an even larger cross-cultural sample by Katie Walter in 2020. And, what best practice, I think, in my citation is to cite the original and then cite the most up-to-date evidence. But some of these findings, like, for example, the sex differences in desire for sexual variety, they've been replicated so many times that it would be almost impossible to cite them all. You'd have pages upon pages. My supervisor, David Buss, he calls them the most boring replications in all of psychology. We find them, again, by accident when we're looking for other things.
Yes, because it's extremely cultural. It's like literally one of the most ingrained things in human culture you could possibly ever come across is the idea that men are supposedly more likely to be like, yes, I would like to have sex with lots of different women in my life. And for women to be like, oh, I'd like to settle down with a man. That is the cultural norm in most cities, in most cultures in the entire world. It is the norm. It's not a surprise.
Citing something old and seminal isn't an indictment on its quality. It may be that the theories have moved on, but in the case of mate preferences, it hasn't really. You find it replicated time and time again.
Yeah, in that paper specifically by David Buss in 1989, this has been cited about 6,000 times. To give an example, the papers that Kahneman and Tversky won the Nobel Prize for was cited about 50,000 times. The average number of citations a researcher gets, like, across all of his papers is like 180. So this is you see papers like this that are old, they've been cited thousands of times. That's because they're holding up. They're still good. They're still so influential that people continue to cite them. It's not the case that because a study's old, you don't want to cite it. That is occasionally taught to undergraduates, though. Like don't find the old studies. Try to find something new. But these are old studies that are getting replicated. It's not the case that it's just like you can dismiss it because it's old. That's the question, is like, did it hold up to the test of time or not? Some old things do, and they do very well in that sense. Another old study here, we'll go on kind of to the next one. Clark and Hatfield initially. I think this was also originally done in 1989. What is the Clark and Hatfield research line?
So this can be described as a would you have sex with a stranger study, where they ask university students at first, would you have sex with...
Yeah, it's similarly from 1989. Yeah, I think this is the one that I talked about in the video, I think, where the song that literally directly quotes it is like, I've been noticing you around. Do, 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 do. I found you very attractive. Do, 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 do. Would you have sex with me? That actually came from this study where they told men and women to, like, walk up to people of the other gender and say that, and they recorded the results. Absolute banger.
To a stranger, and you find that I think like 70% of men said yes immediately, and 0% of women said that they would. And this illustrates the kind of the different sex
Would you go to bed with me?
psychologies in desire for sexual variety and for immediate access to sex. Other data points that kind of point to the same thing is the number of sex partners men and women report to want over the lifetime, how quickly men and women agree to want sex, how easily they'll have sex without love. There's lots of converging lines of evidence of men's greater readiness for sex. And I'd point to two papers. One academic paper written by David Buss and David Schmidt in 2011, and it was about whether evolutionary psychologists could ever be feminist. And it was published in the journal Sex Roles, which is kind of a feminist journal, and it talks about this large degree of sex differences. And they've got one table, chock-a-block full of evidence. It's just so powerful. Alternatively, maybe for free access for any listeners who don't have an academic email or something like that, a Psychology Today article by David Schmidt, kind of relaying these findings to lay audience, talking about would you have sex with a stranger. One fundamental flaw in the way...
It's just the most unsurprising study result ever. Like, either in 1989, in which gender norms were even more extreme than they are now, is like to have a person could like come up to a person of the other gender and be like, do you want to have sex with me? It's the most unsurprising result ever to have more men say yes than women. It's the least surprising thing ever. Simply for the... Oh, thank you for the 1,000 bits. The song was by David Lowe. I know, the same musician who did the BBC News themes. I know. I said that. If you watch the live stream that I did on my main YouTube channel, after that, I explained how I realized that, and I was very excited about it. But yeah, it was by David Lowe, that song. The same guy who made the BBC News theme. Coincidences everywhere. But yeah, that 1989 study where they told people just to come up to people in public and be like, do you want to go to bed with me? The most least surprising result is that more men said yes than women. It's the least surprising result ever. And it's not because men want more sexual variety than women. It's quite simply because women have more things to worry about. Like, i.e. STDs, pregnancy, being fucking murdered. Because, like, literally, as a woman, the first thing that you would think, if a man came up to you in the fucking park and said, do you want to have sex with me? The literal first thing that your brain would go to is, I am going to get murdered if I say yes. That is literally the first thing that your brain would go to. It's such an obvious result. But like these are guys. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't fucking know what it's like to be a woman.
When Mooncat kind of represented this research, she kind of suggested that this is all because of women's greater fear of violence and pregnancy. Unintentionally, perhaps, she's actually pointed to the evolutionary rationale for why there would be such a sex difference at all, where we would predict that women would have a reluctance to sex with a stranger. But in those studies, they actually...
How is that evolutionary?
Followed on with studies, the same authors, Clark and Hatfield, followed on with studies controlling for stigma, controlling for sexual pleasure, controlling for pregnancy, controlling for reputational damage, controlling for everything you can imagine. And it's still men way more inclined to have sex with a stranger. It's a massively robust finding.
How the fuck are you controlling for that, William? Bill? Billy? How are you controlling for... Please let me know. Please let me know the statistical model that allowed you to control for all of those things within the culture that we're living in. Please fucking let me know.
And it's kind of disingenuous, or perhaps you didn't know that they actually did control for those things in later studies. But yeah, it's absolutely not just a difference of, oh, well, women are in greater fear. Well, first of all, they're in greater fear for an evolutionary reason, but yeah.
Yeah, so even controlling for all of these other things that could be sort of standard social science model explanations for that, the sex difference still persists. And I think, even if you just ask men and women, like, do you want to do this, all things being equal? That's kind of the responses that you're going to get. And I know she mentioned, like, she doesn't necessarily believe survey data, which is also kind of parallel to the manosphere. A lot of people seem to question this. They seem to say, ask women. You should just ask women what they want. A lot.
All right, I need to pee. I'll be right back. Also, Brooklyn's being very annoying. I think he might want to go downstairs.
Brooklyn! Hey!
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now.
I like to move it. 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 I like to move it.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction.
All right, let's carry on.
A lot of this is doing that, and women will just tell you, and it's not that unintuitive or controversial that women do not want to have sex with strangers, and men kind of do.
Yeah, but there's survey data, there's behavioral data. Men buy sex more often, they have more affairs. There's so much triangulated data on this one phenomenon that it's remarkable that it's survey data could be dismissed. You could lose all the survey data and still come to this conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the Clark and Hatfield research is not survey data. They sent experimenters to school campuses to approach people and ask them. So
The fucking student survey. I hate that they treat this like so scientifically. Also, like with any survey, the bias of the researcher always finds its way into the results, whatever you're doing. The bias of the researcher always makes its way in, because you can write questions in certain ways that invite certain answers, even if you don't realize you're doing it as a researcher. And when that ties in with like cultural expectations of people, that like you can almost guarantee that you're going to get a specific answer back. You can just almost guarantee it.
they're saying, what do people actually do? Well, that's what you see. That's what they actually do. The sex difference in this was remarkably large, as particularly in the original few Clark and Hatfield ones. I think it was a Cohen's D of like 3, where you get like almost all of the men saying, yeah, I'll do it, I'll go home with you, and like 0% of the women. It was really quite remarkable there. So yeah, kind of, she, like you said, she kind of unintentionally gave the evolutionary explanation for that.
It's really quite remarkable that 0% of the women in this study wanted to get murdered.
Why are women not likely to have sex with a stranger? Fear of violence, fear of pregnancy. I mean, pregnancy is an evolved function. She's giving the evolutionary explanation for it. It's like, why are women afraid of pregnancy? Because they can get pregnant.
Yeah, but importantly, this...
Oh my god! He's questioning why women are afraid of getting pregnant in this economy!
This kind of talks about that, or it points to that evolutionary mismatch, that even controlling for those things in the current environment, because of our ancestral environment of this being a strong selection pressure, women will retain the psychology of being reluctant. You can't just say, take for example men's greater sexual jealousy too. You could be given assurances to any man, oh don't worry, your partner had sex with another man, but they use protection, your paternal certainty is totally shored up, don't worry. They're still not going to be going for that. They'll still hate that. That will be visceral response of jealousy. So yeah, the past explains the present, where our mind evolved to these selection pressures, and that's how we operate.
Exactly, yeah, and that's an important thing, is that a lot of these psychological processes and dispositions are not necessarily conscious in that sense. So it's not necessarily the woman is thinking like, oh, I might get pregnant, and then all of a sudden she's on birth control, and now she's saying, oh, I'm just going to have sex with strangers because I'm on birth control, I can't get pregnant. That persists. So it's not necessarily a conscious thought, is it?
Yeah, and you will have a small effect of the proximate, oh, I'm on birth control, I'm actually free to have more casual sex. And you probably will find a small effect, but yeah, we're largely, you'll never completely diminish that sex difference. It's such a fundamental, large biological difference between men and women. The psychological difference in correspondence to that will be large too.
And sex differences...
And it's absolutely impossible that they could have been taught that culturally. That could never happen. No.
And jealousy, that's another finding that has been very well replicated. Kind of emotional infidelity, sexual infidelity. Can you tell us a bit about that?
So again, the best way to describe this is with a kind of a rhyme of mama's baby, papa's maybe. So throughout ancestral history, ancestral men could never be sure that their offspring was really theirs.
Again, this hypothesis was written under the assumption that genes want to be passed on to the next generation. Remember that. What we've recently learned within the past couple of decades is that hypothesis of the gene itself wanting to be passed on to the next generation is quite likely not true, because genes are far more complex than that. So consider that they've written this hypothesis entirely under the assumption that the gene itself wants to be passed on to the next generation.
Ancestral men could never be sure that their offspring was really theirs. Every woman who has a child knows for sure that offspring is theirs. It's coming out of their body. It can't be anybody else's. But men could never be sure. The only way they could be sure was to vigilantly guard their mate and be extremely jealous, to pick up on cues that she may be mating with someone else. And, you know, that...
There is also other evidence that when we used to live in tribes, what what was actually most important to us was that the babies survived. And it didn't fucking matter who brought them up. It was just like the village brought up the kid. It didn't matter who the actual mother was or who the actual father was. Didn't matter. As long as the kid got fucking brought up, didn't fucking matter.
That is
It's just our current cultures that have decided that the biological mother and the biological father should be the primary caregivers. That's my argument, is that it's just our current culture that expects that of us. But we have previously thrived in communities where it didn't really matter who brought up the little wee children, the little wee shits.
sex-differentiated selection pressure. Women, on the other hand, needed to be more attuned to emotional infidelity, because that is more of a greater cue to misdirecting resources towards someone else and their offspring. Now, women don't like sexual infidelity either, because it's often a cue to emotional infidelity too, but men are actually capable of having a lot of infidelity that isn't actually emotional in nature, doesn't tend to be typical.
You're back from eating tacos and your fire beer's in? Do you mean 5? Or are your beers actually on fire?
For women, of course, some will be able to have those type of affairs, but typically women's sexual infidelity follows an emotional infidelity too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's perhaps one of the more black-pilling, so to speak, features of male infidelity is that men might cheat more, even if the relationship is kind of good, even if they have high relationship satisfaction. And certainly so, another thing you mentioned there, as far as behavioral data, yeah, you see it in who visits sex workers, who signs up to Ashley Madison or something like that.
Yes.
You know, it's typically men in that case. So it's not...
Hey, we got some raiders from Hannah Reloaded. We're talking about evolutionary psychology, baby. We have William Costello and Alex Datesyke with his plait and his goatee, giving me a good hard deboonk.
Necessarily the case. I think a lot of people find evolutionary psychology to excuse men's behavior, but that's not what it's intended to do. At the same time, a lot of people find it, once they look into it, a little bit black-pilling for women in that sense because of some of these things.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
So, aside from that, there's also a preference for nulliparity as well. What is that?
So,
welcome to upsucking. Guys, we're discussing the evolutionary reasoning for orgasmic upsucking.
Nulliparity refers to women who are kind of sexually viable, but have not been pregnant yet. And that would have been very important. So ancestral men had not only a preference for youth, but a preference for nulliparity too. Because I've been reading lately, actually being a woman's first sexual partner was very, very important in the ancestral environment. Because in the ancestral environment, without birth control and without modern medicine, women, once they started having sex, were often pregnant or lactating. So there wasn't much time after that first sexual access to...
I'm sorry. I've been distracted by chat. What's he going on about now? What's Two Watchman going on about now?
Actually being a woman's first sexual partner was very, very important.
What? I want to know what the evolutionary reasoning was behind this goatee, though, to be honest. Look at him stroking it. And also, what's the evolutionary reasoning behind both of his watches? Why does he need 2 watches? Like, nowadays, like, this looks like an Apple Watch, right? These can be integrated. These things can tell both the time and and your fitness shit if you really... So there is absolutely no reason for you to have another watch on in addition to an Apple is that what they call iWatch?
For youth.
An Apple Watch.
But a preference for nulliparity too. Because I've been reading lately, actually being a woman's first sexual partner was very, very important in the ancestral environment, because in the ancestral environment...
I don't think they gave a shit in the ancestral environment. I don't think they gave a shit who... Pardon me. I don't think they gave a shit who was a virgin in the ancestral environment. I'm sorry. I don't think they give a flying fuck who was a virgin. I don't think they understood the concept of a virgin in the ancestral environment.
That birth control and where.
Honestly, I think that whole concept of virginity came around the same time when we started controlling women. I think that's when that started coming about as a concept. But that's my theory.
Without modern medicine, women, once they started having sex, were often pregnant or lactating. So there wasn't much time after that first sexual access to actually get in there. So that nulliparity is very important, and this idea of sexual...
Oh, just imagine it describing a woman as having nulliparity. Oh, go outside, touch some grass.
Reproductive value, so your whole reproductive career ahead of you. That would be the optimal time to secure a mateship with somebody, because if you can keep her as your own, you have the optimal chance of producing most offspring with her. Now, this is not, just to get back to this idea of Mooncat kind of lampooning the idea of people consciously thinking of these things. Men and women don't think about these evolutionary goals. We don't come with goals to have so many offspring. We just come with the goal of having greater sexual desire for fertile-looking mates. And over ancestral time, sex with those mates rather than infertile mates led to greater fitness. So the way I would describe it is modern men aren't queuing up outside sperm banks, even though they know that would be a great way to improve your fitness. But you still have the desire for sex. Or even people who desire to not have children, they very rarely shut down their sexual desire along with it. So it's not like these things are conscious. We're not conscious of a lot of what we do, but the ultimate goal of why we have those drives is not always doesn't always loom large in our mind when we're thinking like this.
Yeah, that's important, because kind of at the beginning when she's going through her skit, she makes it sound like men and women are thinking about consciously all of these things. Really, we just see people and we think like, I like them, I don't like them. But it's not random who we like. It's based on certain traits, and we can observe those traits objectively, and we can quantify them. We can count the numbers and see like, oh, these are traits that people kind of tend to like, and then we can say, why do they like those traits?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, once again, the theory of evolution provides a good explanation for why. Something that maybe doesn't is just like...
You know what it could also explain all of it is patriarchal culture. Let's just ignore that.
The standard social science model, culture in general. So take sex differences and jealousy, for example. What is the cultural or blank slate explanation for those?
I don't know. And could you teach women to be more sexually jealous and men to be more emotionally jealous? Mooncat seems to think so. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think that's not the way to do it. Just to pick up on something you said there, Alex, about, you could observe the mate preferences and then come up with the reason why. You could also reverse order that and say, what are selection pressures? And I wonder, are mate preferences in correspondence to that? So I'll give you an example of a recent one discovered from a guy called David Lewis.
Oh, I fucking love the lumbar curvature studies. I love this shit.
Who used to be in our lab at UT. He discovered male preference for...
Because suppose... I mentioned this in the video, didn't I? Like, men are attracted to a spine which, like, curves in just below the butt. So they want to see that curve that goes in just before the butt, right? Because supposedly back when we were foraging and we were gathering the berries back in the day, because you know how the men hunted the game and the women were the ones that picked the berries, right? The Meta report. The reason that we have the spine that curves in, guys, is because because we were like always having to bend down to pick the berries up from the floor, that curvature of the spine meant that we were less likely to get spinal back injuries because from all of the bending down. Extremely plausible explanation, if you ask me.
specific type of angle of lumbar curvature on the back. And the way he did it was a very good example of the way evolutionary hypotheses are kind of formed and how we search for evidence. So he figured the adult human female is the only species on planet Earth that has the adaptive problem of carrying a fetus while they're pregnant on 2 feet while standing up. Most other species are kind of down on all fours or whatever. So that creates a specific selection pressure for adult human women to have a strong kind of spine that's optimal for carrying this pregnancy while on 2 feet. So as such, women have a different type of spine. They have a kind of wedge.
So we're getting a whole different just so story now. It's because it's because we've always had to hold the babies.
Wedged in third vertebrae up.
It's not because of the berries now. It's because of the babies.
Different to men. So he thought, this is a strong selection pressure on women. I wonder then, would men have a preference for a specific type of spine, and what type of spine and lower back would they like? He consulted with surgeons to ask them, what is the optimal distance?
Body standards for women these days, they've gone wild. Like, these days, if you have the wrong type of spine, that's it. You're done for, girls. You gotta have the right type of spine. That'll be the next cosmetic procedure. To give the lumbar procedure. That'll be the next Brazilian butt lift. The lumbar procedure to make it look like you can carry more babies than the other women.
Between hyperlordosis and hypolordosis. So the optimal distance from too much slant and too little slant. And they said it would be about 45.5 degree angle. And guess what male preferences for the lumbar curvature are? 45.5 degree angle.
Is that all the data points that you had? How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 15! You asked 15 guys! And then you managed to get this little fucking pyramid of dots. And you managed to get it to sort of match. That's 15 guys, right? You asked 15 guys.
So remarkable. Even in moving figures, they found this preference. So similar to the waist-hip ratio kind of thing, that even blind men have this preference. This is a deeply evolved thing. But it just kind of shows you can... The evolutionary hypothesis in that case was reverse engineered. It was, well, what is the adaptive problem? You should have made preferences in correspondence to that. He didn't even know if men did. He just made the prediction and found out, yes, they did. And that's the power of the theoretical framework.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
And that's very, very
It's
important.
the power.
And that's the way it really...
That's the power of the theoretical framework, guys. Is a scientist being like, I think this really obvious cultural thing is maybe evolutionary, actually. So why don't we ask a load of guys whether they think that really obvious cultural thing is actually true? And when they go along with the very obvious cultural thing, we have a correlation. We can make a little graph because 15 of them went along with the cultural thing. And any guy that we asked who didn't go along with the cultural thing, well, we discarded them from the data because there was some sort of we decided that there was some sort of an anomaly going on with them. Like one of the guys, he had childhood trauma. One of the guys was bisexual. One of them was gay. So we were just, we just refused to include them because, for reasons. Yeah.
Needs to be done because that's the opposite of a just so story. You have your hypothesis, you have your theory, it helps you generate the hypothesis, then the hypothesis is tested. Because you can look at preferences and be like, okay, that kind of makes sense, and maybe you get it right. But it's when you come up with that first and then you test it, and you're saying, okay, you can't be accused of a just so story in that case.
Yeah, so evolutionary psychology creates predictions a priori, so ahead of time. And David Lewis, the same researcher, actually wrote a really powerful article along with some other co-authors from our lab, a previous generation of our lab, called a how-to guide for evolutionary psychology. And it's really, really good because it talks about how
Oh yeah, it's great. I read the whole thing, guys. Oh, what a read.
the hypotheses are
The amount of fucking PDF files I read for that fucking video.
generated, how they're not just so stories, and how to do it properly, how to look for cultural variation. And fundamentally, evolutionary psychology predicts where you will find cultural variation. A fundamental misunderstanding of evolutionary psychology is that we just think about universality, that humans are the same everywhere. Absolutely not. If you give us enough information about the ecology, the sex ratio, parasites in the environment, we can make predictions about how cultures might vary in their psychology. Again, ahead of time.
Yeah. So there are some cultures. Is it the Hadza that has a very large extra pair parenting rate?
I think Hadza or Himba. Himba.
There we go. Yeah, I was
Brooks Gelza does it.
well.
Yeah, Himba.
So you can look at these cultures that are not weird samples, that are very distant, that have very high rates of extra pair paternity or polygamy or something. You still kind of see these sex differences and jealousy as well. You still see sexual conflict and all of these similar things, which kind of seems to say, okay, even if you have a culture that is, it would be ideal in this culture if you did not experience any jealousy or sex differences and jealousy. You still see the exact same kinds of conflicts.
Yeah, very difficult to kind of erase it. And even in terms of parental investment, there are examples of hunter-gatherer societies where they believe...
I think what you need to do to actually really have evidence of this is because, like, what they're saying is these like very isolated tribes have been looked at by people doing studies on them, but what you have to consider is that they had people from Western countries going into these tribes and taking data on the tribes, and these people from Western cultures were going in with their Western perceptions and with their own personal comparisons to how these tribes were living their lives, and they would write up reports based on their Western perceptions on how these tribes were living their lives. That's a part of it. So like there's gonna be a lot of things that these tribes do that these Western like scholars doing their studies are gonna look at, and they're gonna look at it from their own perspective. And so they're gonna write up their whole study based upon their own perspective of why they think that they're acting like that, and they might say, oh, it's because they want to ensure the paternity of the child, so that's why they do this and this and that. And a lot of studies have come out more recently that have highlighted issues with the ways that we've looked at tribes in the past, and the way that we've done studies on isolated tribes in the past. And in a lot of ways they're very supposed like isolated tribes. In a lot of ways they're very influenced by Western cultures, because they live, a lot of them live very, very close to other civilizations, and even though they technically still live within their tribes, they're very influenced by the cultures that live closest to them, because they have to sort of interact with them in some ways sometimes. But also like the people that are writing about them, the people that like go into these tribes and live in them for a while and then like write their journals about them, they're still writing those journals from the perspective of a person who's grown up in a very Western culture and is sort of like coming, like viewing all of their actions from the perspective of our culture. And you're never going to be able to look at that kind of stuff completely objectively.
Belief is, the cultural belief is that there is shared paternity. So every man that the woman has had sex with is partially the father. And it's kind of adaptive because it diminishes that sexual jealousy, and kind of everyone invests a little bit in the offspring. But guess what you find? That the actual father, the actual biological father, invests more heavily, infrequently. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I literally only just realised that there's a wire coat hanger in the middle with a lapel mic attached to it. Amazing setup, guys.
Yeah. So something else she mentioned was kind of this...
I just thought that was like I thought it was a piece of art or something because of the things behind it.
Eurocentric beauty standards, because of course we're talking about mate preferences, and overlapping with mate preferences is a lot of research on attractiveness. That was one of my original interests that kind of got me initially into that, and then I realized like, oh, I cannot even study attractiveness without running through evolutionary psychology. So she kind of says these are Eurocentric preferences, and I think a lot of people have kind of the perception that like in other cultures the preferences are totally different. What do you think about this Eurocentric beauty standards thing?
Absolutely not. There is a large degree
Shut it down straight away. Absolutely not.
of consensus, particularly around female beauty, around what is a beautiful woman. You could take a group of hunter-gatherer men, Australian men, UK men, American men from different times, and they'll largely agree on who is an attractive woman and who's less attractive. Male attractiveness is less, it's more subjective. It's based on different things. There are some features like height that are, unfortunately for me, very important to women. But female beauty is very much linked to cues of health, youth and fertility, because we inherited these preferences from ancestors who successfully reproduced. And those were the ones who had preferences for...
Again, they're basing it all off the gene wants to be reproduced. The gene wants to go to the next generation. We have no evidence for that. They're building it all around the concept of the gene wanting to go to the next generation.
Fertile mates, and we use youthful looking cues as cue to that fertility. There are some cultural and temporally variable preferences like plumpness versus thinness, and it's associated with status. So sometimes in a particularly harsh environment you might prefer a plump...
Like, surely if that was true, all fucking guys would be tall now? Wouldn't you all be fucking over 6 foot if that was actually true? How the fuck do you explain why all men are not taller than all women now? How the fuck do they explain that?
Mate, because it kind of implies that she has enough resources or is not struggling. Whereas in other high resource environments, it might be more high status to be very slim because you can afford to go on a diet or whatever it might be. But what's never reversed is the waist-hip ratio. And that's a big cue.
How are they not explaining lesbians? Well, they conveniently do not explain anyone gay. They don't, apart from when they explain them as an evolutionary anomaly somehow that was somehow beneficial to the straight people. It's great. The fucking mental gymnastics that these people will do to explain gay people is wild.
Due to youth and fertility is this narrow waist relative to wider hips. And this is seen in evidence into antiquity. So even art from thousands of years ago depicts this narrow waist, wider hips. It's so strong.
Not all of it.
That men all over the world prefer it.
Have they seen the Venus? What's the thing called? The Venus? That like the oldest image of a human that we have. What's she called? Venus of something? Oh no, what's she called? They found her in like the Netherlands or something, or in Austria. Oh, what's she called? She has a clitoris and everything. The Austrian one. Willendorf! You got it. Willendorf. This is like the oldest depiction. I'm not going to get taken down if I show this, am I? This is the oldest depiction of a human body that we have in the history of mankind. What waist to fucking hip ratio does this have? Huh? 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 Exactly.
Even blind men, when you actually get them to measure and what do they feel, what do they actually like, they like this waist-hip ratio. And again, this is one of the findings that Mooncat seemed to kind of thumb her nose at. And this is not Eurocentric. This is, no one is imposing Eurocentric white kind of beauty standards on hunter-gatherer societies who find these things beautiful. So it doesn't make sense. And, you know, this idea of a universal human nature in general is a very, that's a fundamental kind of a good universalism idea for humanity. I think it's a common human nature with each other rather than anything Eurocentric. So yeah.
A lot of what I've written about and researched was on attractiveness. And facial attractiveness in particular, other signs of attractiveness, they're very cross-culturally robust, and a lot of this research wanted to get at that. Like, is it cultural? If it's cultural, we should see very different preferences, but we actually see very similar preferences. In the case of something like adiposity as well, what you described there, so this can shift based on status. Is that not also what we would expect from kind of the evolutionary hypotheses predictions there?
Absolutely. Yeah, you could make that prediction if you have enough information about the ecology. What is it like? What is acute to status? You can make predictions based on that, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And status cues actually are also very robust. I think David Buss did a large cross-cultural study on status cues, and you see the same kinds of things there, like high intelligence, signs of education, cooperativeness, and then you see all of the antisocial traits at the bottom, like what really hurts your status, like being a liar or uncooperative and that kind of a thing.
Yeah, and with the mate preferences, it's like these are totally not arbitrary. Like, yes, there's some variation in what people prefer a little bit, but there's nobody who prefers skin with lesions all over them and kind of bad breath, crooked teeth. Nobody prefers that. No. That's just, it's not, and I think for female beauty in particular, using health, youth and fertility as your kind of guiding heuristic, that can be tremendously informative.
Yeah. To clarify for everyone, I mean, the correlation specifically for facial attractiveness.
I think like things that correlate with bad health are like generally not attractive, but you could also say that that is cultural. Like crooked teeth, you could say is also cultural. You couldn't say, like, you still couldn't say that that's evolutionarily wired into you to not be into crooked teeth, because that is also a cultural thing. And also like lesions on your face, whatever, like it's also culturally not deemed to be attractive. And those are the kinds of things that are wired into you from since you were a kid, you know. So it's not like you can say that that's universal and that would happen in whatever environment that a kid is brought up in. You still couldn't say that.
Across cultures, they're like 0.8, 0.9. There's really high agreement on what faces are attractive.
Yeah, huge.
What else was I going to say in respect to this? As far as, did she mention that woman of Willendorf figure in the video? I'm not sure if she did.
I think I saw it pop up.
So of course, I'll put a picture of this up. This is a old artifact, the woman of Willendorf. And a lot of people point to this and they say, this is an example that very high adiposity was attractive in the past, but we know almost nothing about this. We don't know if this was, you know, a goddess figure, if this was actually attractive to people or whatever the case may be. It seems that a lot of people kind of defer to these explanations that we really don't know that much about, that can be just those stories in their own sense.
Of course, Alex, according to Mooncat, we can't know anything about the past anyway.
So he's allowed to give an example of like paintings that were done a few hundred years ago that showed a ratio between hip and butt. But as soon as I give an example that's from like 30,000 years ago, all of a sudden I'm not allowed.
So yeah, they may have been just creating this figure and kind of laughing at her as a grotesque image, but probably not. It's probably that waist-hip ratio. She's an example of it, the Mrs. Willendorf herself. She's got a great waist-hip ratio.
Yeah, that's the thing. And with waist-hip ratio, I think a lot of people don't know that as well, that you can have, you know, have higher adiposity, be fatter, and have that good waist-hip ratio, or be slimmer and have that good waist-hip ratio. It's the ratio that's really important, perhaps more than the level of adiposity.
Yeah.
What is Venus of Willendorf's waist-hip ratio? Is it not the fucking opposite of what you were just saying the ideal waist-hip ratio is for a fertile woman?
So example of that is plus-size model Ashley Graham. Looks fantastic, is larger lady, but has that ratio. And then even the stick-thin figure Victoria's Secret models, they still have that ratio. It's not like they're just boxy figures.
And where is Willendorf's ratio? Because surely her, like, she's got a fucking huge, like, fat tire. And what?
It's always that ratio.
Exactly, yeah. So she talked about the replication crisis a little bit. Certainly the replication crisis is something that occurs across psychology, not just in psychology, but across pretty much anything that has to do with studying human beings. We're seeing about half of these papers don't replicate or anything. So she's kind of singled out evolutionary psychology in that sense, perhaps unfairly, as like saying, oh, this doesn't replicate. We'll go into that a little bit in another slide as well. And we've talked about this extensively. So sex difference research remains among the most well-replicated research in psychology. She gave examples of like ovulatory shifts and spatial rotation. I'm not sure why she focused so much on spatial rotation, because that does actually seem to replicate the sex difference. And we'll go into that as well. But
we're going to get into rotating 3D things in our minds. Yeah, baby!
put up here a list. These are also psychological adaptations that have replicated very well. Okay, so the behavioral immune system. Just brief explanation. Do you know what that is? Behavioral immune system.
So your behavior will, you kind of have an immune system behaviorally that you will learn to not go near an environment.
By the way, I have the prettiest beer lined up. I've been putting off pouring it because I don't want to have that many. But ironically, this is the most feminist beer I've probably ever had. It's called Blossom Blonde. Oh, I need to unplug this so I can actually. Blossom Blonde, brewed by women. Yeah, it's a pretty pink can. It's got a bee on it and it's got pink blossom on it. This one's for the girls. This pour is for the girls. All right.
Environments that are highly pathogenic because it's dangerous. So your behavior will act as an immune system buffer for your biological system.
Sure, bitter taste aversion. So yeah, we are averse to bitter things. Why? Probably because they're poisonous often, that sort of a thing. Core disgust, we talked about this a little bit. Disgust sensitivity, aversion to pathogens, right? That kind of a thing. Essence categorization.
She actually almost even suggested at one point in the video, I just remember, that maybe our ancestors weren't aversive to pathogens. Maybe it was just sheer luck. Yeah. And is it really likely that we just, by sheer luck, got here with an inherited aversion?
Yeah, I think luck comes into a lot of reasons why species just sort of make it. And like I'm talking about very early on, like, yeah, maybe we were just lucky. I think it's more likely that we very early on we sort of teach kids what is supposedly disgusting because we've learned it culturally. I think that's more likely, but either way, we don't know.
To pathogens, or is it likely that our ancestors who had an aversion to pathogens passed on their genes more? That is how traits are inherited. We inherit the traits from our previous generation. That seems to be lost. It seems to be like that it couldn't be actually in response to a selection pressure, that it has to have been just this messy accident spaghetti at the...
Literally, a lot of evolution is messy accidents. We're all just messy accidents.
Wall kind of thing?
Messy genetic accidents.
I don't know about that view of
Yeah,
evolution.
she said that kind of spaghetti at the wall. What did she mean by that, do you think?
I'm not quite sure, really. I think it's just that...
You don't know what I meant when I threw the spaghetti at the whiteboard? Oh, that was all a waste of time then. All of that cleaning up.
I think she's trying to make the claim that anyone who tries to give structure to evolution, as if it's kind of guided in some way, is kind of suspect. She's kind of preferring to see it as just this messy, it just all whatever sticks. We don't know. Evolution is just a messy bitch, she called her. And it's not quite that way because, traits are selected and are retained in response to the environment. So it's not just a complete arbitrary whatever passes on to the next generation happens to pass on to the next generation. Certain things are passed on to the generation because they were better adapted to that environment.
This is like the floweriest beer I've ever smelt in my life. What is it flavored as? It smells like actual roses or something. It's so flowery. Oh, it's brewed with elderflower, giving it a floral character and refreshing finish. It's the perfect beer to celebrate every joyful occasion. Was this written by AI? Fucking hell. Alright.
Precisely, yeah. I think a lot of people in the past used to think of evolution as very, very random because mutations are random. But the process of evolution and what's selected for is not necessarily random in that case. There is kind of a rationale and a reason to that. But so on this slide, yeah, these are a lot of things that are very, very well replicated. Preference for sweet-tasting foods, that's something from evolutionary psychology there. It's probably not what people are thinking of when they're thinking of like mate preferences and like, why did we evolve oral sex or whatever? The fear of snakes is another big one, right? So snakes as a prepared stimulus, for example.
How about we don't question why we evolved oral sex? We just enjoy it, baby.
Whatever. The fear of snakes is another big one, right? So snakes as a prepared stimulus, for example. You can, this was learned very early in research on classical conditioning, even before there was kind of an evolutionary explanation for it, Seligman and that kind of a thing. Why is it so much easier to acquire a fear of snakes, right? You pair a picture of a snake with an electrical shock, then you present the fear of snake. Wow, you have a higher physiological response. Well, snakes are dangerous. These things just make so much sense. They're well confirmed.
I actually don't think I have that visceral reaction to snakes because I've never been exposed to snakes. You don't really get snakes in Britain. You get them like in Australia. Do you get them in America? I know you get them in Australia sometimes. Do you get them in America? Like, you don't get them in the UK. I don't think I've ever been faced with a snake. So, like, I don't know what my reaction would actually be if I saw a snake. But, like, when I see one on videos or something, then, like, I don't get this visceral reaction like I would scream bloody murder if I saw that in real life. Especially if it was, like, one that was, like, not venomous or, like, if I'd learnt that it was venomous, I'd be scared, obviously, because I'd learnt that it was venomous and it could bite me. But otherwise, I just think snakes are kind of just cool and slinky and slimy and cool. I don't think I would be naturally scared of one if I wasn't taught that it could be dangerous, to be honest. Whereas, like, with spiders, I do get this sort of, like, visceral reaction of, like, I am scared of this spider, even though I'm, like, sort of I'm aware of my logical brain. Like, my logical brain knows that the spider can't hurt me. It would never hurt me. But there is something there that makes me extremely scared of spiders, and I don't know where it comes from. But I do think that was, like, possibly taught to me because, like, my family is, like, quite similar with spiders. Absolutely hated them. Always have. I don't get that same feeling with snakes, to be honest. I don't get that visceral reaction when I see one, like, on a video, but I've never seen one. I've never, like, come across a snake in the wild. We just, like, don't get them around here. So sometimes I just, like, see them on TV or on videos and I'm like, oh, cool, a snake. Like, that, I don't feel scared. But if I see, like, a spider on a video, I'm like, ah! I get that feeling. Like, even if I see one that I know can't touch me.
Well replicated.
But cars are very dangerous too, but you can't elicit such a fear.
But you can't with cars. That's exactly it. It doesn't work with other things in the modern environment that are dangerous. They don't work as that kind of prepared stimulus.
We don't have a deep ancestral history of a selection pressure causing us to be afraid of cars. Perhaps if long enough down the line we would develop one, but they're pretty new.
So she talks about just so stories a little bit. I guess, the alternative for a lot of this, specifically with sexual behavior and preferences, is kind of just like patriarchy, right? But it seems to me like patriarchy is also kind of a just so story. What do you think about that, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty nebulous kind of catch-all theory that's used to explain phenomenon. And I would point to this idea that there's some facts about modern sexual psychology that don't quite fit with patriarchy theory. So the gender equality paradox. Sex differences in some sexual psychology areas are larger in less patriarchal areas. That is just the precise opposite of what you would predict if you're saying that these sex differences
Is he talking about the fucking STEM shit?
are largely driven by patriarchy. Less patriarchy should reduce those sex differences. That makes sense on the
He's talking about the fucking STEM study, isn't he? He's talking about the fucking STEM study, isn't he? He is, isn't he?
evolutionary view, not on the standard social science model view.
Yeah. To me, it's always seemed to be the case that patriarchy is a bad explanation for
The STEM study that I talk about in the video, the paradox STEM study.
individual differences and that kind of a thing. It's certainly a macro explanation for society. You can look at a society where men dominate everything or are in positions of power, and you can describe that society as a patriarchy, and that's probably pretty accurate, right? You can say, I'm giving it, a description to society, it's patriarchal, great. But as far as like patriarchy shaping individual differences, why are some women higher in sociosexuality? Why are some women lower? There's no instrument that measures patriarchy. There's no patriarchy scale. It's really rarely operationalized in psychological research. But somehow it's become to be very, very popular when really it's just kind of a subjective description of like a society we live in. It's more sociology than psychology in that sense. But another topic I think that you mentioned there was kind of the exclusive homosexuality paradox. What is that?
Yeah, so that is an evolutionary puzzle.
There we
There's lots
go.
of same-sex sexual behavior
Time to explain the gays.
throughout the animal kingdom, and a recent paper found that it is adaptive because it increases pro-social behavior among same-sex individuals in that species. So you would think, oh yes, well humans must have a relic of that too. But what is a puzzle is the exclusive homosexuality. So some humans are exclusively attracted to the same sex, and that does seem to be uniquely human and an evolutionary paradox. But like Charles Darwin, we shouldn't be
Gayness is not uniquely human. Some animals absolutely exhibit homosexuality.
afraid of these puzzles. We should try and engage with them. And it is difficult to explain some aspects of modern human sexuality, but there are some theories. Some have found good support, some have found less support. One is like the fraternal birth order effect, where the more older
Oh yeah. So that theory is that if you have multiple siblings, the next sibling down is like a certain percentage more likely. Like if the first sibling is a certain percentage, if the first sibling is gay, the second sibling down is like a certain percentage. Like he's going to explain it probably.
less support. One is like the fraternal birth order effect, where the more older brothers you have, the more likely you are to be homosexual.
That's the one. Yeah. The more older brothers you have, apparently the more likely you are to be homosexual. And they have a whole theory behind why they think this is.
Lots of these theories, but she seemed to suggest that the idea of having multiple theories, she kind of laughed at the idea that, oh, there's 10 evolutionary theories and none of them are any good. It's like, that's how you find the truth, is you keep actually trying to find evidence for your supported theory. That's, again, normal
Yeah, and I found evidence for a completely different theory genetically, which you don't seem to talk about.
science.
Yeah, I hope she comes up with some theories of her own.
Right.
I fucking did, mate. Fucking watch the video. That's the thing, that's what I'm saying though, is that this whole new framework, genetic framework came out and they just completely have ignored it. They do not want to abandon the theory that they've worked on for decades. The supposed theory that there is a gene that wants to make its way to the next generation. I've come along and I've put in my video that is quite clearly not the current scientific theory behind how genes work anymore. I made that very obvious in my video, and I explained how that then subsequently affects sexuality in humans. I tried to explain that in the most clearest way possible. They've completely wiped it from... They've watched my video, or maybe they didn't even watch the video, and they've completely wiped it from their mental slate. Everything that I said after that point. They've completely wiped it from the slate.
Yeah. If she thinks
These guys are the blank slatists here.
All of the evolutionary hypotheses are bad and the evolutionary theory doesn't explain anything. I mean, it doesn't seem to be the case that all of these standard social science models do either. So maybe she will figure it out herself and make a video on it.
Yeah,
one day.
one thing there is a good, I think, evolutionary explanation for is an even bigger puzzle of homophobia. So on the evolutionary view, you would think as a man, it would actually be very adaptive for other men to be gay. Because you would say, oh, less competition for me, they're not interested in women, this is fantastic. But men are very homophobic, more so than women. And one evolutionary explanation is this coalitional psychology that's going on.
They didn't used to be, though. Men did not used to be more homophobic than women in different cultures. You know what used to happen in ancient Greece? Men were fucking way more gay. Men were so fucking gay. That, like, powerful men used to have, like, less powerful men as, like, I don't know what they called them, just, like, basically sexual slaves that they would use, like, younger men. Like, they would just fucking use them. And that, the most manly thing that you could do in ancient Greece was to have another little man, lower status than you, to have sex with all the time. What the fuck?
And one evolutionary explanation is this coalitional psychology that's going on, coalitional value theory, I think it's called, whereby it's actually femophobia, that it's the effeminate, more camp gay men that are more victims of homophobia. And there's a lot of evidence to point to this, that it's seeing a effeminate gay man.
Yeah, it was seen as extremely manly to be the top. Extremely manly to be the top. If you were in ancient Greece.
Yeah. And there's a lot of evidence to point to this, that it's seeing a effeminate gay man is seen as less value as a coalitional partner in our ancestral history of war. We find that homophobia is most pronounced among men rather than women, directed at men rather than women. It is most common in groups of strong coalitional thinking like team sports, military, the police.
I fucking wonder why. Like, maybe it's because those professions are the most like alpha male, bro. We need to be manly in the current culture that we're like living in right now.
Strong homophobia. And if you think about it as a coalitional partner, a feminine man in your tribe was perhaps very costly to you. And also what was very costly to you is someone who might be gay. When going to war, was one of the main motives for that was to acquire mates. So that maybe explains the homophobia. It's like, I can't motivate this guy to go to war with me, he's not that interested, so that, again, the evolutionary line of thinking leads to some explanations of an otherwise a puzzle. I guess everything else would just be just a just so story of, oh, people are homophobic because they're taught to be, or I don't know.
They just are, no explanation. There's it's also
I do give explanations, but you've reduced that to no explanation yet again, because you just want to ignore it.
It's interesting that insults like that also kind of target traits that are valuable in men. So a very, very common insult, one of the top ones is, calling another man gay or something like that. So what does that do? It devalues that man in the eyes of other men and also in the eyes of women, like, oh, he's not a viable partner for you. So a lot of the insults that we have also kind of reflect in evolutionary history. We're insulting the traits that are found valuable by the opposite sex to kind of lower their mate value in that sense.
Yeah, so women derogate each other's promiscuity most often, because that's seen as valuable to men. So, it can be informative about that. But even the same-sex aggression, the intrasexual competition, was something that Mooncat seemed to laugh at, which I didn't quite understand that either. It's like...
Also, that was one study that looked at how much hair female hairdressers cut off of supposedly intrasexual competitive women who came into their hair salons, and if they were if they were close enough on the attractive scale, but maybe slightly more, this study basically said that they were more likely to cut off more of their hair even if their hair was healthy. it's this one of the shittest studies I have ever written, like ever read in my life. Like the amount of hair that they're literally talking about in this study was like a matter of millimeters. And they somehow, because they reduced it to millimeters of hair, they somehow managed to make it statistically significant. Like the difference. Oh.
Finding an explanation for intrasexual competition seems like a worthy mission. I don't know. What's her explanation for same-sex aggression?
I have no idea. But
it doesn't exist. That's my explanation, because all of the studies around it were extremely biased, as is pretty much everything in psychology.
It's interesting because a lot of the researchers that she pulled up, interviews with Chris Williamson or Jordan Peterson, these are a lot of women that are evolutionary psychologists, as well as the research that she was kind of making fun of on intersexual competition and all of that. I think the top researcher in that field is Joyce Benenson, also a woman in that sense. It doesn't seem to be the case that this is necessarily a field dominated by men. Certainly psychology broadly is about 70% female. Is your experience at these conferences and everything mostly women? Or?
No, it seems to tack on to the kind of trend in general psychology, more women these days than men. But throughout the recent decades, there's been fantastic female evolutionary psychologists. Joyce Benenson looks from an evolutionary view, Tanya Reynolds.
Yeah, both of them have been on Chris Williamson's podcast. And I looked at the studies of both of them. Like, I never even said in my video that it's all men who are evolutionary psychologists and they all say this, and that, and no women are doing this. I very clearly point out some women who are evolutionary psychologists as well. And many of them have been on Chris Williamson's podcast and they have talked about their research. And I showed their research in the video and I showed how shit it was. And I showed the sample sizes of all of their studies in the video and explained why I thought that they were shit. At no point did I say, no women are doing this. Of course they do. Women are just as misogynistic as men a lot of the time. They really are.
Jamie Krenz, Diana Fleischman, there's tons. Leda Cosmides, right from the beginning, one of the founders of the field, incredible scientist.
Yeah, far from being a field dominated by old white men, it's actually quite diverse. We are a minority. We are the oppressed minority in this case. Even with the ovulatory shift research, I mean, one of the lead researchers there, Hasselton, a woman as well, right?
Yeah.
So lots of things. She mentioned as an explanation for some of these things, stereotype threat.
One of the most prominent women in the field, Sarah Hill, who you haven't mentioned. I did an entire section talking about Sarah Hill and how much full of shit she is.
The idea that stereotyping individuals can kind of reduce their ability. So, for example, if you've grown up in an environment that says men are good at math, women are bad at math, that's enough to kind of cause this sex difference in math performance or something like that. So she talked a lot about replication. I'll put the slide up here, but this is interesting because a lot of what she refers to as an explanation, this is coming from the standard social science model, stereotype threat classically does not replicate. Mm-hmm. Any thoughts on that? I don't know what else needs to be said on that.
I would just say that even stereotypes themselves actually replicate quite well.
Yes,
so
yes.
There's a researcher called Lee Jussum, and he researches the truth of stereotypes, how many are actually based on some degree of truth or reality. And he kind of made a joke to me one time that it's the easiest line of research ever because stereotypes often tend to be based on something. Like humans create stereotypes based on something. There's very few that are kind of not based on anything. One, actually, that's been debunked, a stereotype, is that women who have a lot of casual sex have low self-esteem. And actually, guess who was debunked by? An evolutionary psychologist, Jamie Krenz. So there you go.
Yeah, that one makes sense. And I feel like that was a stereotype maybe.
Evolutionary psychologists keep on debunking themselves. And therefore the field is legit.
I think sometimes these are opinions that get pushed and they're maybe they're verging on a stereotype and then they don't get to that point. But yeah, some of these very broad stereotypes, they probably reflect a sort of heuristic decision making. If an effect size is large enough, it should be, you know, from Cohen's effect sizes conventions. Like if it's a medium effect size, it should be something that you can see, you know, with close observation or all of that. So it makes sense that stereotype threat, or stereotype accuracy, I should say, is one of the more well replicated things. Stereotype threat, on the other hand, not really. There's a lot else that the standard social science model has given us that doesn't replicate. So now we're kind of moving into the replication section here. If you go to this website, Replicability Index, I think that's by Šimek. How do you say his name?
Šimek, I think, yes.
You do much better with the names than I do. I'm like, how do you say this? So yeah, behavioral priming doesn't replicate, construal level theory, ego depletion, implicit bias research, which has been used, you know, very politicized as related to race and DEI and all of that. This is something as well that does not seem to replicate. Stereotype threat, as we mentioned, implicit self-esteem. So there's a lot of these, and all of these have come from the standard social science model, from the blank slate. None of these big influential theories that have actually had a pretty big impact on psychology and then have fallen to the replication crisis, none of these have come from evolutionary psychology.
Yeah, that's a point that's not made enough. Yeah, evolutionary psychology could actually be an antidote to the replication crisis.
Yeah, the only parts of evolutionary psychology that have not fallen victim to the replication crisis are the studies which basically were measuring how people act within cultures. That's always replicable. If you're expected to act in a certain way within a culture and you're aware of the way that you're supposed to act within a culture, generally you can replicate that, i.e. a woman being less likely to say that she'd like to sleep around than a man. You can generally replicate that, and you can replicate that across different cultures. And it's not surprising either that you can replicate that. What is very difficult to replicate in psychology is finding universal ways in which people act that are not culturally defined, such as finding certain situations in which a person will be like dishonest or lie in a certain way, or will do a certain thing when they're lying, or will act a certain way when they're feeling a certain emotion. All of that is very cultural, and it's hard to replicate when you look at the wider picture scientifically. All of that stuff's harder to replicate. But when you ask people about things that they're aware of how they're supposed to act in that culture, generally you're going to be able to replicate that every time.
Exactly, precisely. Another one that she mentioned in here, this is interesting because this is a newer paper. This is on the myth of man the hunter. So there was a paper published, it was in 2023, it was just last year. The myth of man the hunter, women's contribution to the hunt across ethnographic contexts. So we see big sex differences classically in hunting behavior. We see big sex differences in physical aggression, willingness to go to war, all kinds of things like this. We see this across the thing. Recent paper by these authors, they said, no, actually women hunt all the time too. They found in their paper that 79% of women hunted, 33% hunt big game. So they're kind of trying to call this into question. Like, oh, actually women hunt a lot more than was expected in Man the Hunter, which was this large ethnographic collection of observations from anthropologists that men hunt more than women do. When this came out, I immediately went through the data, and I went through just all of the African countries myself, and I noticed like, oh, these are not actually lining up. The way that they coded these, in many cases, even the exact opposite of what was said in the original paper, and I wrote an article on that. And then I think it went out on Aporia, and then some anthropologists did a better paper that they published on this more recently. Yeah. So it's interesting that she would cite this, because this is also something that does not replicate and has fallen to a replication very recently published right now. So
what do you mean doesn't replicate? 79% of women hunt, 33% hunt big game. Turns out it's fake. Exclusion of 30%, 35% of forager cultures. Of 53 out of 63 women hunt cultures, recoding found that women rarely or never hunted. Okay, so this is again like this is again the ways in which you manipulate data. So what I was looking at in my video was a meta-analysis of decades and decades of studies which had looked at hunter-gatherer societies and made notes of how they live their lives day to day and the gender differences of how they live their life and like what the kids do and what the adults do, what the women do, what the men do, blah, 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 blah. And this meta-analysis looked at decades and decades of it. And they wrote up this whole thing that was basically like, we found that actually women hunt game far more than what has been notated in all of these studies and what's been understood generally, because for decades we as a Western culture have sort of assumed that the men did all of the hunting whereas the women didn't, and this meta-analysis came along and was like, actually women do loads more of it. I mean, turns out it's fake. I mean, that's I would have to look into this deeply to figure out what they mean by turns out it's fake. I mean, that's a very big accusation. Turns out it's fake. I mean, what you have to do with these things is sort of like look at the data and look at the assumptions that they've made. Like recoding. What the fuck do you mean by recoding? Here, scientists say media storm around myth of man in the Hunter study was unjustified and misleading. That's the thing, that's the thing about manipulating data. You can manipulate it in many different ways. That's not the kind of thing that I'm going to be able to debunk sitting right here, right now, talking to you. It would involve probably a fucking weeks, months of research, but yeah.
Turns out basically that the results here were fake. They excluded something like 35% of forager countries. Only recoding of 50 of 63 of these found that women rarely or never hunted in 16 of 50 of those. So there was a lot of problems kind of up in the slide here going forward with that. And looking at these errors across this, many cultures with no women hunting in them were excluded. Many inclusions of women hunting where women don't hunt as all, as I kind of mentioned when I looked at the data as well. What do you think of this, kind of these sex differences in hunting behavior?
Well, I think the kind of the methodological and interpretation of the data flaws have been well highlighted by yourself and that recent Evolution and Human Behavior paper that came out. But at a higher level of analysis here, there's a kind of a conceptual problem whereby there's certain type of people now who are kind of seeing the male default as almost better, and that there's an admirable goal to try and show that women could be just like men. So I think there's an interesting story about our ancestral environment.
That's not the goal. That's not the goal. It's an attempt to find the truth, and it's just an awareness that we look at other things and we look at data through our own lenses, and our lenses are very, very tainted by our own experiences. It's just an awareness of that.
Of hunting and kind of representing women better in that. So there's a lot of evidence that many cultures, most of the calories came into the society from the foraging, and that the hunting for big game was actually a lot of status striving and just kind of big swinging dicks from the men, which may have been useful and important in creating group cohesion.
That's a wild assumption in itself. Dick swinging. He's making wild assumptions about dick swinging.
Of itself, but why can't there be a difference and women's role valued and men's role valued?
What about tit swinging, bro? Were the women not tit swinging?
Other evidence I've heard of lately is that with the big hunting, women were actually quite powerful in deciding when that happened and why that happened. And it was often to say, hey, if you want to be sexually selected, you better go bring me some mammoth or bring me something. And they would send the guys out and be actually in.
Bro needs to bring me some mammoth before he gets any puss. You ain't getting no puss unless you bring me some mammoth.
Control of when the hunts happened. Now that's very interesting, and all of that that's positive retelling of the story. You don't need to massage the data into trying suggesting that there was no sex differences. I don't see why sex differences are automatically seen as favouring men. So, for example, men have greater desire for sexual variety. Why is the answer to that problem to say, so do women? It's not. It's fine to be different. I don't understand why it's more moral or better to...
Nobody's saying it's moral or better. We're all just trying to find what's really going on here. And we're trying to find the truth. No one's like striving for whatever's moral or better evolutionarily. We're all just trying to figure out what the fuck's actually going on and what the data's actually showing us. And you guys, you're still working off a theory that's decades out of date. And we're working on newer theories that track with how we understand what genetics work and what they do right now.
Say women can be just as promiscuous as men. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know why they're having this default. And you kind of even see it with modern jobs, like, CEOs, they're all men. And, that's a problem. It's like, I don't know,
Yeah, particularly a good point.
You don't know why that might be a problem, that men are in higher paid jobs than women? You don't realize why that might cause a little bit of a problem in society? No? Okay.
Point you made there, yeah. In a lot of these cultures, gathering is very, very important. Foraging provides a majority of the calories, and also there are calories that are persistent, so they're every day, where hunting might become more sporadic. We really kind of value that role in a sense, and I'm not entirely sure why. There's probably, some status associated with it, like you said there. But that's one of the things I think that kind of drives these very motivated hypotheses. Like, we're going to go and we're going to retell kind of the myth, in a sense, to favor women more, even if it doesn't actually favor women more, even if the actual story there is not that, like, women need to hunt as much as men. It's probably more like, hey, women are doing something that's actually maybe more crucial than going off and playing. I remember when I was reading those papers, kind of recoding the data, one description of men hunting was like, it literally just said they were lazy, that they take their bow and they just go play in the woods. And it was like, okay. Well, that's maybe not what you're thinking of. Is like, hunting is like, oh, it's so crucial, he's bringing back the mammoth. Well, I don't know. Mooncat, does she believe mammoths are real? Maybe she doesn't. She seems to think cavemen are very fun.
We have no way of knowing.
Yeah, we don't know if mammoths are real.
Do we interact with them? Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Total fluke if we encounter them. But it's this lionizing of the male default and minimizing of sex differences. I just don't understand it.
That's going to be my new conspiracy theory that I start up. Mammoths aren't real.
What's the motive there?
Yeah. So certainly she's going on about replicability and all of that, and she seems to imply that replicability in evolutionary psychology is actually lower than in other things. But here is a list.
I don't think I said that. I think what I pointed out was that replicability in psychology is generally low, and science as a whole, the replicability crisis is very bad, but it's especially in psychology, it's low. I don't think I said anything specifically about evolutionary psychology being lower than the rest of psychology. Apologies if I did say that, but I don't think I did actually say that.
List of journals in which we have high rates of replication versus low rates. Personality research, so research on individual differences, like sex differences,
I've not watched my own video back. To be honest, I don't like watching myself back. I do edit my own videos, but I hate it. So, like, once I've put a video out, I don't like watching it back again, but I've not watched it in a while, but I don't think I said that.
Is that kind of a thing. Evolutionary psychology, they actually kind of have the highest replication rates here, right? We see this rankings out of 121 journals. In the top 10, what do we see? A bunch of journals from personality psychology, evolutionary psychology, and research on sex differences, right? Like sex roles is one of them, that journal. So, I mean, what do you think about that? Evolutionary psychology is not less replicable than anything else. It's probably more replicable.
Yeah, you also had archives of sexual behavior in there, evolutionary psychology itself, always consistently replicable and increasingly so, and increasingly powerful. The impact factor of our flagship journal, Evolution and Human Behavior, is on an upward trajectory. So evolutionary psychology is gaining a stronger foothold.
opposite. It's losing out. It's really losing out.
Just return to the woman, the hunter kind of debacle 1 second. I would be embarrassed to have endorsed that woman, the hunter thing so strongly, and then when the new evidence came out about the way the data was massaged, I would want to walk that back. But I've seen no concession from any of the champions of that research. They cannot acknowledge that actually, okay, the data didn't actually favour our theory. Unlike what evolutionary psychologists do when the data doesn't support our theories. We walk it back immediately and go for a different theory. This is a fundamental difference that should be
It sounds like someone's being tortured in the background.
highlighted, I think.
Yeah, it's really a difference in the way people who are very ideologically motivated think, like, this is scoring points for my team, I got it, versus people who are maybe a little bit less motivated by ideology and who are just like, I just kind of want to figure out what's going on here, and I don't really care the way that falls. I mean, that's the way I feel about a lot of this research is like, I don't care if the ovulatory shift is real or not. I just want to know if it's real or not. I don't care if women hunt as much as men or not. I would just kind of like to know if they do or not. Yeah. So comparing across subdisciplines in psychology, I'll put this slide up here. The standard social science modeler, the blank slate, it probably has more of a replicability crisis. I mentioned a bunch of things from that.
The SSSM specifically has a replicability crisis. Discipline-wide investigation of the replicability of psychology papers over the past 2 decades: social psychology, cognitive psychology, developmental, clinical, organizational, personality. Mean replication score of the subfield. Social psychology has 25% replication. Cognitive psychology, i.e. the field that produces sex differences and spatial ability, 54% replication.
You know, we're big theories that have all fallen into the replication crisis. Here's a chart that shows, I didn't look at evolutionary psychology. I think you're probably going to be the first one to do something specifically on the replicability of evolutionary psychology. But at the top of this, one of the most replicable subdomains in psychology is actually personality psychology, which personality psychology, if people don't know that, that is where you study a lot of sex differences. It overlaps very highly with evolutionary psychology. Like, I came into evolutionary psychology from personality psychology. That was my background there.
David Buss was a personality psychologist before an evolutionary psychologist.
Precisely. It overlaps a lot. If you're looking at, you know, a lot of relationship behavior, things like the dark triad, personality differences, all of this is personality psychology. This has a very high replication rate. What has a low replication rate? Social psychology. That's where you're going to find all of your standard social science model stuff. Social psychology. But
yeah, 54% is terrible. 25% is absolutely awful.
Low replication, that's kind of what she's got going on there. 25% replication rate. So
yeah. I eagerly await the Mooncat debunk social psychology video.
Yeah, Mooncat debunks social psychology small sample sizes, which I think might actually be...
Yeah, I mean, that's also a terrible field. It really is.
Weird sample sizes, yeah.
Oh yeah, she implied that there was kind of some academic fraud going on there. I know she mentioned the Gino affair. What's her name? Francisca Gino?
Francisca Gino,
Francisca Gino. She was not an evolutionary psychologist.
Nope.
She's an economist.
I think so, yeah. I'm not as familiar with her background, but I know.
She's a behavioral psychologist.
Scandal, yeah, but she's definitely not. And her research had nothing to do with evolutionary psychology. I don't think an evolutionary psychologist has ever been caught for fraud.
I can't think of any scandal. Some people might point to the use of...
Evolutionary psychologists don't really need to do fraud, though. Because all you really need to do as an evolutionary psychologist is be like, well, look what I found. Look, I found this cultural thing that we all do. Therefore, it's probably evolutionarily built into us in some way. Whereas Francesca Gino, she was a behavioral psychologist, and what she did was she conducted the study which supposedly proved that if you... Ironically, the study that she did was on honesty. And she did this study where she made people sign a form, an honesty signature promise at the top of a form. And she compared that with people who signed the honesty declaration at the bottom of a form. And she found that people are more likely to be honest on that form if they sign it at the top than at the bottom. And she basically came out after this study. She came out and said that she'd had this huge revelation that people were far more likely to be honest on a form if they signed it at the top versus at the bottom. And as a behavioral psychologist, what you can do is you can make a lot of money, which is why you're kind of incentivized as a behavioral psychologist to kind of cook your numbers a little bit, because if you come out with like a huge revelation like that, what you can then do is get people like insurance companies to pay you for consultancy, because obviously as an insurance company, what you're doing a lot is you're getting your customers to fill out forms about how they drive their car, how they use their house, or how they live their lives. For example, if they're applying for health insurance. And if you make, these insurance companies are going to be like, oh, well, psychologically, if people are signing a form at the top saying they're going to be honest about what they're going to say in this form, as opposed to them signing it at the bottom, then I'm going to get more honest answers about this person applying for this insurance than they are if they're going to be less honest if they sign it at the bottom of the form. And like insurance companies, obviously, they're going to be so interested in that kind of research. And if she truly found some real revelation in human psychology there, then that's really fucking valuable to insurance companies. So Francesca Gino, she, her and this other psychologist, I forget his name, they worked together, and they basically told everyone that they'd found this revelatory finding that was universal in psychology, which was you're more honest if you sign the form at the top than at the bottom. And they're incentivized to do that, because then if they come out and they say that they found this new thing that nobody's found before, all of the insurance companies are going to come along and give them loads of fucking money, because they want to know more about the psychology of their customers. Insurance companies really want to know how to manipulate their customers to get more money out of them. They really do. So behavioral psychologists are really incentivized to cook numbers. And basically it came out that she cooked her numbers. Francesca, it took a team of investigative data analysts from they have a blog. This is from memory. It was called Data Colada. And they found, basically, this is their blog, the Data Colada blog. And they basically exposed how she did the whole thing. This is all on their blog. But it basically, it comes down to there was an Excel spreadsheet, and she literally just changed the numbers in the Excel spreadsheet. She just fucking changed them. And these guys figured it out because they got access to the original Excel spreadsheets that she put together during the study, and they found that there was anomalies in the order of the cells in the original Excel spreadsheet. It'd be good if I could find the original blog post that they did about her. But yeah, it's all on this. It's all on this website. It's like it's proper nerd shit, but but it's good. It's good.
IQ data from the Lynn data set or something, as maybe perhaps they would consider that fraud, but there hasn't been nearly as big a scandal as this, for sure.
Yeah, people would probably call that bad methods because they, you know, collecting samples they say are not representative or whatever. But I don't think anyone's caught them just like straight up faking data like in the Geno affair. But in social sciences more broadly, that's certainly occurred. I've put up some examples here. Eric Stewart, very famously, he was fired, I think, from the University of Florida. He created decades of fake data on systematic racism or systemic racism there. All from this year, Claudine Gay, plagiarism. Well, here's a list. I have 5 people on here who all have been kind of busted for plagiarism this year. Every one of these individuals is involved in DEI research, ironically enough, or was in a DEI administration at that point. So it doesn't seem to be the case that we're seeing a lot of academic fraud from evolutionary psychology. I can't think of an evolutionary psychologist who's actually been busted for a fraud or had their data like, you made this data up. But it does happen in some of these other fields, perhaps.
Mooncat debunks DEI.
Mooncat debunks DEI.
Yeah, next video.
So you did talk about these supposedly small samples and all that. Do you think evolutionary psychology uses small samples?
Precisely the opposite. Some of our seminal findings, if you go as far back as 89, large cross-cultural samples with thousands of participants. So it's like this idea, this accusation, this charge of being small, weird samples is totally not applicable, not appropriate.
Yeah, it really isn't. And I think a lot of people get confused about what a small sample is. I've written about statistics on the website a bit. So I think people are kind of confused about how a sample of 1,000 people can represent the whole US population or whatever. But up on this slide, I went through all of the most recent papers published in a journal, Feminism and Psychology, and I compared them with all of the most recent samples taken from the journal Evolutionary Psychology. And so what do we see here? We see sample sizes in Feminism and Psychology, 14, 24, 71, 21, 23, 112, and 18. So the average here, or the median, I guess, is 23, their sample size in this feminist psychology journal. Very small samples are very, very common in research like this that tend to be more qualitative or something like that. They're pretty common in disciplines like neuroscience as well. If you look in evolutionary psychology, on the other hand, here we have a median sample size of 356. So to compare, the average median, or I should say the medium psychology sample from this other paper here, it's only 60. So that's about what you're working with across psychology broadly. Evolutionary psychology actually seems to be using much larger samples than we see.
The most recent studies published from what you've selected from these two fields.
Across psychology broadly, evolutionary psychology actually seems to be using much larger samples than we see in other fields, particularly if you begin to look at like feminist research, qualitative data. Then you're looking at like, I interviewed 10 people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the data shows it there, but yeah, who's interested in data when you can just have an ideological point?
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see if she goes
Who
back.
cares about data, baby, when you've got an ideological point to make? Exactly. And you guys aren't doing this at all. No.
Debunks qualitative research with sample sizes of 10 as well. So the gender similarities hypothesis, she spent a little bit of time on this one as well. Probably in addition to the ovulatory shift, which she spent some time on.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to do that. Before the UK section, I forgot to do the fucking BBC theme. Didn't I? I forgot to do the BBC theme today. Terrible of me.
I think this was the only other thing she actually spent like a lot of time on. And it was from this paper by Hyde in 2005, which was 20 years ago. So old papers.
Throw it out.
I don't know what her cutoff for an old paper is. Yeah. But it was a good paper though. So the better our research, the more gender differences collapse. That's a quotation from Mooncat there that she said, the better our research, the more gender differences collapse. And she referenced this paper by Hyde. It was a review of these 46 meta-analyses. But I read this paper, and it turns out that Hyde actually found the same large sex differences in sexual attitudes and behavior that we see in evolutionary psychology. This is not a refutation. It didn't show that those gender differences collapsed. She actually said the exact same thing.
Yeah. So, yeah, the exact opposite of her prediction.
The exact
opposite. What same thing? Huh?
Psychology. This is not a refutation. It's in sexual attitudes.
A second area in which large gender differences are found is some but not all measures of sexuality. Gender differences are strikingly large for incidences of masturbation and for attitudes about sex in a casual, uncommitted relationship. So, like, literally what I've already said. Like, culturally, men are more comfortable with masturbating more and are more cultural with sex in a casual, uncommitted relationship. And she said that in her study that she did fucking ages ago.
Attitudes and behavior that we see in evolutionary psychology. This is not a
20 years ago.
refutation.
The other stuff that she says in that study is like she's debunking a lot of the other stuff, but she does say that those differences persist, but they're clearly cultural.
It didn't show that those gender differences collapsed. She actually said the exact same thing.
Yeah. So, yeah, the exact opposite of her prediction.
The exact opposite of what she said there. And these are sex differences in...
Oh, and look who we've got, our old friend. Oh, yay!
Aggression is a big one, right? So sex differences in aggression, why would we expect that from the evolutionary point of view?
Well, it's not very adaptive for women throughout our...
Across several meta-analyses, aggression has repeatedly shown gender differences that are moderate in magnitude. The gender differences in physical aggression is particularly reliable and is larger than the gender difference in verbal aggression.
Our ancestral environment to pursue an aggressive strategy. If it's very costly to you and your fitness as a woman, if you get injured, your fitness is likely incurs a very heavy cost. If you get injured, you struggle to take care of your offspring. If you get injured as a man, you're likely to be able to actually still reproduce. Also, you have a deep ancestral history of contest competition, where men actually achieved mating success by fighting other men. There's a lot of details about our morphology, our thicker skulls and specific parts.
Yeah, there's nothing that turns me on more than a guy that gets into fucking fights with a man all the time. There's literally nothing that turns me off more.
So this, the skull, better throwing strength, better striking strength, greater upper body strength, larger overall. I think there's some statistic like the average man is 90% more stronger than the average woman, or has 90% more upper body strength. Huge. Then specifically again with striking, you also find a deep ancestral history of contest competition, whereby a lot of male skulls are found with blows to the left side of their head, indicating that a right-handed fighter kind of hit them a lot.
Yeah.
You find a conspicuous absence of fertile-aged female skulls in our ancestral environment, because women were obviously absorbed into the other tribe in wartime, whereas men were just kind of killed off. I always say you could never have a man could never just leave his family and society and absorb into another tribe, really. It was just killed. And you see this with chimps as well.
Yeah, absolutely. In addition to sex
Well, that goes against Tara Swart's theory that men in tribes constantly went to other tribes and impregnated all of the women in the other tribes, and therefore that's why they all sync their periods, so that they could all assure that they were all fertile for when the male from the other tribe came over. That's so who's right there?
differences in aggression, which are very robust and well replicated. It's certainly not a personality difference that has collapsed at all. She also mentioned spatial rotation. She was talking about this, and she was kind of picking out papers here like...
Finally, spatial rotation.
Oh, this shows it. This doesn't. In this same paper by Hyde, she...
I did say this in my video, actually, didn't I? That I did this test. I did this test online, and I got one of the top percent. I can't remember what it was exactly, but it was one of the top. It was one of the top percentiles. I am an ultra ubermensch when it comes to rotating images in my head.
Referenced. You see consistent differences in spatial rotation tasks, right? And I'll just put the chart up here. It's in the same slide so people can see it. But that's actually something else that's pretty well replicable. I'm not sure why.
I think that's just because I've spent my entire life playing Theme Hospital / The Sims.
She said that wasn't replicable. Another thing she said there was throwing ability and distance. That's replicated very well, and that's also a very, very large sex difference, a Cohen's d of like 2.1, 2.2, and that sort of a thing. So you mentioned that a little bit, throwing ability and distance. Why might that?
Yeah, so humans, one of our kind of best qualities as a group, throwing became very important to kind of outcompete other species and like kind of hunt. You could group together and wear an animal down by throwing at it. And men were responsible for most of the hunting, so they developed a far greater throwing ability. This sex difference is massive, and it emerges...
I'm rotating their skulls in my mind right now.
...among 3-year-olds. So it's not to do with training, and even in the studies they've controlled for training about throwing, of which maybe boys play baseball more. They controlled for all of that. Still a massive sex difference. And again, Alex, could you just really highlight how high that D is? That it is unheard of in psychology.
Matt, highlight how high the D is, please. Highlight how high Cohen's D is.
Sure. So a Cohen's d of 2.18. I'll put up an image.
How high did the D get in this instance?
For this to show how big that is. But this is the kind of size where you say, okay, you know, if you have a small Cohen's d, if you have a small difference, you can say, okay, there's a lot of overlap. You know, a lot of men are going to be like a lot of women. You start getting into Cohen's d of like two standard deviations difference.
Was it just a semi-D or?
Then you see, okay, almost all men are better at this than almost all women.
Yes.
That's kind of what you're looking at. I think that's probably a good lay explanation.
Mm-hmm.
These sex differences in spatial abilities, throwing, right? Because here's the thing. Visual spatial abilities, rotation, mental rotation tasks, those are also related to throwing, accuracy, and all of that. This is, again, not just weird samples. The paper I put up here...
I'm gonna stream Minecraft just to prove y'all wrong.
Hunter-gatherer theory of sex differences and spatial abilities, data from 40 different countries, right? Mm-hmm. So these are things that we see across culture. And like you said, even when you control for all of these cultural explanations, these persist, and they persist to be very, very large. That's basically the story there, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gender similarities argument. She said that, and that's kind of the paper there, right? That by Hyde. She said this gender similarities, basically that there's more similarities than they are different. And the reason I think Hyde said that in this is because we see sex differences across all of these different things, these meta-analyses in this paper by Hyde. We see that there's sex differences. They haven't collapsed. The meta-analyses show that. But individually, they're very small. So that's kind of what her argument was there. But it's not the case that a bunch of individual sex differences that are small don't add up to a very big difference in the overall picture between men and women.
And the specific areas where there are differences that will persist in this massive meta-analysis are the ones that fit with the different selection pressures facing each sex. So they're the ones you would expect by an evolutionary view. You would expect similarities in some of these areas of personality, that there's no real major difference or reason for there to be a difference. So
exactly, yeah. And another interesting paper, I'll just put that up on the screen real quick. Sex differences in spatial abilities persist even for experts in STEM, arts, and sports. So like you said, you mentioned that. Even controlling for these things, training, right? So even when you have people that you expect to be really good at spatial differences, really good at artistic ability, all of these things, you still see big sex differences between men and women. They still...
Even after 2 weeks training, they're basically saying that there's a huge difference still. I mean, yeah, but also you have to... It's impossible to control for these things, but you have to control for stereotype threat, which they're saying is not a thing, but it's impossible to control for. You don't know how much someone's threatened by a stereotype imposed on them by society since birth. It's just also like cultural expectations of how well you're going to do at a thing like that. A 2-week training course, it can reduce those differences. It's never going to mitigate the difference as a whole.
Still remain quite large, even among experts.
Carol Hooven wrote a great article about why men have an advantage in chess, for example, where you wouldn't really expect them to necessarily have one, but they do.
Mm-hmm. So she acted like there was some kind of consensus perhaps on sex differences, or that there was a lack of consensus, or that the consensus was that these are small. Here's another paper, I'll put it up here. Global Sex Differences in Personality, Replication with an Open Online Dataset. So she mentioned, like, what do we need to do in personality and evolutionary psychology? We need pre-registration and open data. Yeah, this has all of it. We need big samples. Yeah, we got it. This is 21,000 US participants, 31,000. And what do we see here? that overall sex differences in personality have a Mahalanobis distance of about 2. So I put actually the histograms, or not the
We're talking about personality within Western civilizations. Wow. What a surprise.
well, yeah, the overlapping histograms there up to see, so people can kind of visualize what that is. But that's when you take all of these little differences, kind of like in the Hyde paper, where they're like, oh, people are more similar than not because the distances, because the differences between individual traits. When you kind of add that all up, you get a really, really big picture. And this kind of goes back to stereotype accuracy. They have a section in this. They say implications for stereotypes. Why do we have these stereotypes, and why do they seem to be accurate? Because the differences are big enough overall in the big picture between men and women. We can easily categorize people like, that's a man, that's a woman.
Yeah, for sure. And just to pick up on it, I noticed you mentioned some of the future guidelines that she mentioned about pre-registering.
These guys don't realize that culture is such a circular thing. It's such a circular thing. Like, from the moment we're born, we are indoctrinated into a culture where there are expectations put on you as a woman or as a man, and that affects the way in which your genes basically are reacting to the environment that you are in. Not only your psychological genes, but your physical genes as well. Like your physical genes, such as your height, or even the color of your skin. They are reacting to the environment that you are in, that you grow up in. And psychologically, your genes are, from birth, they are wiring themselves into cultures. And what these guys don't seem to realize is that, what they're assuming is when those genes are being wired into the culture when you're very young, what they're kind of assuming is that you're just born that way. But we have no evidence for that. What we do have evidence for is that you're being wired in from a very young age into the culture that you are brought up in. And culture is very, very circular. So as a young person, the more you see older people in your community doing certain things, the more you are likely to see those things and think, well, I could also do that. It's so circular. So the more people do things, the more you absorb that, and then you exude that. And the more you exude that, then the more other people will absorb it and then exude it, and then that other people absorb it. And it's like a circular thing that happens. That's how cultures regenerate, and that's how they evolve over generations. And it's the small changes that people make, i.e. the progressive people, essentially. The small changes that progressive people make in society, such as, the first people who said, it's okay that I'm gay, or the first, or Rosa Parks, who was, who refused to give up her seat on the bus that one day, or whatever. It's those first people who make those little changes in culture. They start off like circles of reactions, where other people, people react to that action, and then people react to that reaction, and then other people react to that reaction. And the young people that are being born into that culture, they're looking at all of this stuff happening. And when they're born, when they're very young, it's being wired in a very fundamental way that lasts for their entire life. Because if brains didn't work that way, if we really were wired to do specific things from the point that we were born, that would not be a very efficient way for the brain to work, just scientifically. To be wired to act in very certain ways. Our brains aren't even big enough to even fathom that. You've got to think, the way that the way that psychology works, the way that your brain works, everything comes down to efficiency. That's why we're all so susceptible to confirmation bias, because your brain is constantly looking for ways to make shortcuts. Like when your eyes look at things or when your ears hear things, your brain is making predictions about what it should see or what it should hear or what it should smell or what it should feel before your senses even get there and bring the signal to your brain. Your brain is already making assumptions and predictions about what your senses are going to see or find before anything tangible even makes its way into your brain. Like everything that your brain is built around it's built around efficiency, and it's constantly predicting what's going to come next. And one of the most efficient things that your brain ever does is, when it's very young, it will just wire itself into whatever it perceives in early infancy. It will just wire that in. It will perceive things and wire them in. It's not efficient to have things pre-wired in before you're born. It's sufficient to be a bit of a blank, not complete blank slate, but to be mostly a blank slate that is wired into culture after it's popped out of the womb. That's the most efficient way for a brain to work.
Making predictions before you gather the data. Evolutionary psychology does all of those things far better than most of social psychology. She also mentioned adversarial collaborations. Again, an idea championed by Corey Clark, who often uses an evolutionary.
Yeah, like the most, like there are loads of examples of this, but like a good example of the way that your brain is just making predictions a hell of a lot of the time is like you have a blind spot in both of your eyeballs, where in the back of your eyeball there is a hole where all of the what do they call it, the veins or whatever, the optic nerves, they have to go into your brain at the back of your eyeball. So both of your eyeballs actually have a blind spot where that hole is, where the optic nerves have to go up to your brain. So like when you close one eye and you look at things with one eye, there's actually a blind spot where you can't see your hand. You're like, but you don't see that most of the time because your brain's just fucking making up what's there. Your brain is just predicting shit and that's the same for like most of your senses. In much the same way that most of the time your brain ignores the fact that it can fucking constantly see your nose. It's the same thing for all of your senses. And for literally everything you fucking think about, it's the same thing. Your brain's just making assumptions based on your past experiences. It's assumptions constantly. Assumptions and predictions before your brain has even received any true signals from the outside world. It's already made assumptions. That is cognitive bias. That's how your brain works. It's based on efficiency because there's no other way that it could work.
Review to inform her work. So I don't know.
And another thing that she mocked, and I think we're coming kind of to the end of the video here, but some of what she mocked, that maybe is not easily palatable, but is probably not that important anyway, is actually robustly true. So here's a meta-analysis on sex differences in humor production, right? So no evidence of publication bias. What do we see here? I mean, look at the forest plot. You see that the effects are consistently in one
Or why is Mooncat not that
direction, that men have a higher humor production ability
triggered much
than women do. That maybe that's why her video was not that funny at the end of the day. But why might that be? Why might we see this kind of a sex difference in humor production ability? What do you think?
Well, this is kind of an idea put forward by Jeffrey Miller, actually, who she had lots to say about. She might not like this, but he suggests that humor production is a very sexually selected trait, that women like it.
Of course, you see who the author is here. My favorite guy, the primal Polly.
Women will often say that humor is a very important quality that they look for in a mate. So men are going to be very maniacally driven to develop humor production and try and produce it as much as they can. It's a kind of a sign of intelligence, and perhaps controversially, maybe we get into some area of sex differences in intelligence. That might be a different video. But yeah, it's a sexually selected trait in that direction. Men don't really care whether their mate is that funny. Therefore, women, the mind of one sex shapes the mind of the other.
That's so fucking sad. Like, as a guy, if you're not looking for a woman who can make you laugh, what a fucking sad life you're gonna lead. I'm sorry. What a sad fucking life to lead if you're not looking for a girl who's gonna make you laugh. Mate, you should be making each other laugh constantly. Otherwise, sad fucking life.
Women are not gonna need to be as funny in response.
Yeah, precisely. And again, it kind of goes back to what people often say when they, and people say this when I post results from studies or something. They'll say, you're doing all this research, why don't you just ask women? And so this humor production is not all research just based on self-reports or asking people. But if you do ask women, like, do you want someone who's funny or smart? They'll almost always say yes. They act like you're not asking women, but what do you think you're doing when you survey like 1,000 women? I mean, you're not just asking what you're asking all the women, and you're quantifying it and adding it up. So that's kind of what we have there. That is, I think, the last thing. I know there's some things in this video we didn't miss, particularly about behavioral genetics and all of that. Probably for another video, or maybe someone else can go into that. But some of that is outside of the wheelhouse of evolutionary psychology. A little bit also. It's related. It's not unrelated, but it's probably a whole other topic. I hope this kind of clarified some of the big errors and misconceptions about it, and maybe people can get a different perception.
And I would encourage you to watch kind of both videos side by side, because a cursory view of her video without actually the context, without flagging, oh, that's error, or that's a lie, you might actually be quite compelled by it. It's quite an emotionally compelling interview. And the reason that Alex and I decided to spend some time actually responding to this video is for two reasons from my point of view. Number one, I would usually ignore these type of things. Evolutionary psychology is miscategorized within the literature, never mind in kind of pop psychology kind of YouTubes. But this person has a very large channel, so I thought it would be useful for some of our viewers to get additional context. And secondly, there are some within the evolutionary sciences who are kind of championing this video. And that to me is as harmful a misrepresentation of our field as it would be for someone to champion manosphere, right-wing kind of red pill pickup artist videos too. So we must challenge the misrepresentation of evolutionary psychology wherever we find it. And this is one kind of major exemplar of that.
Very good closing words there. And thank you for coming on with me and everything. I hope it's a good video for all of the people. And
now we're gonna go grab a beer and jump in the bath.
Exactly. the great William Costello, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, we got to the end. Way! Oh shit! Why can't I hear it anymore? What did I do? Why is it not playing anymore? Oh shit, man. Oh shit. Oh shit. What? What? Why is it not playing anymore? Why is there no output device? What? Why do I only have input channels? What about that? What about that output device? No. What's going on? Oh wait, that's the input device. Oops. What? Why did that happen? Oh, it's working now. Whoops. Oh, I don't know. I fucked it up, man. All right, I'm gonna have piss. Play.
I can't talk right now. I'm making hits. 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 I can't talk right now. I'm making hits.
All right, before I go, let's end on something fun and exciting and cool. I recently discovered these BBC archive clips of like cool new tech that was coming out in like the 2000s. And I love these videos.
Cool kids! There was a time when the only thing that mattered was whether the music you listened to was in or out. But now it's not what you listen to, but how you listen to it. There have never been so many new ways to listen to music, and that means loads of new kit. Now, this may look like a flash pub quiz machine, but it's actually a whole new concept of buying music. It's a new music vending machine from Japan that works with existing mini-disc technology. Eventually, it'll be connected to a central computer library by optical fibre, giving you access to thousands of different tracks.
Okay, this came out in 2000. This came out in the year 2000. Why is she saying computers connected together via optical fiber? Why is she not saying internet?
Japan that works with existing mini-disc technology. Eventually, it'll be connected to a central computer library by optical fiber.
You mean the internet that everybody had in 2000? Well, not everybody, but many people had the internet in 2000, right?
Giving you access to thousands of different tracks. The way it works is really very simple. You select a track, put your disc in, and it
I love how it sounds like the DDR machines as well.
downloads.
One day, I would love to do a DDR stream. I need to work out how to do a fucking DDR stream, because I'm a bit of a, I think I'm a pretty good DDR-ist. I think I'm a pretty good DDR-ist.
It's onto your mini disc in a matter of seconds.
Please do not forget to retrieve your mini disc from the slot.
And if you want to sing along, you can even buy a lyric sheet. And for hardcore gadget fans, here are the facts that matter.
Those old iBooks. I can't believe that they used to look like that. The amount of real estate that they used to give up to the design back in the day. The way that they just gave up all of that screen space just to make it curvy. Amazing.
Machine should be coming to a railway station or bar near you later this year. The price per track will be around £2. Just a year ago, MP3 was virtually unheard of. Now it's big news. There's already a whole range of portable players. What's the big attraction?
Look at them all. Look at them all there. Wait, hang on. Where?
Just a year ago, MP3 was virtually unheard of. Now it's big news. There's already a whole range of portable players.
Look at these. Look at these. Oh.
What's the big attraction? Pure music. And there's tons of it. It's all out there on the net. You've just got to have the patience to wade through it.
You've just got to have the patience to download 50 viruses before you get that Linkin Park track.
Once downloaded, the music is stored in what's known as a solid-state memory device, which means that you can make the players very, very small. So small, in fact, that nowadays you can carry your favourite tunes around in your watch. I'm told that this is the smallest MP...
Where was the quality control on the BBC back then? Look at this B-roll shot. Like, why is she shaking? Why is her wrist shaking so much?
You can carry your favourite tunes around in your watch. I'm told that this...
Have you got the shot?
This is the smallest MP3 player in the world. Time I was going. Like other MP3 players, it has no moving parts and no chance of the music jumping.
Oh, wow.
Perfect if you're on the move, or if you have to run for the bus. At the moment, it only stores up to 16 minutes of CD quality sound. Hope the next bus comes soon, or I'll have to listen to it all over again. The MP3 wristwatch will be in the shops this...
What is this thing?
...summer and will cost about 280 quid.
That is wild. 280 quid for that watch. For the MP3. 280 quid.
But for Timmy Magic and DJ Spoonie from Radio 1's Dream Team, nothing beats the sound and feel of vinyl.
I suppose, we play CDs, listening to music at home, it doesn't feel like you're DJing. As soon as you touch vinyl, you feel like a DJ.
So it's a connection, but does it sound any different?
Most definitely. The bass is a lot rounder and the top end is a lot warmer.
I'm getting flashbacks to my old job right now. the vinyl wankers, the bass is rounder, the top is warmer.
Saying that digital sound is bad, but vinyl definitely gives you the warmth that you don't get on CDs.
So you've never been tempted to bin your records and go digital?
Never. Most definitely not, no.
Having said all that, the MP3 brigade seem determined to kill off anything that moves, because now there's a complete MP3 club kit for professional DJs. So no more lugging around heavy record boxes like this.
Yeah, they still do that to this day. 25 years later, they still fucking love lugging around that shit.
Because all of your tracks fit in here.
on this, in this PC tower, which is exactly the same size and weight.
This specially designed software lets you do everything you can do on a turntable with half the effort, and the system can store over 10,000 tracks.
Music filter.
Chaos pad, baby.
Changes the sound of the tune. I love that.
So what do you reckon, guys? How does it compare with your ordinary decks?
They have their
DJ desktop.
Unfortunately, it doesn't have the same authenticity as playing vinyl, taking it out of the box and putting it on the deck. But the end results are the same.
So you're not going to leave your records at home just yet?
No, not just yet. I'd like to do a gig with the kit, as long as there was turntables and an engineer there.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being such a good sport.
You would never put up with this kind of sound on the BBC nowadays. They didn't even switch off the aircon in the background. Listen to this.
Kit. As long as there was
What's going
turntables
on?
and an engineer there.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being such good sports today.
Okay,
Thanks very much. Now, if all of this seems a little bit professionally oriented, don't worry, because you can download similar software from the internet. Perfect if you're a budding bedroom DJ. The good news is that the simplified version of the software is free. You can't do as many tricks on it, but the professional kit would set you back $2.5 grand.
Oh, you can nowadays.
I think I'll stick with the basics.
That's cool.
Are you ready?
Anyone in the world with a computer and a modem to connect it to a telephone line can subscribe to. There are over 20 million people connected up. And one person in particular I know is connected is the American President, Bill Clinton.
Whoa!
And I know that because I used this computer to write to him today, and I've already got a reply from the White House.
Whoa!
And here it is, right. Thank you for writing to President Clinton via electronic mail. The President is committed to integrate...
Oh no, I said no US news. Oh no! Does this count as news? It comes from 1994.
This dynamic medium into the White House. And it goes on to give some details of his government's policy to encourage the building of information superhighways. Now, I can't electronically mail our Prime Minister, John Major, because he hasn't got a modem. And I can't find out what his government's policy on information superhighways is, because it hasn't got one. At least nothing beyond the usual thing of leaving it to market forces. But you can do more than just send messages on the internet. There's loads of useful information in here. You can get news, recipes, and I found this satellite weather map in there. And there are interactive services as well. This is a shopping centre, and here it says it's just off the information superhighway. That's its address, and inside there's a flower shop.
The address was just off the information superhighway. Oh man, what innocent times.
And it shows me the picture of the flowers I can order and tells me how much they cost. Then all I have to do is tap in the address I want them to go to, and of course I have to give them my credit card details to pay.
Of course.
And there's even some stuff about us in here. Let me just find that for you, because we've just put some details on the internet about tonight's programme and some pictures as well. It's all good fun, but what limits the potential of all this is that it's relatively slow. You can't play a video down this, and in fact most of that stuff we've had to receive in advance. That's because copper telephone lines are really designed for people to talk down, not for computers. But with an information superhighway built with high-capacity fibre optic cables, you're not limited to shifting around text and the odd picture. You can send high-quality sound and video as well. So, when are we going to get all this then? At the moment, regulations restrict what services can be offered by phone companies, cable television operators and so on. But in America, for any company who's prepared to invest in an information superhighway, there's a new law which means they can transmit anything they like on it. Video, music, telephones, data, the lot. As long as they let other people provide services on it too. But it's not just a licence to print money. The companies will also be compelled to connect every classroom and library free of charge, so society stands to benefit as well. Here in Britain, though, restrictions still apply. BT, for example, isn't allowed to do cable TV, but they're developing some interesting ideas to get what they can out of their existing copper phone lines, like video on demand. We've got a setup here to show what they're aiming at.
Video on demand, you say?
The idea is, from the comfort of your armchair, you'll choose whatever video you want, and it'll be played down your phone line.
Fucking Top Gear. Oh, man.
To your own TV. It'll not just be movies, though. There'll be other TV programmes too, like this travel programme I've selected here. Now, the other thing is, because it's interactive as well, say I was wondering where he got his suit from, it'd not only tell me that, but I could even buy one here and now via the inevitable home shopping option. Armani, fancy that. But this video on demand is a tricky thing to do without the extra capacity of the fibre optic cables. I, for one, will be impressed when the real thing's up and running down phone lines. But it could well be the first taste most of us will get of what'll come rolling down the information superhighway. It's ironic that it'll come on old phone lines, but it could stay that way unless Britain develops its own vision of what sort of information superhighway it wants and how to get it.
Cute. All right, we'll do one more and then we'll stop. In 1989, we thought houses would look like this by 2020. Oh my.
What are going to be the biggest changes in our homes by 2020? Will the house of the future protect the environment? And what new technology do researchers think we'll be living with? Well, we've been talking to some of the people who've been thinking about the home of the future. Christine McNulty.
I started the Home of the Future
Oh,
project.
look at those graphics, man!
To find out what people will want from their homes. They'll want all the benefits of modern technology, but without all this cluttered and complex gadgetry that we have today. They'll want homes that work for them. By 2020, all of this will be possible. We'll have things under control without all of these knobs and buttons. And what's more, the technology itself will be embedded in the very fabric of the house and its furnishings.
And there will be a global pandemic and everybody will be stuck inside their houses.
So the idea is, once all the clutter of technology has gone, you'll be able to furnish your rooms in any style you like. You won't actually be able to see the technology, but it will be there, doing its job without getting in your way.
That means the lights automatically switch off and on as you walk between rooms. And the home learns how bright you like them.
That still doesn't happen really, does it? Like, we have like Hue apps, but like most people don't have motion sensors inside their houses. Outside their houses, yeah, but not really inside houses still. Motion sensors are still not really used inside houses still. They should be though. Why are they not?
A simple command gives you music, perhaps piped in from a sound library. Bark, please.
Okay, they predicted Alexa.
No more PowerPoints. Plugs become pads, picking up power from...
Okay, they kind of predicted they predicted the what the fuck do you call them? The MagSafe chargers.
From anywhere on the wall. And even windows will take an active part in the home, according to another researcher, David Button.
This is today's glass technology, whereby combining thin transparent coatings with ordinary conventional glass, we're able to change the performance of the glass. We can diffuse the glass for privacy, and with other coatings, we can control the glare and the solar radiation.
I feel like that exists now, doesn't it? I think it does.
In other words, we can vary the performance of the window. This liquid crystal display TV again involves a material sandwiched between two thin pieces of glass. Screens more than a metre wide are being developed. These systems depend on light passing through the glass. But this glass has a coating which can act as a light source in itself, becoming a prototype display screen. This imaging technology is embodied in very thin coatings.
I feel like that might be what Game Boys and stuff like that were eventually built using, maybe?
Which will be developed to be transparent. And when combined with ordinary glass, it means that your glass tabletop could become a VDU screen, and indeed your window could become something very remarkable.
So a simple command could turn a window into a wall, and you could decorate it how you want.
We still don't really have that, but what we do have, amazingly, is something called blinds.
Or it could be a television or a computer screen. Well, that may be a little futuristic.
I guess we have like projectors, but like they're not really the same as having a huge LCD screen on your wall that you can pull down over a window. That's still not here.
Or too expensive for most people. But there's one area where homes are going to have to change.
By 2020, there will have been enormous pressure on us to cut down on our burning of...
What was it with that cut? Like, she basically interrupted him. Hang on, what?
Futuristic or too expensive for most people. But there's one area where homes are going to have to change.
By 2020, there will have been enormous pressure...
What was with this sloppy editing back in 1989? I guess they had to do it on, like, proper film. so it was probably harder.
There's one area where homes are going
But still, like, you couldn't fix that.
to have to change.
2020, there will have been enormous pressure on us to cut down on our burning of fossil fuels to protect the environment.
Oh, back in 1989, we were like, Matt, we need to cut down on the fossil fuels.
This means that energy management in our homes will become of critical importance.
Oh, yeah, it sure will.
There are already materials that can help. This honeycomb material is being used on the outside of a building in Strathclyde to heat it by trapping the energy and diffuse daylight as it hits the walls.
What the fuck? What does it do? Hang on, what? She's holding a sort of foam cube. What's going on? What is that?
This honeycomb material is being used on the outside of a building in Strathclyde to heat it by trapping the energy and diffuse daylight as it hits the walls. And
okay, nothing like that caught on. Nothing like that caught on. What the?
Aerogel, this is aerogel here, is a form of glass with a similar structure at a microscopic level. It can do the same job, but it'll be thinner and transparent. And if these two things become widely used by
For some reason, this shit did not... This completely got scrapped for some reason. There was some massive problem with this.
2020, the coatings could one day reduce heating bills almost to zero and help to cut down our use.
Maybe it wasn't profitable enough or something.
Fossil fuels.
The other key is for the home to use more energy more intelligently. The heating system could learn your daily routine and only heat the rooms that you'll be using. The living room would be at just the right temperature.
You can do this with the Philips Hue home system with lights. I'm pretty sure there's a similar system for like central heating. Like it just connects to your thermostat. You need like one of the Philips Home things, and it connects to your Wi-Fi, and then like you use the app to be like switch on heating at this time of the day. Yeah, you can do all of that stuff.
Daily routine and only heat the rooms that you'll be using. The living room would be at just the right temperature as you come downstairs.
The people who are already planning the home we'll be living in 30 years assure us that we can take as much or as little of this technology as we like. The crucial point is that there'll be no single home of the future, there'll be millions of different ones. We choose the type of home we want to live in, the technology takes a back seat. BBC One, please.
Woo! All right.
Bobby Brown.
All right, we'll raid out, guys. Thanks for tuning in. We shall raid out. Oh fuck, I've gone off my Twitch thing. Hang on. Oh. What am I like? Right. /raid. Thanks for joining me, guys. I know I keep saying that I'm gonna do a midweek stream, but it was crazy this week with all the news that came out with the Letby case, and I was trying to keep up with everything. I know. I keep saying we're doing a midweek stream where I just game. It will happen at some point when I'm not so chock-a-blocker. It will happen one day. When I'm not chock-a-blocker. But anyway, we're raiding. Peden is online. So, I'll see you next time.